Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to Infamous Sylvia YouTube channel. Tonight, we're going to continue the reenactment and transcript reading of Robert Sylvester Kelly's Eastern New York District, Eastern District of New York federal trial, which consists of racketeering, Manac, et cetera, et cetera. My name is Sylvia. We have the following individual who is going to play the parts. We have Rhoda, who's playing Judge Ann Donnelly. We have Lolo, who's playing Attorney Kanik. We have T. Stephen, he's playing Demetrius. We have Mitzvah, who's playing Melinda's Cruz today. And we have Spitting Fire, who's playing the role of Nicole Blank Becker. What I'm about to do is I'm about to change her name to Maria Mendez. Maria Cruz. Okay, I'm going to change the name to Maria Cruz. Okay. All right. So we'll get ready to begin. 1 second, everyone. Maria, do you have the reading or do you need it?
Is this the one from yesterday or this is a new one?
New one. Let me send it to
Okay,
you.
I don't have the new one then, no.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
I thought I sent it to you, but I didn't. Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, you should have it right now. I just sent it with no title. You got it? And we're going to start with page number 8, which is also page 741. Page number 8, which is also 741. And we're going to begin with the court. 1 second. We're just going to wait 1 second while everybody's ready.
Court deputy is who?
I'm going to be the court deputy.
Okay. Did you show them all the blacked out before then? Before this?
Okay, hold on. Let me show everybody the blacked out. Y'all, they did a whole bunch of reenactment. You see this? All this reenactment. Okay. I just want to make a statement in regarding to the current. They have not the second half of Jane Doe's testimony has been sealed. Because the judge has to make a decision on something in regarding to impeachment. That's what I'm being told. So that's the reason why we do not have it. And that's why a lot of people do not have it.
Going to jail.
It has been sealed. It has been sealed. That is the reason why we do not have it at the moment. Okay? So everyone who's trying to say it's because of us, no, it's because of the testimony. It has been sealed. Okay. You guys are ready? Are you guys ready?
Yes. 741, correct?
All right. Everyone that is not speaking, please mute your phone and we can get started. Dottie is flying in. She should be in New York right now. Her plane just landed around 6-something this evening. So she will be in New York. Please continue to sew into her because she definitely needs your assistance while she's out there, if you don't mind. All right. Please continue to sew. Somebody put in her, let me put in her Cash App. Hold on a second. 1 second. Just 1 second. And she will be bringing you guys the information. Hold on. Okay, that is Daddy's Cash App. All right, you guys are ready? Thank you. Thank you. You digging me? We're gonna get started because we don't want to spend all night here. Okay. All right. Here we go.
All right, let's go. All right. Are we ready for the witness? Let's do it.
Yes, Judge, we are.
All right. Mr. Smith is here. Let's get the jury, if we could. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your weekend. We're ready to continue with the direct examination of Mr. Smith. Go ahead, Ms. Cruz Melendez.
Oh, the witnesses remain. He is still under oath. Who's the clerk?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's make sure. Okay, continued. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Is your microphone on?
Maybe Ms. Green can take a look at it. All right. I think the microphone works.
Mr. Smith, when we broke on Friday, you were explaining that once you arrived at the hotel with Aaliyah, the defendant, and others, there was an officiant or a preacher there. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to get there, but I want to back up for a moment, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall testifying that after leaving the defendant's apartment, when you went to Chicago, you went to the Sheraton Hotel?
I think so, yes.
Sitting here today, do you recall everyone who was at the Sheraton when you arrived?
Do I recall everyone?
Yes.
I know it was me. I know it was Robert. And I know it was Aaliyah. I know it was Tyree, the preacher.
I'm talking about when you first arrived after leaving and flying to Chicago. So before the marriage license.
You talking about before the marriage license, right?
Yes. Who was in the hotel?
Darrell McDavid, Aaliyah. That was it.
Was Robert there?
Yes.
The defendant.
Robert was with me.
Now, you also previously testified with respect to your suggesting to the group that you could get an ID from the welfare office if you paid some cash. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall here today, as you sit here, who was there for that conversation?
It was Darrell McDavid, myself. I think Robert was with us. I'm not sure if Robert was there, but
do you need your memory refreshed?
Not really, no. Maybe he was there. If I said, maybe he was there. I don't remember precisely each time, but I'm pretty sure he was there.
Is your testimony here today that you're not sure whether or not the defendant was there for that conversation?
Objection.
Overruled.
The conversation of the money. I'm not sure if Robert was there.
I'd like to show the witness 3500 DS 14 to refresh his recollection.
Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled.
I did say yes, but I remember, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he was there with me, so I guess I could say yes.
So your answer is yes?
Yes.
The defendant was there.
Objection.
Sustained as to that.
Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
No. Let's keep going.
Ooh. Do you recall what, if anything, the defendant said in response to your suggestion to obtain an ID for $500 or so?
I don't remember Robert saying anything about it. When it comes to Robert and Aaliyah, that was something that was happening.
Objection as non-responsive.
Well, there's no question to your right. There's no question to you right now. Wait until Ms. Cruz Melendez puts a new question to you. Go ahead.
Your Honor, the witness has testified that he doesn't recall what the defendant said. I'd like to refresh his recollection with 3500 DS 13.
All right, go ahead.
What, if anything, did the defendant say?
I don't see anywhere it says Robert said anything.
The question is, having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection as to what, if anything, Mr. Kelly said at the time Ms. Cruz Melendez is talking about?
Yes, I don't remember Robert. If I said that, I don't remember Robert telling me that.
All right.
I don't remember that. I just don't remember. I don't even remember if I told you that. I might have written it down incorrectly to me because I don't remember Robert having anything to say about $500.
All right, next.
I talked to Darrell McDavid about the money.
Wait until there's a question. All right. Next question.
So going back to the hotel room, after obtaining the marriage license, what happened once you all arrived there?
Well, it was supposed to be set up, a ceremony set up with the preacher and
Keep your voice up.
with the preacher, and that was pretty much it. The purpose of going back was to get them married.
And did a marriage ceremony occur?
Yes, it did.
And did the defendant and Aaliyah exchange vows?
Yes, they did.
How was the defendant dressed for the ceremony?
Hell, I don't remember.
And what about Aaliyah?
I don't remember. You know, I just don't remember.
Do you remember whether they dressed up like wedding clothes?
No.
What kind of clothes were they?
Just casual clothes.
Casual clothing?
Everyday clothing.
Next question.
Did the defendant and Aaliyah exchange rings?
I don't remember. I just don't remember.
So what happened after the ceremony?
We went back to the concert.
And how soon after the ceremony did you leave for the concert?
Maybe about an hour or maybe. So maybe we spent about an hour or so.
Prior to leaving the hotel to go back to the concert, did the defendant spend any time alone with Aaliyah?
A few minutes, yes. Not that much time.
Now, while you were at the hotel before leaving for the concert, did you have any interactions with Aaliyah?
No.
When you say you went back to the concert, who are you saying went back to the concert?
Me, Robert, and Tyree.
And did Aaliyah go with you?
No.
So what happened after you landed to where the concert was?
We went to the show.
So did the defendant have a performance that evening?
Yes.
And did he in fact perform?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened after the performance?
We prepared for the next show.
Immediately after the performance, what happened?
Well, before each performance, there's a meet and greet.
And was there a meet and greet?
Yes.
And did the defendant go to that meet and greet?
Yes, he did.
And were there female guests at that meet and greet?
Yes.
And did the defendant interact with those female guests?
Yes, it's a meet and greet.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, defense counsel is going to ask you some questions. Just do your best to answer the question that he's asking you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, bro.
Now, I think you testified, you told us last week that at some point that Robert told you that Aaliyah might be pregnant.
Robert said, if I remember.
My question is, did you tell us that last week that there came a time where Robert told you that Aaliyah might be pregnant?
Bruh, she was pregnant, yes. I thought she was pregnant, excuse me.
And you told us that you assumed that the baby was Robert's. Do you recall telling us that last week?
I don't remember saying anything like that.
You didn't? You never saw a baby? Am I correct?
No. It's the assumption of Aaliyah being pregnant. To my knowledge, Aaliyah was never pregnant.
Thank you. Now, you at some point pled guilty to bribery.
No.
Okay. And you wrote a book.
Yes, I did.
And in that book, you embellished a bit to make the book a little juicy. Am I correct?
Listen, I wrote it to the best of my ability to how I thought. I was sitting inside a cell. I was locked up in prison.
And you wanted sales. Is that correct?
Wait, I beg your pardon?
You wanted the book to sell. Is that correct?
Okay, when I started writing the book, it wasn't about selling. It was about releasing things inside myself.
When did you write the book?
I wrote the book in 2000. I released it in 2011. Once I got out of prison, I got out in 2010 in May. After that, I began to find people to help me develop it. It was just like a manuscript, and there was a lot of thoughts that I had inside myself regarding my relationship, my life. It's about my life.
Right. Sorry, Mr. Cannon. Go ahead.
Thank you. And you told, in fact, you told the government that everything in the book, the things that were in the book, a couple of the things weren't true. Am I correct?
Man, I ain't never told anybody that.
You never told anyone that?
No. The things in the book is the truth to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Now, Rob never had anything to do with you bribing anyone to get a marriage license. If that's what you're saying, correct?
No, he didn't.
Now, I want to go back a little bit. You mentioned that Aaliyah and her mother would come to the studio so Robert could work with Aaliyah.
Yes.
And Robert had a friendly relationship with Aaliyah's mother. Am I correct?
Now, Robert was close with the whole family.
Okay. And he spent a lot of time with Aaliyah's mother. Am I correct?
Just his mother? No. When they were there, they were together. Aaliyah and her mother.
Aaliyah and her mother.
Yes, with Robert and his nephew, her uncle.
And Barry Hankinson was Aaliyah's uncle.
Yes.
And there came a point in time when Robert fired Barry.
Yes.
And that was after, let's say, Robert fired Barry after he and Aaliyah got married. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to go back a little bit. Let's see. You told us about your meeting Robert and the relationship that you had with him. How old was Robert when you met with him initially?
Well, Robert was, I think, 16, 17, 16 at the time. He had just made 17 in January. I met Robert like in December, October or December, October of that year. And then he turned 17 that January.
And how old were you, sir?
I was 24, I think, 24, something like that.
And you were a singer at that point in time?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were trying to get into the industry as well?
Yes.
And hold on, I lost my spot.
14.
14, okay. And when you heard Robert when you met Robert, you heard him singing.
Yes.
And you were impressed with his talent. Am I correct?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you said yes.
Yes.
And you were even more impressed with his writing skills as an artist. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And eventually, Robert signed the contract with Jive Records.
Eventually, yes.
And Jive Records started promoting Robert. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
And the image that Jive promoted was that Robert was a sex symbol. Am I correct?
Yes.
In fact, then they dress him up and open his shirt, chest, and let his chest be shown.
Did they do that?
Well, they had someone who was connected with them to make him in a certain way. Am I correct? And to dress him in a certain way.
Objection.
Sustain as to relevance.
Your Honor, I think the government went into this.
How he was dressed at his concerts?
No, but they went into him and the record label and promotion.
This is not relevant. Let's move on to something that's relevant.
Okay. The record company promoted Robert.
Yes.
And they sent him on the road.
Yes.
And when you're promoting someone, you want to promote a particular image. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Now, when you initially met Robert, he was singing on the streets.
Well, I didn't see him. I met Robert at Kenwood Academy. He was singing on a talent show.
Right. But there came a time that you and he were together, and you would go into the subways and you sing. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you would help him in terms of the structure and making sure that he had money, and you moved him from place to place. Am I correct?
Yes.
And you got a percentage of that. Am I correct?
I can say yes.
And Robert would give you a percentage, and he would take the rest to his mom, right?
That's correct.
You knew his family, right?
Yes.
You knew that his mother was a single parent.
Correct. Yes.
And you knew that he was taking care of the rent with that singing. Am I correct?
Yes. He helped his mother. Yes.
Now, Robert also played semi-pro basketball. Am I correct?
Now, I'm not aware of that. I think, yes, he played basketball. Semi-pro was after me. I noticed he played ball with someone, and that was after I left. I'm sorry, that was after I left.
After you left? Okay. Now, in the times that you were with Robert, what were the songs that he had written?
Sustain.
Can I have a second, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
Now, Your Honor, may we have a sidebar?
A brief one.
Very brief. Your Honor, the government asked him about the songs that he wrote.
About songs that he wrote? I don't remember.
It's there.
I want this witness off the stand. Do you care if he asks us about the songs? Go ahead.
Okay. Robert wrote a number of hit songs, am I correct?
Yes, he did.
And he produced a number of hit songs, am I correct?
That's correct.
And you wrote for a number of A-rated entertainers, am I correct?
That's correct.
And produced them as well, am I correct?
You are correct.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, but for the defendant telling you that Aaliyah was pregnant, would you have arranged tickets to go to Chicago to that Sheraton Hotel?
Objection.
Overruled.
Will you repeat that, please?
If the defendant hadn't asked you to arrange tickets to go to Chicago because he thought that Aaliyah was pregnant, would you have arranged tickets to go to Chicago on that date?
That wasn't in the schedule.
Right. If the defendant hadn't asked you to bring him to that Sheraton Hotel, you would all have been gathered in that Sheraton Hotel. Would you all have been gathered in that Sheraton Hotel?
No.
When you discussed with the group about getting an ID from the welfare office from an employee there for $500, you talked about with that group, and isn't it true that the defendant was there, correct?
Come on, objection.
Overruled.
Can you repeat that again?
When you spoke to the group, as you testified on direct examination, when you spoke to the group about acquiring a state ID from the welfare office for Aaliyah for money, the defendant was there, right?
Lady sound like she getting smart. I'm pretty sure. I think so, but I'm not. I'm just not positive. Even if I said it before, I'm just not positive. I just don't see that in my head right now. I'm sorry.
Is it your testimony here today
I'm saying it's my testimony.
that the defendant may not have been there?
Okay. When I went and talked about money, I went and I talked to Darrell, and I went and talked to Darrell about this not happening. And that's what I went to do.
Mr. Smith, my question to you,
I don't remember if Robert was there. If I said he was there before, I'm not changing that story to change the story. I'm just going back and I'm just trying. I don't see it in my head, Robert next to me. It was so confusing to me at this time when this thing happening, because it was like an overnight thing. It was nothing we saw coming, or that, when it happened, it was like, wow. It was like they wanted to do something and I was against it, but At the same time, I wanted to make it happen. That shouldn't have happened. It was wrong, and that's the bottom line to that.
Your Honor.
Aaliyah should have left. Aaliyah should have been left alone. I shouldn't be talking about Aaliyah.
Your Honor, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, please don't freestyle, okay? Let the prosecutor ask you any more questions that she might have.
Mr. Smith, you said that you thought that getting the ID so that Aaliyah could be married to the defendant was wrong, correct?
Yes.
Why did you help the defendant?
Listen, I've been with Robert since '84. It's just like my brother. If something happened to my brother, you know, if he did something wrong, I'm biding the time. I didn't think that would happen. There is no.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
I think the witness has answered this question. Any more questions?
Mr. Smith, it's fair to say that you want to protect the defendant, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not at this point. No. I mean, Robert.
Okay,
Objection.
that's the answer.
No, I'm not making.
Any more questions?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
One question. Mr. Smith, you were asked by the government that had Robert not told you that he did about Aaliyah possibly being pregnant, that you would not have purchased tickets. Do you remember the government asked you that a short while ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to your testimony on Friday, Robert didn't tell you about Aaliyah possibly being pregnant until you guys were on the train.
Yes.
On the plane, right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
That was 2 questions.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you have anything else?
One question. Did the defendant tell you that he was in trouble and asked you to arrange those tickets? Is that correct?
Wait, no, it's not. He said Aaliyah is in trouble.
Right. Sorry. That Aaliyah was in trouble and asked you to arrange those tickets, correct?
He said we got to go home.
Okay,
Nothing else.
thank you so much. You can step out. Are you ready to call your next witness? Who's Mr. Gaddis?
I will be Miss Geddes.
Okay.
Can you hear? I can hear somebody.
Yeah, we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Let me see, Miss Geddes. We are not, Your Honor, but we're working firstly on it.
Okay. So maybe we'll take an unexpected break. All right. So we're going to break for 15 minutes or so. Please don't talk about this case, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Okay. Everybody can sit down. I said 15 minutes. Am I going to be a liar?
I hope not, Judge.
Okay.
The cross was much shorter than we anticipated, but we're working on getting her here.
Okay. So we'll be in recess. I take it you expect this next witness to take most of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll be back at 10:30.
Thank you.
Great.
Court deputy.
All rise.
That's Sylvia. Hi.
All right.
Everybody can sit down.
All right, we're ready.
Okay. All right. I'm told the witness is available. So let's get the jurors. Oh, where's Mr. Scholar?
He stepped out.
Well, I don't need detail. I just did here. It happens every once in a while with lots of lawyers. So I think it's okay.
All rise. You may be seated.
Okay. We're ready to resume. Are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The government calls Jane. Your Honor, may we speak with you briefly at sidebar?
Do we need the court reporter?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Please stand and raise your hand.
Jane called as a witness.
Okay.
That's you.
That's the deputy.
Jane called as a witness, having been duly sworn, affirmed, was examined and testified as follow.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jane.
You may be seated.
All right. Let's just make sure the microphone. Okay. I want to make sure it's working. Okay. So first thing, speak to the microphone. The second thing is that our court reporter take down everything that you say. So it's important not to speak too quickly or to speak over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. If there is something that you don't understand or you want to have repeated, just say so, and I'll have the lawyer rephrase the question. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can take off your mask. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked identification as Government Exhibit 75. Do you recognize what's shown in Government Exhibit 75?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
The government offers Government Exhibit 75.
Any objection?
May I voir dire?
Sure. But you have to use your microphone.
Ma'am, do you have a recollection as to when this picture was taken?
This picture was taken. This is my driver's license.
Okay, thank you.
So, no objection?
No objection so far?
Okay. It's in evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
And I'm now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 75A. I'm sorry, 75B. Do you see what is shown in 75B?
I do.
Is it the name written under? Does 75B include the name photograph that is just published in Government Exhibit 75?
It does.
And under your photo, is that your true name and nickname?
It is.
The government offers 75B and would ask that 75B be published to the jury only.
Okay. I forgot to ask if there's an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
How old are you today?
I'm 23.
I'm showing the witness what government evidence as Government Exhibit 1. Everyone can see Government Exhibit 1. Thank you. Do you recognize the individual in Government Exhibit 1?
I do.
Do you personally know that individual?
I do.
Who is that?
That is Robert Kelly, the defendant.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do not.
Can you take a closer look? Do you see him?
No. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses. But is it possible for the defendant to stand up?
Could the defendant remove?
No, 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 hell no.
He can't remove his mask?
Yes, I see the defendant.
Can you point him and describe an article of clothing?
He has a suit on,
What color shirt does he have on?
a black suit.
All right, indicating the defendant.
How old were you when you met the defendant?
I was 17 years old.
What year was that?
It was 2015.
Have you had a sexual contact with the defendant?
I have.
When did you first have a sexual contact with the defendant?
When I was 17 years old.
And did you continue to have a sexual contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
How long were you with the defendant?
For 5 years.
I want to direct your attention to April 18th of 2015. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Where, if any, what did you go to evening?
I went to a festival with my parents.
Who was the headliner at the festival?
The defendant.
And was he performing under the name R. Kelly?
He was.
In what city was the concert?
It was in Orlando, Florida.
Did you live in Orlando then?
I did.
Okay.
Can you keep your voice up? I just want to make sure you are speaking into the microphone.
Witness, say sorry. Okay, we skip down to 5. And how old were you at the time of the concert?
I was 17.
When is your birthday?
December 30th, 1997.
In April 2015, when you met the defendant, were you still in high school?
I was.
And what year were you?
I was a junior in high school.
And what was the name of the high school that you attended?
Freedom High School.
And was that in Orlando?
Yes.
Do you remember in what section were you seated at the festival where you first saw the defendant?
I was in the C section.
And what if anything happened?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that section.
What section were you in?
A C-section? A
Yes.
C-section? What, if any, happened while you were in the C-section?
There were people from his entourage who were giving out wristbands.
And did you receive one of those wristbands?
I did.
What did the wristband allow you to?
No, the wristband allowed you to go to the pit and also to meet and greet after the show.
Did you then go to the pit?
I did.
And what was the pit located in connection with the stage?
It was in front of the A section, directly in front of where the talent would have performed, the defendant.
And by the talent, you're referring to the defendant.
Yes, I am.
What, if any, did you then go to the pit?
I did, yes.
What, if any, did you notice about the defendant while you were in the pit?
He performed majority of his songs to me, and he did a show to me and showed me a lot of attention.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked identification as Government Exhibit 24AA. Do you recognize 24AA?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture of the defendant grabbing my hand.
Government offers 24AA.
Any objection? Was this at the concert you're talking about?
Witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. I do object.
Overruled.
May we publish?
Yes.
Whose hand is this right here indicating?
That is my hand with the two wristbands.
And were those the wristbands that were received from a member of the defendant's entourage that allow you to go to the pit?
Objection to the leading.
Overruled.
And those wristbands, is this right here indicating where my pen is pointing?
That was the defendant's.
Now, did the defendant stay on stage continuously during the show?
He did not.
What happened?
I believe he had breaks. And there was also another point of the show where he performed on another stage.
During the show, what, if any, additional contact did you have with other associates of the defendant?
When he performed his second set at the stage that was further in the middle of the crowd, someone from his entourage did come to me and they gave me a sheet of paper and said, "Don't tell anyone."
Did you take a look at the sheet of paper?
I did.
And what was on that sheet of paper?
It was the defendant's name and a phone number.
And what was listed? When you said the defendant's name, what did it say?
It said Rob and it had a number.
Do you remember the number that was written on the piece of paper?
I do.
What is it?
It was 312-925-0880.
What happened after the defendant finished performing at the show?
After the show, it was a meet and greet. However, I was dressed. I wasn't dressed up for the show, so I did not go to the meet and greet. I found my parents after.
And I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification government exhibit 245A. Do you recognize shown in 245A?
I do.
What is shown in 245A?
It's a picture of me with a pair of black panties.
And when was this photo taken?
This was the initial date in April at the same show.
Who took the photo?
I took the photo.
Government Office 245A.
Any objection?
None.
All right. That's in evidence. And you can publish it.
Does any of this photo reflect what you were wearing to the concert that evening?
It does.
And you testified that you were holding a pair of black panties. Where did you receive those from?
From the defendant.
When did you receive those?
He gave them to me while he was performing.
And was the defendant performing as a part of the tour?
He was.
Do you know the name of the tour that the defendant was performing?
It was his Black Panties tour.
Now, you testified that during the show, you were given a piece of paper with the defendant's name and telephone number on it. What, if any, did you do with that piece of paper?
I gave the paper to my mom.
And what, if any, else did you do with the phone number on that piece of paper?
I did text the number.
Did you receive a response from the defendant?
Originally, no, because I hadn't entered the phone number, the proper number.
Did you later learn that you had entered in correct number?
Yes.
I want to step back a moment. You testified that you were in high school at the time you were a junior year. What your interest in high school?
Music, and I did a lot of sports.
What, if any, music-related school after-school activities did you participate in?
I was taking 3 choir classes at the time, and I was part of Patriot Singers, which was basically a group of best singers, and you had to audition to be part of it, and it was very selected. And that is something that I took after school. It was mandatory.
How many days did Patriot Singers meet?
Monday through Friday.
Every day?
Every single day, yes.
And did you also take any music? Did you take any music-related courses in high school?
I did, yes.
And what type of courses did you take?
I took varsity, and I also took a class called, I don't actually remember the specific name of it, but it was a class dedicated to a small group of students who were working to get scholarships for performance.
At the time, are you okay? At the time, had you earned any money singing?
I had.
How had you earned money?
Outside of my school, I was a performer and I did shows and I would write music. So usually I get gigs.
And you were paid for some of those gigs.
I was.
What type of music did you want to pursue back then?
R&B.
And what type of music did the defendant perform? R&B.
I said R&B.
And you testified that one of your interests in high schools were sports. What type of sports did you participate in?
I participated in track and weightlifting.
I wanted to turn back to when one of the defendant's associates gave you the defendant's phone number. Were you then interested in the defendant romantically?
I was not.
You testified, though, that you did try to contact him by sending him a text message.
I did.
Why did you try to reach out to the defendant?
Because he was a musician as well. And I felt that any critique would be good critique.
Critique of your own music skills.
Yes.
How did you eventually get in touch with the defendant?
I eventually had a FaceTime with him because I didn't know if it was necessarily just someone from his entourage who was trying to take advantage of me. And when I did FaceTime him, it was in fact him.
Now, at the time when you FaceTime him, and just for the record, can you explain what you mean by FaceTime?
FaceTime is a visual phone call.
Okay. So it is a way for you to see the caller that you're talking to.
Yes.
Now, at the time when you first FaceTime with the defendant, did you learn whether or either of your parents, if any, had any contact with the defendant?
At that time, I did not.
How were you able to get to the defendant? How were you able to get the defendant's phone number?
Well, when I realized that I didn't have the right number, I did. I happened to be on my mom's phone for something, and I did see she had been texting the defendant.
All right. So did you learn that your mom had, in fact, been communicating with the defendant by text message?
I did.
And did you have a chance to look at some of those text messages?
I did.
And who was the defendant? Who was your mom purporting to be when she was communicating with the defendant?
My mother was acting like me.
Now, you said that you didn't eventually start communicating with the defendant. I think you testified that you FaceTimed him.
Yes.
Did you recall what telephone you were using to communicate with the defendant?
I was using an iPad that I had gifted to my mother because at the time I had an Android.
And did the iPad allow you to do FaceTiming?
It did.
And did you use another telephone to also text message and communicate with the defendant?
I did.
And what phone is that?
That is the phone that I had at 17 years old. It was an Android.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification of government exhibit 233. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize government exhibit 233?
I do.
What is it?
It's my phone from high school.
And is that your phone, what you were using to communicate with the defendant, or one of the phones you were using?
It was.
Government exhibit offers 233.
No objection.
All right. That's in evidence.
Now, before you met the government and the first meet with the government, when did you last see the phone that's in evidence of government exhibit 233?
The last time I saw that phone was in Florida before I left my family.
Okay, do you remember when that was?
It was probably June or July
Of what year?
2015.
And did you use the phone after you left it in Florida?
I did
with your
not.
family?
Just wait until the lawyer finishes asking the questions before you answer. That way, it's easier for the court reporter, okay? That's all right. Go ahead.
Did you say that you saw some of the messages that your mom had been exchanging with the defendant? What did you understand at the time that your mom had told the defendant when she was communicating with him by acting as
To my knowledge, she did tell him that I was a musician and that I was an artist, and she did send him videos of me on YouTube of me performing live.
And when you started to communicate with the defendant, what, if any, did you and the defendant discuss over the phone in the text messages?
Initially, he said, I did tell him that I was a musician, and he said that I could come and audition.
What, if any, did you tell the defendant about your age?
I told the defendant that I was 18.
Were you, in fact, 17?
I was.
You mentioned that the defendant told you that you could audition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you arrange a place arranged at the time arranged for you to have an audition with the defendant?
Yes, it was.
Where were that supposed to take place?
At the Dolphin Hotel.
Where's the Dolphin Hotel?
It's on Disney's property in Kissimmee.
Is it near Orlando where you live?
Yes.
And whose idea was it to meet at the Dolphin Hotel?
It was the defendant.
Where did you next see the defendant?
At the Dolphin Hotel.
I'm sure the witness only was marked as identification as government exhibit 518A, E, and G. This is 518A, 518E, and 518G. Do you recognize what's been shown in those three exhibits?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the hotel that the defendant had asked me to meet him at.
And are those fair to say accurate photos of the hotel and how you appeared when you met him there?
It is, yes.
The government exhibit offers 518A, E, and G.
No objection.
All right. Those are in evidence.
I'm going to put 518E on the screen. Now, do you recall how long it's been between the festival where you first met the defendant and when you went to the Dolphin Hotel for an audition with the defendant?
It was possibly a few days. He did say that he usually stayed there after a few days.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
Do you remember what you did before you went to the Dolphin Hotel that day?
I was at school.
And where did you go after school?
After Patriot singing, I didn't go to any sports activities. I went to my friend Malik's house and I got dressed.
Can I have that read back?
Whose house?
Malik. She's a friend of mine that I attended high school with.
Okay.
Could I have the entire answer read?
Sure. Whereupon the record was read. What was the name again?
Malik.
Malik?
Malak.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you testify that you were at a friend's house and then you got dressed? Did you then go to the Dolphin Hotel?
I did.
Who, if any, came with you to the Dolphin Hotel?
No one.
Who, if any, knew that you were going to meet with the defendant at the hotel that day?
My family.
Do you remember what you wore when you went to meet the defendant that day?
Yes, I do. I wore black kidney heels and a pair of skinny jeans, dark blue, and a crop top that had mesh at the top.
I'm sorry. I didn't get the top.
It had mesh on the top.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm sure the witness only what's been marked for government identification for 247A for the witness only. Do you recognize what's shown in 247A?
I do.
What is that?
That is me prior to meeting the defendant.
And who took that photograph?
I took that picture.
And did you take it that day that you were going to the Dolphin Hotel to meet the defendant?
I did.
Government offer 247A.
No objection to that.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Now, you testify you went to the Dolphin Hotel to meet the defendant. Where you did first see him at the Dolphin Hotel?
When I drove there, he told me that it would be a black Sprinter out in front of the hotel and to get inside.
Did you see the black Sprinter when you arrived?
I did.
And when you say black Sprinter, what are you referring to?
A Mercedes-Benz black Sprinter van.
And who, if any, did you go inside the Sprinter?
I did.
Who, if any, was inside the Sprinter when you went there?
The defendant.
Anyone else saw?
No.
Saw? Where was the Sprinter van parked?
It was parked in front of the hotel.
It was parked in the parking lot or another location?
No, it was parked directly in the roundabout.
In front of the Dolphin Hotel?
Yes.
What happened when you went inside the Sprinter?
When I got inside the Sprinter, me and the defendant talked.
Do you remember what you talked about that day?
We, of course, talked about me auditioning, and he had asked me a few questions.
Do you remember what he asked you?
Yes.
What did he ask you?
He asked me to sit on his lap.
How did you respond when the defendant asked you to sit on his lap?
I asked him if he was sure.
What did the defendant say?
He said he is.
Did you sit on the defendant's lap?
I did.
What else, if any, did he ask you when you were inside the Sprinter?
He then asked me for a kiss.
How did you respond to that?
I didn't necessarily want to, and so he said just a small pop kiss.
Now you use the term pop kiss. What that word or his word? Was that your word or his word?
His word.
What did you do?
I did kiss. I said, "Are you sure?"
And what happened?
And then he said yes, and then I gave him a pop kiss.
Now, what do you mean by pop kiss?
Meaning that in his terms, it didn't need to have any tongue. It was just an innocent pop kiss.
Approximately how long did it take? How long did you stay in the Sprinter with the defendant?
Not long, probably like 5 to 7 minutes.
And what, if any, did you do after you were in the Sprinter?
Someone knocked on the outside of the Sprinter, and it was time for us to go upstairs.
Did you see who knocked on the Sprinter van?
I did not, because their back was turned.
So, what did you do when you were there, when there was a knock and you were, let me start over. So, what did you do when there was a knock, and where were you told if it was okay to go upstairs or time to go upstairs?
I just followed the defendant up
Where did you go next?
to the hotel room.
And what was that, a hotel room inside the Dolphin?
It was, yes.
Was anyone else inside the hotel room, when you met there?
No.
You testified a minute ago that someone knocked and said it's time to go. What did you understand that individual to mean by that?
Objection.
Overruled.
It just meant that the keys were ready and that we would go upstairs.
The keys for the hotel room?
Yes.
What, if any, happened once you were inside the hotel room at the Dolphin Hotel?
When we were upstairs, the defendant took a cigar out of his mouth, and he had expressed to me that before I can in audition that he needed to come.
And by come, what do you mean?
He needed to ejaculate.
What, if any, was the defendant carrying when you went inside the hotel?
He had a backpack.
And what, if any, did you bring your phone with you to the Dolphin Hotel?
I did, yes.
What, if any, did you do with your phone once you were in the hotel room?
When I got upstairs, he told me to turn my phone off because people sometimes try to record him.
Did you turn the phone off?
I did, yes.
You said that the defendant said he needed to ejaculate. How did you respond to that?
I was against it.
What did you say to him?
I told him I did not come to please him and that I was coming for an audition.
What did he say?
And he continued to persist and told me just, I didn't have anything. I didn't have to do anything, just to take off my clothes.
How did you respond to that?
I then took my clothes off.
And what happened after that?
He then asked me, he persisted to have sex, and I told him that I hadn't shaved.
I'm sorry. When you said he persisted to have sex, what do you mean?
Like he persisted to continuously try and peer pressure me to have sex with him.
And you testified that you said you didn't shave.
Yes.
How did the defendant respond to that?
He said even better.
What, if any, else did you say?
I told him that he persisted again, and I told him that I was sweaty from sports, even though I hadn't attended sports. And his response to that was, there was a shower in the room.
What did you do?
I continued to deny and decline. And so then he then told me to just walk back and forth and asked if he could give me oral sex. And
You said he asked if you can walk back and forth.
uh-huh.
What did you understand the defendant mean by that?
I just thought that it would be better than having sex with the defendant.
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you then walk back and forth for the defendant?
I did, yes.
What, if any, were you wearing at the time?
I just had on panties and the bra that I had on.
And you mentioned that the defendant also asked you about oral sex.
He did.
Do you remember the words, in fact, that the defendant used?
Yes.
What did he say?
After that, he said before I could sing that he needed to come again and that if I couldn't have sex with him, to at least just let him lick my butt.
And what, if any, did he promise in return?
To allow me to audition and take care of me for life.
Did he say that if you agreed to that he would take care of you for the rest of your life or for your life?
Yes, he did.
What did you say?
I didn't necessarily care for that. I just wanted to sing.
So what happened after that?
After that, he then laid down and I got on top of him backwards and he did lick my butt. And he had his backpack beside him and a few iPads that he had taken out.
You mentioned that the defendant had some iPads. What, if any, did you notice about the iPads then?
I didn't notice anything because I was backwards, so I couldn't necessarily see what was visible on them.
But you saw the defendant remove the iPad or two.
Yes, I did.
What happened next?
There was a knock on the door.
What, if any, did the defendant do when you heard the knock at the door?
He got up and he went to the door and he saw that it was officers at the door. And he then told me to go to the washroom and put my clothes on. And he asked me if I was 18 and I said yes.
And what was the defendant's demeanor when you saw the officers at the door?
He was very anxious and scared.
Objection.
Overruled.
What led you to the conclusion that he was anxious and scared?
Because after he looked through the peephole, he made me go into the restroom immediately and told me to get dressed. And he said, "Are you 18?" And I said, yes. And he said, "Don't lie to me." And I said, yes.
Next question.
Do you then go to the restroom to get dressed?
I did, yes.
And then you did. What did the defendant do?
He opened the door and he spoke to them and he was more relaxed.
And what, if any, did you do when the officers were at the door and speaking with the defendant?
Once I came out of the restroom, I then saw them and they had spoken to me and said that they had been looking for me because my parents could not get in touch with me.
And how did you respond?
I told them that I had put my phone in airplane mode. And as I said that, I was turning my phone on. And then I had to call my parents in front of them and let them know that I was okay. And I also had to show my ID.
And what, if anything, did you say about your age?
I did say that I was 18.
What, if anything else, did the officers say during the encounter?
Basically, after they did check my ID, they left and they had given the defendant a card and said anytime he was in Orlando and needed security to let them know.
Now, you said that you showed the officers your identification, your ID. Did you show them your true identification?
Yes, it was my driver's license.
And based on your identification, how old were you? How old did it show that you were?
17 years old.
Did the officers leave?
They did, yes.
What happened after the officers left?
The defendant wanted to proceed because he still needed to come.
And by come, do you mean ejaculate?
Yes, I do.
And what happened then?
We persisted, and then he made me get back on top of him backwards, and then he ejaculated.
And what happened after the defendant ejaculated?
After he ejaculated, I was able to put back on my clothes, and he did allow me to sing.
And what did you sing for the defendant?
I sung Mama Knows Best by Jessie J, which was a ballad.
And how, if at all, did the defendant react after you sang for him?
He seemed very impressed, and he said that I had a great voice and that I had a lot of potential.
What, if any, future plans did you make with the defendant that evening?
He did say that he would like to see me again and teach me a few techniques.
You testified earlier that when you saw the defendant perform at a concert in Orlando, he was performing as part of a tour. Did you learn what types of venues the defendant was performing at parts of that tour?
Yes, it was a stadium shows and a lot of outdoor festivals.
And where were those shows?
In multiple cities and states.
Throughout the country?
Yes.
Now at either the Dolphin Hotel, where you first met the defendant, or in a few days thereafter, what, if any, plans did you make with the defendant?
He had to leave, and that once he left, he would want me to come out to the next city that he was in.
And did you continue to communicate with him by phone?
I did, yes.
How?
Via text message and phone calls.
After you met the defendant at the Dolphin Hotel, did your mother continue to text the defendant pretending to be you, as far as you know, or at least?
She did not, no.
Now, in a few days after you met the defendant, do you recall sending the defendant a video?
I do.
What video did you send the defendant?
The defendant had asked me to send a video of me singing in my underwear and bra.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
You did. What, if any, other videos did you send the defendant?
I sent him videos of me dancing, singing, and more videos of me performing.
Did you send the defendant any professional videos of you?
I did, yes.
And what did you send him?
I sent him my unreleased single that my parents had paid for, and I had asked him for his input and his opinion.
And what was the name of the unreleased single that you had sent him?
The single was called Liar Liar.
And what did you send it to and why did you send it to the defendant?
Well, it was going to be my first single release, and I had just got back to the final edit, and I genuinely wanted his input.
And who had, you said you performing on the video, is that correct?
It was more like a music video, so it was like me and my friends from high school. It was shot professionally.
And how did the defendant respond to that video after you sent it to him?
He liked it. He said that he liked it and it was cute and that it wasn't, too grown or too sexy, and that he liked it.
Now that you said the defendant proposed seeing you again at another stop of his tour, is that right?
He did, yes.
Did the defendant explain to you how you could get to the next stop on his tour?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He had given me his number and he told me specifically what to text to that number.
And what did you tell to the text to that particular number?
He told me to say, Mr. Kelly said to get me whatever city that he was in at the time.
Do you recall first state that you traveled to see the defendant?
I do not.
I'm sure the witness only what has been marked as Identification Government Exhibit 233C. Does reviewing 233C refresh your recollection as to where the first traveled to see the defendant?
It does, yes.
And what state did you travel to?
I traveled to California.
And what city in California?
Los Angeles.
Now, approximately when did you take this trip?
I took that trip on 28th of April.
And was that in 2015?
Yes,
And you were still finishing your junior year in high school when you took that trip.
yes, I was.
Did you take more trips to see the defendant on this tour?
I did, yes.
And while you were still in junior and high school, generally speaking, what days would you travel to see the defendant?
I would usually travel the weekend, but sometimes it would go over and lead into Monday.
And will you miss a few days of school as a result of this?
Yes, I would.
You testified that the defendant told you to send a text message to someone to arrange travel. Who do you understand were to send a text message to?
It was an assistant.
An assistant who worked for the defendant?
Yes.
Did you learn her name?
Her name was Cheryl Mack.
I'm sure the witness only was marked as identification government exhibit 38. Do you recognize government exhibit 38?
I do, yes.
And what is government exhibit 38?
That was his assistant in the year 2015.
What was her name?
Cheryl Mack.
Government offers government exhibit 38.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I just don't recall. Did you offer the other exhibit as well?
I'm about to.
Do you object?
No.
Okay, that's in evidence also.
Thank you. So, what, if any, information did you provide to Cheryl Mack when you first sent her a text message asking to arrange your travel?
I said to her the city that I was currently departing from, and I sent her my birth date.
And who did you understand who would pay for the travel to Los Angeles to see the defendant?
The defendant?
You testified that you provided your name and your birthday, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide your true birthday?
Yes, I did.
Showing what you were, 17 years old?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we publish to the jury only government exhibit 233C, which is now in evidence?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what is shown in 233C?
It is me letting her know what city I am leaving from, which is Orlando, and then me sending her my birthday stating 12/30/1997.
Are those text messages that were exchanged with Cheryl Mack?
Yes, it is.
And what are the dates to those text messages?
It is April the 28th, 2015.
Without reading your name in the line 6802, can you read the first line where my pen is pointing, indicating?
Yes. Mr. Kelly said it could get me to LA in early flight. My name is Jane. I'm in Orlando, Florida currently.
And did Cheryl Mack then arrange for you to travel from Orlando to Florida to Los Angeles the following day?
Yes, she did.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification government exhibit 217. Do you recognize 217?
I do.
The government office 217. Is there any objection?
No objection. I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
All right, that's in evidence.
May we publish to the jury only?
Yes.
What is the government exhibit 217?
It is a flight ticket from Orlando to LA.
And is there a flight on April 29th of 2015?
It is, yes.
And is this for yourself?
Yes.
And was this ticket booked by the defendant assistant, Cheryl Mack?
Yes, it was.
Do you see the defendant when you arrived in LA, like during a trip?
I did, yes.
Now, do you remember where you first saw him during the trip?
No.
So even if you didn't remember where you first saw him, were you recall seeing him while you were in LA?
In the hotel and at his shows.
Did you attend his show in LA while you were there?
I did, yes.
And you said you also saw him at the hotel.
Yes.
What happened at the hotel room where you saw the defendant?
He did express that he wanted to teach me a few techniques. However, he needed to ejaculate again before doing anything.
And when you say that he said he wanted to teach you a few techniques, what do you mean? What type of techniques did you understand him to referring to?
Musical techniques to help me better myself.
As a singer?
Yes.
What happened after he said that?
After he said that, we did the same thing, and he did in fact give me a few techniques.
And when you said he did the same thing, what are you referring to?
Oral sex. He needed to ejaculate before anything.
Did he give you oral sex?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember. I believe, well, like eating my butt, yes.
Are you saying you don't remember where specifically he gave you oral sex on or part of your body?
No, I thought you were asking like vaginally. But yes, he did give me oral sex.
Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor. May we approach briefly, just very briefly?
Sure. Do you need the court reporter?
Hopefully not.
Well, let's have her come over just in case.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't understand. I'm objecting to questions that I think are leading. This is very crucial witness. I think we should be getting her testimony, and the court is overruling these objections. I don't want to continue to object if you're going to overrule them. But I just need to know the restraints. The rationale.
Well, my general policy is I don't look back on rulings, but I will surely explain it to you. She said that the same thing happened this time as had happened before. And the follow-up was somewhat leading, but it was based on her answer that the same thing had happened before, which she had described earlier. So while it was technically leading, it wasn't leading in a way that was unfair. That's the basics for my ruling. And I don't, as a practical matter, I don't understand you to be doing this either. It's that every technical violation requires some kind of curative instruction. This witness is pretty much describing things that happen. If there's a real leading going on, I will sustain it, as I think I've done before. But I think a little bit of leading to move it along when it's already been established what she was talking about is not a problem. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay, now the last question was not the one that I'm really bothered by in terms of the court's ruling. It was the question before that. I just think that there's some crucial things in terms of
What was this topic?
I'm old, Judge. I'm old. I don't remember the topic.
Not as old as I am. And I remember the topic. It was describing the nature of the sexual contact. And that's specifically why I didn't sustain the objection, because she said the same thing happened in this instance as happened in Florida. And so that, to me, is not the kind of thing that requires any kind of curative instruction.
I wouldn't want one.
All right. So that's the basic for the ruling. So why don't we move on?
Okay. Just one note along this line. The witness was with the defendant for 5 years. I would like to be able to lead, at least in part, so that we're not here until the end of time.
Just so that we're clear, I don't have any problems with setting time, leading to set time, but it's just when it comes to details.
That's fine.
I think we're all on the same page. Obviously, what color was the car? What street did you drive on? Those kinds of things do not do.
Are we going to get through this witness today in terms of your direct?
I sure hope so.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, next question, please.
While you were with the defendant in Los Angeles, what, if anything else, did the defendant describe you to you?
Pertaining to what?
Do you recall the nature of your communication with the defendant while you were with him in Los Angeles, aside from sexual contact that you just described?
Yeah.
What were they about?
Musical conversations.
And go ahead.
In which he was like teaching me techniques.
And what, if any, guidelines did the defendant describes to you about the time that you might spend with the defendant?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
I like to show the witness only what has been marked as identification as 233D. Does reading 233D refresh your recollection about other topics of the defendant raised while you were with him in Los Angeles?
It does, yes.
What do you recall the defendant telling you?
He had mentioned rules.
And what did you understand? What were you referring to by rules?
It was a protocol that he went by and rules that I would have to abide by while in his presence.
What, if any, rules did you recall the defendant telling you?
Based off of this piece of evidence, my wardrobe and how I dressed.
And what do you understand the defendant be telling about your wardrobe?
I had worn black tights and a brown shirt, and he did not like that.
Objection.
Overruled. What makes you say that?
Because he had asked me to change, and that was the beginning of the very first rule that he had addressed me about.
What did you want? What did you want you to change into? Did he describe the type of clothing that he preferred you to be wearing?
Something that loose and baggy, preferably.
What, if any, other rules do you recall the defendant sharing with you on the first trip to California?
I don't recall any.
While you were in the hotel room that you were staying, was the defendant always with you?
No, he was not.
What, if any, did you do when the defendant was not with you in the hotel room?
I would just wait in the hotel room.
Why did you stay in the hotel room?
He had expressed to me to let him know anytime I did leave or where I was going.
What, if any, did you understand the defendant want you to call him?
He wanted me to call him daddy.
The government showing the witness again what is marked as identification as 233D, which you were just previously looked at. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Generally, what is it?
This is a conversation between me and my mother.
And what is the date on that conversation?
April the 29th, 2015.
And generally speaking, what were you guys talking about?
I'm telling her that he is talking about rules and that he told me to change.
The government offered 233D.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. That would be in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
All right. And where my pen is that where you were telling your mom that the defendant was talking about the rules?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness only what has been marked as identification as 233E. Do you recognize what's shown in 233E?
I do, yes.
Generally speaking, what were those?
This is a conversation between me and my mother.
And what is the date on the conversation?
April the 29th, 2015.
And what are these conversations between you and your mother and you?
Yes, they are.
And what are you discussing with your mother in the text communications?
I'm expressing to her that he has me in sweats.
The government offered 233. One question. Who are you referring to when you say he has you in sweats?
The defendant.
The government offers 233E.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that's in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
And can you read the text messages where my pen is pointing?
Yes, but he got me in sweats.
And who wrote that text?
I sent that text message to my mother.
About the defendant?
Yes.
And now can you read the text at the bottom?
He ain't like my tights showing my figure.
And again, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
Do you recall what, if any, the defendant told you about the value of your trip to Los Angeles?
No.
I'm showing the witness only was marked in identification as 233F. Generally, what is shown in 233F?
It is basically me texting my mother about a conversation that I had with the defendant.
And what is the date of these text messages sent to your phone?
May the
Your
1st,
mom, sorry.
2015. May the 1st, 2015.
Okay, the government offers 233F.
No objection.
All right. In evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
Can you just read the text messages at the bottom, please?
He just texted me. He said, although he isn't with me, this wasn't a waste of a trip. He said I should take this time to try and ease my mind and soak in everything he's been telling me. So when I actually go into the industry, I'll have a mature frame already.
And he's in the text message. Who are you referring to?
The defendant.
And when you reference the industry, what industry were you referring to?
The music industry.
And finally, when you said although he wasn't with me, that wasn't a waste of trip. What trip are you referring to?
Me going out to LA.
Now, you initially flew to Los Angeles. Did you stay in Los Angeles or did you visit other cities during the trip?
I ended up getting stuck out there and going to multiple cities with the defendant.
How did you travel from city to city with the defendant?
He had his assistant book flights and the entire itinerary.
Do you know how the defendant traveled between cities?
He did express that he did not fly because of fear and that he traveled by tour bus.
Do you remember where you went after Los Angeles?
I do not.
I'm sure the witness was been marked as identification at 233Q. Do you recognize 233Q?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
What is shown here? What is shown there?
It's a conversation between me and his assistant, Cheryl, and I'm telling her exactly what the defendant told me to say.
Which was what?
That Mr. Kelly said to get me to Stockton, California.
And what is the date? Are those text messages between you and Cheryl Mack?
Yes.
What are the dates of those text messages?
May 1st, 2015.
The government offers 233Q.
Any objection?
None.
All right. That's in evidence.
After reviewing 233Q, do you recall where you went after Los Angeles? 8.
Where we at?
8.
Oh. I was there. Wait. What line?
We on 817, line 8.
Oh, I'm on 818. Okay, to Stockton, California.
And who made those travel reservations for you?
His assistant, Cheryl.
Now, do you remember where you stay in Stockton?
I do not.
I'm showing what you've been marked as identification as 233R. What is 233R?
It is Cheryl sending me my itinerary of where I would be staying.
In Stockton, California?
Yes.
The government offers 233R.
Any objection?
No.
That's in evidence.
Where were you going to be staying? Where were you going to be staying in Stockton?
At the Residence Inn.
Now, do you remember what do you once you
I do
arrived
not.
in Stockton, California? Okay. Why were you in Stockton, California?
I was there to see the defendant for a show that he had.
And did you go to the show in Stockton, California?
I did, yes.
And I'm showing what you were marked as identification as Exhibit 220. The witness only. Do you recognize 220?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a ticket stub of the show that I went to in California, Stockton.
And what and that's also dated May 1st, 2015.
It is, yes.
Government Office 220.
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Now, after the concert, do you recall seeing the defendant that evening?
I do, yes.
And do you remember what your hotel room looked like you were staying in Stockton?
Yes, I do. I remember that room was a suite that had a fireplace in it.
And what, if any, do you recall happening? Did you see the defendant at the hotel
Yes, I did.
in Stockton, California?
I did, yes.
And do you recall happening in a hotel room in Stockton, California?
This was the first time that I had vaginal penetration with the defendant.
And by vaginal penetration, what do you mean?
We had sexual intercourse.
And was the defendant penis inside your vagina?
Yes, it was.
And prior to what, if any, type of contraception did the defendant, use to your knowledge?
He used none.
And what, if any, did the defendant tell you about his sexually transmitted disease that he had?
He never mentioned anything of that nature to me.
Now, how is it that you recall that you had your first time that you had sexual intercourse with the defendant?
I remember because the room that we were in, it had a kitchenette in it and it had a fireplace. And I had never been in a room that had a fireplace before in a suite.
Do you remember what city you traveled after Stockton, California?
I believe I went to Las Vegas.
And I'm showing you government exhibit 253A. Do you recognize 253A?
Yes.
What is that?
It is my flight confirmation to Sacramento.
And does it show, I'm sorry, can you say what flight travel plans was there?
Yeah, it was me departing and going to Las Vegas, yes.
So leaving Sacramento and going to Las Vegas.
Yes.
And who arranged those travels for you?
The defendant's assistant.
Was that Cheryl Mack?
Yes, it was.
Government Office 253A asked that this be published to the jury only, please.
No objection. None.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Now, do you remember the hotel that you were staying in when you got to Las Vegas?
Yes, I do.
What was the hotel?
I was staying at Mandalay Bay.
And do you recall what you did that first evening on the 2nd of 2015 when you arrived in Las Vegas?
Yes, I did one. I wanted to go shopping to get food.
And did you try to go shopping?
I did, yes.
Where did you go? What
I believe
what
I
did
had
you do?
texted
I'm
his
sorry.
assistant asking where the nearest mall was.
And when you saying his assistant, you were referring to
Sure.
the defendant's assistant?
Yes.
And how did the defendant assistant respond when you asked where the nearest mall?
She asked me had I let him know that I was leaving my room.
And by letting him know, what him are you referring to?
The defendant.
How did you respond?
I told her no, I hadn't.
Do you recall how the defendant assistant responded when you said you're not told the defendant that you plan on going shopping?
I do not.
All right. I want to start by showing the government exhibit 233I. Do you recognize 233I?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a text message that I sent to my mother.
On what date?
May the 3rd, 2015.
The government offers 233I.
No objection needed at this time.
That's in evidence.
Can we publish, please?
Yes.
Can you read the text message that was sent to your mom?
Yes, it says, everyone having fun, and Kel said, do not leave that room.
Who's Kel?
The defendant?
Is that a nickname for the defendant?
Yes.
I'm showing and that you were referring to when you said Kel's said do not leave the room.
My hotel room, meaning I could not leave.
And who told you cannot leave?
The defendant.
I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification as 233J. I'm sorry. I'm showing the witness only what's marked as 233G. Do you recognize 233G?
Yes.
What is shown in 233G?
This is a conversation between me and his assistant, Cheryl.
And what is the conversation about?
Me wanting to go to the mall?
Is the conversation you were just describing a moment ago?
Yes, it is.
The government offers 233G.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
Can you read can you read to the jury the text in corresponding to the entry 5837?
It says read the text before or after.
Okay. You can just read the first text 5837 right over here.
It says trying to figure it out. Mr. Kelly okay with you going out of your room? It's very hectic out.
Now, who wrote that text?
His assistant,
Which assistant?
Cheryl.
Cheryl Mack?
Yes.
How did you respond to the next text message? Can you read that out loud?
I said I didn't ask him, and if you can't get it, it's fine. I'll just chill inside because the taxi lines are hectic. Thank you for the help.
And is there a response from Ms. Mack?
Yes.
What does she say?
She says, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, we will need to make sure it's okay. It's very, very hectic. I can't get McDonald's to you, no problem. I can get McDonald's to you, no problem.
And when Cheryl Mack wrote, we will need to make sure it's okay, what did you understand her to mean by that?
She would have needed to make sure with the defendant before I could leave my room.
Who, if any, else did you recall meeting when you were in Las Vegas?
I remember meeting a young woman who he said was a friend of his.
Do you remember her nickname?
Yes, Juice.
Where did you meet Juice?
I met Juice in Las Vegas.
Do you remember where in Las Vegas?
Yes, I believe I was. He told me he had to come down to the lobby, and that it was that's when I initially met her. She was already down there.
And what, if any, did you and Juice do together when you met her?
We went shopping.
And do you recall what you did that night before you went shopping?
Yes, we went to the show together.
And what did you referring to when you say we together? We were there.
Defendant.
I'm sorry, but who went to the show together?
Me and Juice.
And what, if any, did you say to you when you went to the concert together?
When she had come to knock on my door, she saw my outfit and she had asked me if I really wanted to wear that and if I felt I needed to change.
And what did you understand her to be telling you that?
To change my wardrobe of what I had on.
Did you understand have referred to you have worn or she?
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
I am showing the witness what's been marked as identification as government exhibit 221. Do you recognize 221?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a ticket stub from the show in his Las Vegas.
Is that the concert that you attended with Juice?
Yes, it is.
The government offers 221.
No objection.
Okay. That's in evidence.
You following day you recall where you went shopping?
It was a mall in the hotel, so we didn't go far.
And who, if any, did you see while you went shopping?
We actually ended up meeting up with the defendant while we were shopping.
And what did you do after shopping?
I then went back to my hotel room.
Who, if any, was in the hotel room when you went back there?
Juice came back to my hotel room with me.
And at that point, was there anyone else in the hotel room?
Yes, the defendant then came hours later.
And what happened when the defendant came into the hotel?
I had been texting him asking if Juice could leave because she was just sleeping and if she could go back to her own hotel room. And
how did the defendant respond?
He actually said that he wanted to come and he wanted to have sex.
And what did you do?
I told him I declined because Juice was still in the room, and I told him it was something I was not comfortable with.
And so, where were you and the defendant in the room?
We were on the side of the bed, and Juice was sitting on the couch sleeping.
And so, what happened next?
He told me it wasn't that big of a deal and that she was asleep and that it would be basically be fast.
What happened?
And then we had vaginal intercourse.
And what, if any, did Juice do while you were engaged in sexual activity with the defendant?
She had her back towards us and she didn't do anything.
What happened after that?
After he had come, he said, "See, I told you." And then he called Juice's name and told her to go to her hotel room and she left.
And Juice then left the hotel.
Yes.
At that trip to California that you just described, was that while you were 17 years old?
Yes, it was.
And while you were in your junior year in high school, did you see the defendant again in Florida?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see him where you were in Florida?
I saw him in Jacksonville.
Why were you in Jacksonville?
I was actually in Key West because I had a show that was not far from there.
And by show, what do you mean?
I had my own performance that I was doing for breast cancer awareness. Hold on, y'all. Jacksonville is hella far from Key West, but go ahead.
What did you do? So how did you end up meeting the defendant in Jacksonville?
My show actually ended a lot earlier than anticipated, and because he was in Jacksonville, I did want to surprise him and tell him how well my show went.
Who, if any, were you with?
I was with my mother.
By the way, what, if anything, did the defendant ask you to do at your show?
He told me to send him pictures and videos of me performing.
I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification as 233M. Do you recognize 233M?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a conversation between me and my mother.
And what were you talking about?
I'm basically saying he wanted someone to record my show and that he said good luck.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
And what was the date on the conversation?
May 8th, 2015.
The government offers 233M.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
And may we publish?
Yes.
Can you read the last text message on the bottom and the first, let the jury know who wrote the text message?
I wrote that text message and it says, Jess was asking how my day went and he can't wait to see me and good luck tonight. He wants someone to record it so I can send it to him and stuff like that.
And again, who are you referring to in the text message?
The defendant.
And you may already said this, but who were you with when you were in Jacksonville initially?
I was with my mother.
And do you remember where in Jacksonville you and your mother, mom went?
I remember that he was staying at the Omni.
Is that a hotel?
Yes.
And what happened when you went to the Omni? Did you then go to the Omni?
We did.
And what happened there?
We got there after his show had ended, and I believe all the hotels were booked at that time, and we did see the defendant.
And what, if any, communication did you have with the defendant assistant that day?
She had expressed to us all the hotels that were booked, and so she was going to give me and my mother her hotel room and book a further location.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification as 233N. Do you recognize 233N?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is a text between me and Cheryl, his assistant.
And what are the dates? What are the dates on this communication of this conversation?
May the 8th, 2015.
The government offers 233N.
No objection.
Okay. In evidence.
Did you, in fact, get a hotel room that night in Jacksonville?
We did, yes.
How many hotel rooms did you and your mom get?
I told his assistant that me and my mother only needed one room.
How did the defendant assistant respond?
She responded by saying that she would give us multiple rooms.
And where did you end up staying the night?
I ended up staying in the defendant's hotel room.
Do you recall what happened, if anything happened, between you and the defendant that evening?
Yes, we were intimate.
And by intimate, what do you mean?
We had vaginal penetration.
You testified earlier about a trip to Las Vegas and starting California and Las Vegas. Do you travel again to see the defendant after that trip?
I believe so, yes.
How will you get to those locations?
His assistant would book the entire itinerary.
And what type of travel was it?
Flight.
Do you understand ultimately was paying for the travel?
The defendant.
Now, do you remember all the dates and locations that you traveled to meet the defendant in the spring of 2015?
I do not know.
All right. I want to direct your attention to May 15, 2015. Do you recall where the travel in or around that day?
No.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification 233S. What is 233S? Do you recognize that?
It was a conversation between me and Cheryl, his assistant.
And what on the date of this conversation?
May the 15th.
The government offers 233S.
Any objection?
None.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Where were you arranging to, or where were you hoping to go on or around May 15, 2015?
Yeah, he had told me to tell her to get me to Atlanta.
And by he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
And can you read the top text message?
Mr. Kelly said to get me to Atlanta, Georgia on Monday.
And when I want to direct your attention to May 21st of 2015, do you recall where, if any, you traveled in or around that day?
I do not.
I'm showing what has been marked as identification, government exhibit 233T. Do you recognize what's shown in 233T?
I do.
Generally speaking, what are those? What is in it? What is it?
It is a text conversation between me and his assistant, Cheryl.
And what is the date on the text message?
May the 20th, 2015.
And where are you? And what are you, Cheryl, discussing in that text message?
That he had wanted me to get to San Diego.
And by he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
The government offers 233T.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
Can you read just the jury top text message?
Mr. Kelly said to get me to San Diego tomorrow morning.
Who wrote that text message?
I sent that text message.
To Cheryl?
I did, yes.
Cheryl Mack then arranged to travel for you to get to San Diego?
Yes.
What, if any, contact did you have with the defendant during the trip to California?
We had vaginal penetration.
During the trip to California, what, if any, contraceptives did the defendant use?
None.
And prior to travel sexual contact with the defendant, what, if any, did he tell you about his sexually transmitted that he had?
He never expressed anything of that nature.
You testified earlier that you were finishing or you were in your junior year in high school when you took those trips.
Yes.
When the school year ended, what, if any, did you do for that summer?
I was in Chicago with the defendant.
And at the time, were you and the defendant living in Chicago? Oh, I'm sorry.
In Chicago.
Now, you testified earlier about the telephone number that you got from the defendant on April 18, 2015. Was that the only telephone that he has you communicate with?
No, he had multiple phone numbers.
Do you recall the other telephone numbers that the defendant had?
I do not know them by heart now.
Do you know any other telephone numbers the defendant had?
Yes, he had 4 numbers. And initially he said that I would receive all of them when I earned his trust.
Do you eventually receive those telephone numbers?
I did, yes.
You said that you were with the defendant in Chicago. Where were you staying in Chicago that summer?
In 2015, I would stay in hotels and I would stay at the studio on Ohio Street.
Do you remember which hotels you stayed in?
I stayed in, majority of them were downtown, the Intercontinental, the W.
Downtown Chicago?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you stayed in a whole studio. What type of studio was that?
It was a business, and in the studio, he had one room that had a master bedroom in it.
And where were the studio located?
It was located in a business office on the top floor.
Do you recall the street that it was on? You said you already said.
You may have already said.
Oh, okay. So
Ohio Street.
Okay. And was that downtown Chicago?
It was, yes.
Was there a bathroom inside the defendant's studio on Ohio Street? On
It
Ohio
was
Street?
not.
If you want to use the bathroom, where would you go?
I would have to get in touch with him before I could go to the one that was for the public.
And what was that located?
It was outside of his studio on the 6th floor.
Now that the defendant's studio also on the 6th floor?
It was, yes.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification 505C, 505B, as in boy. Do you recognize 505C?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a business office in which he had a studio on in one of the business suites.
And I'm showing what has been marked as identification 505B, as in boy. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the main entrance.
The government offers 505D, 505C.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
I am showing 505C. Do you recall what you said to the defendant was on the 6th floor? Is that which floor? Is that the building?
Can we hold it a second? Randall, you still need a break?
Go ahead.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll take one. I need to go.
Okay.
Just make sure you got a backup.
They here.
Okay.
So should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
So just on the 6th floor when you go.
No. Randa is not ready yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Good.
sorry.
Which one? What line we on?
Line 7.
Okay. Go ahead, Spitfire.
Do you recall what you said the defendant was on the 6th floor? Is that which floor is the building?
So just on the 6th floor, when you go upstairs, his unit was on the right. It was the first right that you make.
And was that on the top floor?
Yes, it was.
Now, when you start spending time in the studio in Ohio Street, what, if any, rules did you learn that the defendant wanted you to follow? Were you in the studio?
I could not leave a room without calling him or an assistant and asking.
And how did you learn that rule?
He had told me not to leave the room without calling him or getting in touch with his assistant.
And I asked you earlier about the bathroom was located.
Yes.
What if, were you always able to get in touch with the defendant when you needed to use the bathroom?
No.
And what would you do if you weren't able to get in contact with the defendant?
I had to urinate in a cup.
Where? She is lying. She's lying like a mug. You did all that damn traveling just to piss in the cup. I feel stupid reading this shit.
Especially if it's on the same floor, really? Okay.
You did all this travel across the states and shit. Okay, where were the cups?
They would get cups, like extra large cups from the gas station in the master bedroom. There was tissue paper and baby wipes.
That lets you know there was some lying. All that shit for a cup. Now, other than Chicago, where did you regularly see the defendant who those months after your junior year?
Can you repeat the question?
During the summer after your junior year, you testified that you see the defendant in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
Were there any other cities where you regularly saw the defendant that summer?
Atlanta.
And where in Atlanta will you see the defendant?
I would see him in hotels, and he expressed to me that he had a home in Atlanta, Georgia.
Did you go to that home in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did, yes.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked as identification government exhibit 506. Do you recognize 506?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the big house in Atlanta.
And when do you go to the big house, what are you referring to?
That's just what the defendant called it.
And is that the defendant home that you just mentioned?
Yes, it is.
The government offers 506.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
And now I'm showing 504. May we publish 506? I'm sorry. I did it too quickly.
Yes.
And I'm showing what's been marked as identification as 504. Do you recognize government exhibit 504?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the guest house.
And what is the guest house?
At the time, this is where the other woman whom he were in a relationship with lived.
All right. Were there a guest house located? What city?
It's also in Atlanta, Georgia. It's about 15 minutes from the big house.
And you have been to the guest house?
I have, yes.
The government offers 504.
Any objection?
None.
That's in evidence. You can publish.
Now, when you visited the defendant in Atlanta over the summer of 2015, where were you remember staying?
I would stay at hotels. I would stay at the big house and I would stay at the guest house.
All right. And are those the big house and the guest house are the two houses that you just shown?
Yes.
Initially, when the defendant was on tour and were traveling with him, how would you travel?
By flight.
And would you attend each of the defendant's concerts that you were present for?
I would, yes.
Over the summer in 2015, did you continue to have sexual contact with the defendant?
I did, yes.
Where did you have sexual contact with him?
We would be intimate on the Sprinter, at the big house, the guest house, in hotels, wherever he wanted to.
And when you said Sprinter, where did you refer to?
The Sprinter van.
And when were you and the defendant on the Sprinter van together?
Every day. It was our form of transportation.
And you also mentioned the big house and the guest house. Were those the two locations in Atlanta?
One second. Spitfire, your mic is low. People saying your mic is low.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, the person can take over real quick. I'll be back, Sylvia.
Okay. Somebody could take Miranda's spot temporarily. I think it's a
15.
fast one. 15,
I will.
15.
Yes.
How would you? Okay, hold on. Can you guys hear me now?
Much better.
Yeah,
Thank
that's better.
Okay. How about when you were in Chicago, where, if any, would you have sexual contact with the defendant in Chicago?
In hotels and studios.
The studio you previously identified in Ohio Street?
Yes.
How often you had sexual contact with the defendant during the summer of 2015?
We had sex almost every day.
And during the course of the time with the defendant, what, if any, did you notice about the defendant was doing while you were engaging in sexual contact with him?
He would basically control exactly every single time we were intimate.
And what do you mean by he would control it?
Meaning that he would say everything specifically and I would have to follow exactly what he said.
And could you give an example of that?
An example would be if he told me to walk or crawl back and forth, that is what I would have to do until he gave the next notion.
When, if any, did you defendant make you recording of you?
Objection.
Overruled.
Almost immediately after meeting him.
And by making a recording of you, what was he recording you doing?
He would record us intimately.
And by intimately, what were you referring to?
Every time we had sex, he would record it.
And what did he use to record that?
He used the iPad that he had.
And where did the defendant, where the defendant kept these iPads?
He would keep them in his backpack.
And how do you know, how did you learn that the defendant was making recordings of you?
When we would be intimate, he would just remove an iPad from his backpack and he would prop it up on something and the camera would be facing us so that he could see everything, and that is usually how every sexual encounter went with him.
And you were able to see at times what was being recorded?
Every time I could see what was being recorded.
And by the way, you mentioned that the defendant used iPads to record you. Were those Apple iPads?
Yes, they were. Yes, they are.
And do you recall the first time that you noticed that the defendant was recording you engaging in sexual contact with him?
Yes.
And when do you recall that happening?
It was when I was 17 years old.
And what specifically do you recall the defendant recording?
I recall that he had made me crawl back and forth, and then he had began to give me oral head, and then after that, we had vaginal penetration.
And when you say oral head, you are specifically, do you mean?
I had gave him oral head sex.
And what with your mouth on his penis?
Yes, it was.
And did you say that there was one thing that you saw the defendant recording?
Yes, it was.
With the Apple iPad?
Yes, it was.
How old were you when the defendant recorded that?
I was 17 years old.
And you also said that the defendant recorded you having sexual intercourse with the defendant. Is that right?
Yes.
With an Apple iPad?
Yes.
How old were you?
I was 17 years
And
old.
when you had sexual contact with the defendant, did he ejaculate?
Yes, he would.
Where would he ejaculate?
He would ejaculate on my face, on my chest, on my butt, and eventually he began ejaculating inside of me at 17.
When he ejaculated on your face, what would you do?
I would usually wash it off. However, there were times where he would make me leave it on my face.
What, if any, do you remember about a time when he had you leave, not allowing you to did not wash it off your face immediately?
There was
Objection.
Overruled.
there was a time where he did ejaculate on my face, and he told me not to wash it off and to let it harden. And I do recall him having his wardrobe stylist come in and have an entire conversation with her while I had his hardened semen on my face. And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
and I liked it. And I recall that them laughing, and I felt very humiliated. And I got up and I went to the washroom and washed it off my face.
Do you know his stylist name?
Cash Howard.
I'm showing witness only what's been marked as identification as government exhibit 68. I'm sorry, 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is his wardrobe stylist.
Is that Cash Howard?
Yes, it is.
The government offers 86.
No objection.
It's in evidence. You can publish it.
Now, you testified earlier about times where the defendant recorded you engaging in sexual contact. Where would those recordings take place?
They would take place anywhere that he wanted to have sex. So if we were in the Sprinter, if we were in a hotel room, if we were in Atlanta or Chicago in the studio, wherever we were.
And did the defendant record the engaged sexual contact using an iPad in Chicago?
Yes, he did.
While you were 17?
Yes, he did.
And how about Atlanta?
Yes, he did.
While you were 17?
Yes, he did.
And did you ever see what was on the recordings that the defendant made?
I had only seen what he would show me and what he would when he would prop the camera up and when I could see us.
And what, if any, do you recall about the defendant would show you recording that had made you of?
He would only allow me to see about 5 to 10 seconds if he was playing it back and it was of me and him, and he would boast or compliment how good we looked.
Do you recall how old you were when the recordings were made with the defendant showing you and boasted about?
Yes, I was 17 years old.
During the summer of 2015, did you come at a time when you traveled to Connecticut?
Yes, there was.
Why did you go to Connecticut?
I believe he had a couple shows that he had missed and had to make up for.
And where were the shows? What type of venue?
I believe they were in casino areas, in stadiums and festivals.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said a casino. What do you mean by that?
Well, like previously the show in Las Vegas, that was at a casino.
Okay, do you recall a specific venue for the show in Connecticut
I
that
do
you
not.
went to the summer of 2015?
I do not. I do not.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you had sexual contact with the defendant when you traveled with him to Connecticut the summer of 2015?
We were intimate.
By intimate, what do you mean?
He made passionate love to me. No, we had.
Oh Lord.
And did you ever contracted a sexually transmitted disease?
I did.
How old were you? How old were you when that happened?
I was 17.
What, if any, symptoms did you first notice?
I was Every single time we would have vaginal penetration, I would have discomfort in my pelvis and in my lower abdomen, and I had expressed it to him.
To the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what did and how did he respond?
Initially, he would joke and say that it was just because it was too big size wise, and then because he was hung like a horse, and then I comfort me, and he would give me warm washcloths to place on my stomach, and he would try to massage my stomach.
Did your symptoms subside?
They did not.
What did you do?
They got worse actually, and I got to the point where I couldn't physically even walk.
What did you do?
I had to make a doctor's appointment, which he had just booked. He had juice booked.
You mentioned Juice. Are you referring to the woman you met in Las Vegas?
Yes,
And when you said he had Juice book, who were you referring to? The
the
he in that sentence.
the defendant.
Did you then meet the with the doctor?
I did, yes.
What if any did the doctor diagnose you with?
She said that I had contracted an STD herpes,
Did she tell what type of herpes you had?
vaginal herpes.
What if any medication did she prescribe for you?
She had given me she had given me a few prescriptions actually, and I had told her that I wanted the most expensive.
One, okay.
Okay, Texas Bama, take over.
One to alleviate the pain as quick as possible. Sorry.
Did you get the prescription filled?
Yes, Juice was with me.
Where did you go?
We went to Walgreens
When you went to Walgreens, okay, in downtown, where?
in downtown Chicago.
And I'm sorry, where was the doctor located?
Downtown Chicago.
And how did you feel once you learned that you had contracted herpes?
I was devastated.
What, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant after you learned that you had contracted herpes?
I had told him, and he was agitated and said that I could have gotten that from anyone.
And what did you say?
I told him that I had only been intimate with him.
What, if any, did the defendant say about that? Whether he had previously was diagnosed with STD or a sexually transmitted disease?
He never did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
He never did.
Thank you.
You said you felt devastated. Can you explain why you felt that way?
I felt that this man had purposely given me something that he knew he had, a situation that he could have controlled.
Did the medication make the symptoms subside?
It did.
After you initially received medication, what, if any, future symptoms of the STD did you feel?
In the future, anytime I had an outbreak, I would only get prescriptions from him and his doctor.
Did you, in fact, have additional outbreaks?
I did, yes, very seldom.
You said that you would get prescription from him. Who are you referring to?
The defendant.
Do you recall where you were given?
They were the same blue pill that the female doctor had initially given me.
Do you remember what, if any, the defendant said when you had outbreaks after you were initially diagnosed?
Anytime that I asked him, he would usually make it like a joke, like, "Oh, I take one, you take one, just take one, everyone has it, like it's no big deal."
Oh, if anything, would he say about parts of your body when you had an outbreak?
We just wouldn't be intimate.
You said that you suddenly had outbreaks.
Yes.
At the beginning, how regular, how often did you have outbreaks?
In the beginning, the very first outbreak that I ever had was very intense, and every single time we just tried to be intimate after that.
Objection. No responsive.
Overruled.
Every time we tried to be intimate after that, I would continuously get an outbreak from him, and he had expressed to me, he said, "I think that your pussy is broke."
And after that, did you continue to have outbreaks as well?
I had to give it time to be able to be intimate with him, but after about a month, everything was had gone away.
And did you have outbreaks after that initial time?
Yes, I did.
You testified earlier a few rules that the defendant told you during the first trip to California. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Once you had spent a couple of months with the defendant, did you come aware of an additional rule set by the defendant?
Yes, I did.
How did you become aware of those other rules?
He had expressed them to me, and other people around him had expressed them to me.
Like who?
His assistant, people like Juice.
What were some of the rules that you learned about?
My wardrobe. I basically was only in sweats and oversized clothing. I couldn't leave my hotel room without getting in touch with him or asking an assistant. And
How, if at all, did the defendant want you to respond when you entered a room?
he wanted me to call him daddy and immediately give him a kiss.
What, if any, did the defendant tell you about your communication with your friends once you were spending time with the defendant?
He was not a big fan of it, and he didn't necessarily want me talking to them about him or us.
Back then, you were 17 years old and spending time with the defendant. Did you have social media back then?
I did.
What type of social media did you have when you were 17 years old?
I had social media on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, and Twitter.
What is Snapchat?
Snapchat is a picture and chat where you can accept your friends and family, and you can send them pictures and text messages that delete after it is opened forever.
Do you remember, without saying it, do you remember your username for your Snapchat account?
Yes, I do.
I'm showing the witness only was marked as identification government exhibit 949. Do you recognize government exhibit 949?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is my Snapchat handle.
And can we publish this only to the jury, please? Actually, I'm sorry. The government offers 949.
No objection to that. We're gonna use that to help bury her.
Okay, that's published only to the jury.
Yes, please. What, if any, did the defendant tell you about your use of social media at the age of 17?
How once I had moved to Chicago, he had told me to delete all my social media.
What, if any, explanation did he provide to you?
He just said that he didn't want me having social media.
I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification as government exhibit 325. Do you recognize what is shown in government exhibit 325?
Yes, I do.
Generally speaking, what is that?
The video where I said that I can't wait till daddy comes home. No, this is basically something in writing since I was 17 years old, and it basically expresses how I need to act, think, and be when around the defendant.
And what made you think that you had to act, think, and be around the defendant in a way that is reflected to 325?
Well, these are all things that he would say to me, and I would write them down to remember.
The government offers the government exhibit 325.
No objection to that.
May we
All
publish?
right,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that's in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
Can you read what is shown in 325 that you wrote that you were referring to?
Yes, it says, do not be goofy, extra, or act young. When told something in private or around others, do not play games when on phone with daddy. Just say I love you before I hang up. Continue to do what I always do around others. When I am alone with daddy, example, bless you, daddy. I, if he belt, bellishes,
Belches.
Belches.
belches. Trust daddy and do whatever he says, with no rebuttal, disrespect, or rebelling. Remember how to act in the beginning, bubbly and like a child, pure and with no negative intentions, and remember to stay true to who I am, humble, happy, innocent, and beautiful to Daddy, reminding him of his mother and child. Tell Daddy so he will not have to wonder and figure out what is going on with me.
When you say daddy in this note, who are you referring to?
My big daddy, the defendant.
Her
I'm
daddy.
showing I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification as government exhibit 331. Do you recognize what is shown in 331?
I do, yes.
What is that?
This is one of many notes that I would write that the defendant would tell me so that I could remember these things.
The government offers 331.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
Can you read what is shown in 331?
It says, remember to say, I will not lie or mess up at all today. Find a positive quote to say to Daddy every day. If I lie, own up, say I'm sorry, and take it back right away. Do not contemplate. Be strong and be honest. Do not be angry, prideful, selfish, or rebellious. Say
Number one.
yes. Say one thing I am thankful for every day to get rid of negative thinking. Tell Daddy one thing that I appreciate about him and continue to lift him up. Stop defending myself. Anything Daddy says is to help me. Thank him and be happy and fix the problem. Write every day, even if it's a simple sentence or just to write a thought down.
Now, you testified earlier that when you met the defendant, he told you that you were 18 when you were in fact 17.
Yes,
Did you come a time when he told the defendant your true age?
yes, there did come a time.
And how old were you when you told the defendant your true age?
I was still 17.
And what, if any, prompted you to tell him?
Summer ended and I had to go back to school for my senior year in high school
And what city were you in when you told the defendant?
in Chicago. I was in Chicago.
And do you remember where you were in Chicago? Where
Yes,
you in Chicago when you told the defendant your true age?
yes, we were in Lincoln Park.
Who was there?
The defendant and Juice were present, and of course, the driver.
And you say you were in Lincoln Park.
Yes,
Is that downtown Chicago?
it is, yes.
What happened?
I remember he had his own old school car at the time, and we had all got A1's beef, and we sat and ate hot dogs in the park. And I had to let him know that I was 17 and I was very scared. And when I told him, he slapped me in my face with an open palm, and then he walked away.
And at the time, what if any did you have? What if any did you have with you?
I believe I just had my phone.
What did you do?
I then walked away because he had walked away and he had never hit me ever before.
And what happened?
He then came back to the park to try and find me for a few hours, and I would see the sprinter circling, and I was trying to avoid him. However, it was getting really late and I was still in a city that I was not my own.
Did you eventually meet up with the defendant?
I did. He eventually saw me and called me to come with him and get back in the sprinter, and so I did.
Who, if any, was in the sprinter when you got back on?
Juice was on the sprinter.
And what happened when you got back on the sprinter?
He gave me a kiss and he said that we would figure this out. And him and Juice laughed, and he had made a comment saying that he thought that I was going to tell him something 10 times worse.
What did you do then?
He said that I had needed to get on a flight immediately back to Florida, and that he would speak with his attorneys to figure out everything.
Did you, in fact, return to Florida?
I did immediately on the next flight.
How did you stay in? How long did you stay in Florida?
Not long, probably about a week.
And what did you do when you were in Florida?
He told me exactly what to do and exactly what his attorneys had said, which was I would need to be homeschooled and living with him in Chicago.
And what, if any, did you do after he told you that?
Both he and I convinced my parents to allow me to be homeschooled and be in Chicago so that I could learn more musically.
And when you say both he and I convinced your parents, what, if any, conversation did the defendant have with your family?
He had told them that.
Objection.
Was it in your presence?
Pardon me?
Were you there when he told them whatever it is he told them?
At a later date, yes, I was.
Okay. You can only talk about conversations that you actually heard him say things. All right?
Okay.
So the objection to that is sustained.
Okay.
Were you able to convince, were your parents convinced that he could move to Chicago?
Objection.
Yes, they were.
Overruled.
Sorry.
That's all right. Overruled.
What, if any, did you do to prepare for moving to Chicago?
I had packed a few suitcases, and my mom had given the defendant a long list of things that
Extra barbecue sauce.
I would need for school, and they took the steps to get me enrolled into homeschooling.
And do you recall the name of the school you were in homeschool?
It was still for my county, which was Orange County. It was Florida, virtually online.
And using the term homeschool?
Yes.
But how will you communicate with your with your teachers during homeschooling?
Via a laptop that the defendant had to purchase.
Were you in the presence of any of your teachers?
No, not physically, no, but virtually, yes.
If any did, actually, I'm going to show the witness only what's marked as a government identification as Exhibit 475A. Do you recognize what is shown in 435A?
Yes, I do.
435A, I'm sorry. What is shown in 435A?
This is a letter that he had told me that his attorneys had needed.
Objection.
Overruled.
And it's basically saying that I would be.
Don't read it into evidence.
Sorry.
That's all right.
It's just the letter from my mother giving consent.
For you to do what?
For me to be in Chicago under a woman that he had known.
And you asked he a couple of times in the sentence. Who is the he that you're referring to?
The defendant.
And you were in what of the date of the letter was prepared?
September 19th, 2015.
How old were you then?
I was still 17.
The government offered 745A.
Any objection?
Oh, to this, no. We're going to use this to help bury her as well.
All right. That's in evidence.
And I like to publish only to the jury without reading the name, either yours or anyone else's. Can you read what is shown in 45A?
It says, we, the parents of me, give consent for me to stay with.
Junior bacon cheeseburger. Another person?
Yes, until 12/30 of 2015, December 30th, 2015. At that time, she will be under her care.
And who, if anyone, signed that letter?
My mother.
And what person on December 30th of 2015?
It was my birthday.
How old were you turning that day?
18.
I'm now showing the witness only was been marked as identification. I'm showing the witness was marked in identification government exhibit 476A. Do you recognize what is shown in government exhibit 476A?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a proper form letter of what the previous letter was.
And the one that you just read in 475A?
Yes.
And were you present for any of the letters when it was made?
Yes, I was. It had to be notarized.
And were you there where it was notarized
The Orange County clerk.
in Florida?
Yeah.
And were you present that day?
Yes, I was.
The government office 476A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. That's in evidence.
And may I publish it to the jury briefly?
Yes.
Now, in both 475A and 476A, there's the individual listed as who you are be caring for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the individual's daughter?
Yes, I do.
And who is the individual's daughter?
Juice.
The one the defendant introduced you in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
What, if any, do you do with the documents shown in 475A and 476A?
The defendant needed them for his attorney.
How did you know that?
He expressed to me that he needed it.
So what did you do?
I had given them to him when I had returned back to Chicago.
So did you in fact then return to Chicago?
I did, yes.
And how did you get back to Chicago?
His assistant had booked me my travel.
And who paid for that?
The defendant.
Now you return. Now when you return, do you remember, by the way, approximately when you went back to Chicago?
I do not.
You testified earlier that you told the defendant that you were in fact 17 because you had just get back to your senior year. Is that right?
Yes.
And when did you do your senior year begin?
I don't remember the exact month that it had been in because I had been already late because I had stayed in Chicago. However, I did attend high school for a week before I was pulled out of school.
Okay, do you know it's just approximately when, then what season does school start?
Fall.
Okay, do you remember what season it was when you returned to Chicago?
Possibly September.
Okay, of 2015?
Yes.
And how old were you then?
Still 17.
Did you stay in Chicago when you returned to Chicago?
We did go to Chicago and also Atlanta.
Did you go on tour with the defendant?
I did, yes.
Do you remember the name of the tour?
It was his, I believe, buffet tour.
And when you say that you went on tour with the defendant, what does that mean, or what do you mean by that?
By this time, because I was living with the defendant, he had expressed to me that he wanted me to be closer to him, and we had traveled via tour bus.
And so previously you testified that you would fly from city to city to see the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a change now that you will travel by tour bus from city to city.
Yes.
What will you do when you arrive at a particular stop on the tour?
Do you mean like a pit stop or?
A stop for a show. Would you attend the show?
Sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. No.
And what will you do if you weren't attending the show?
I would stay on the tour bus, or I would see him before or after his show backstage.
And by him, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
You mentioned that you were on a tour bus. Who, if any, was on the tour bus with you?
For the most part, it was me and him. However, sometimes Juice would be on the bus.
And who drove the tour bus?
His driver of the tour bus at the time.
Did you learn his driver's name?
Yes.
How did you learn the driver's name?
From the defendant.
Were you introduced to the driver?
I was not, no.
What was the driver's name that the defendant, how did the defendant refer to the driver?
As Top Gun.
I'm showing the witness only what's marked as identification government exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is shown in 17?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is his tour bus driver.
Top Gun?
Yes, it is.
The government offers government exhibit 17.
No objection.
That's in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. Now, Were there a bathroom on the tour bus?
Yes, there were 2.
Could you use them?
Yes, I could.
What, if any, would you do after you use the toilet on the tour bus?
I would have to knock before I could leave the washroom.
And by knock, what do you mean?
I would have to knock on the door until he would say, "Come on," before I could leave the restroom.
So you were inside the restroom when you were knocking.
Yes,
When you said he, who are you referring to?
the defendant.
What, if any, sexual contact did you have with the defendant while you were traveling on the tour bus when you were 17 years old?
We would have oral sex and vaginal penetration.
Were those encounters ever recorded?
Yes, they were.
Who recorded them?
The defendant.
With what?
His iPads.
Miss Getty. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Miss Geddes, it's almost 1 o'clock. This will be a good time to stop.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case at all, but we'll be back here at 2:15 and enjoy your lunches.
All rise.
Everybody can have a seat. Let's take the witness. We'll see you after lunch. All right. Anything before we break for lunch?
Nothing from the government.
I know this is probably a pointless question, but do you know about how much more you have with the witness?
I think we're going about halfway through.
Okay. I also just want to advise the parties that we'll take both days of Rosh Hashanah. I don't know what that is. Okay. Jewish holiday. The question then
Jewish
is,
holiday.
okay, I didn't know if I was pronouncing it right or whatever, how you pronounce it. The question then is, although I think the jurors have really arranged their schedules around this Friday off, so I think we'll stick with the plan of when there's not a holiday during the week, we'll take the Friday off. All right?
I'm sorry. I did have one thing to raise. I'm sorry.
Sure. Which is away from a getaway. Go ahead.
The witness, there are 2 questions that I will ask her that a truthful answer will call for her to reference the defendant prior trial and the nature of those charges. The first, which I haven't asked her yet, which was, where did you tell the defendant that you were 18 when you were in fact 17? Her answer to that, she was aware of the fact that he had probably been charged with sexual exploitation of a minor. In addition, when we return, I anticipate that this witness is going to testify about letters that the defendant had her write, including numerous falsehoods of embarrassing mentions. And she will testify that the one occasion that the defendant explained that she was doing this was in fact to protect him. And so the past was not repeated, and he will reference conversation with his attorney. I asked that I know how much of this will come out, but I asked that she would be permitted to testify truthfully in response to these questions, and that we not limit her answer.
Well, I think I made a similar ruling. I don't think you actually ever asked a question with the prior witness. And I think we had come to sort of an agreement, but that Mr. Canick, I don't know in your views have changed on that.
I don't think it has, Your Honor, but I would certainly discuss it with my team. The other thing, Your Honor.
Into the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. I might have issues with the verbiage that the government intends on explicitly in terms of sexual exploitations of a minor. Frankly, I don't know what the specific charges are.
I think Ms. Geddes was just speaking generally. I mean, you can either do it by leading the witness a little bit through that, or just refer generally that he had this prior. However, you plan to refer it without calling it sexual exploitation of a minor.
I think that's what he actually charged with, but she's not going to say that at all.
All right. So after lunch, why don't you just give us a heads up about what that might be? And then, like I say, I think this is the same ruling I made the last time. So I don't think much has changed, but let us know after the break.
I will.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All
All
right.
rise. Wait a minute. What is...
Everybody can have a seat. Are we ready for the witness? Oh, I know we're going to, did you all figure out what it is?
We haven't, but let me just tell the defendant.
Okay. Okay, so we've resolved whatever. It wasn't even a dispute. You're both on the same page about how the witness is going to describe this.
I think so. I just wanted to ask counsel one more thing.
I'm assuming you've worked this out.
We're fine.
All right. If you need me, let me know. All right. Let's get the witness and then let's get the jury.
Oh, Your Honor, we may use a board on the easel. Is that okay with the court?
I don't, well, not my problem, I guess, but I don't understand how you're going to use it. Who can see it?
We're hoping the jury.
But it's facing here. Oh, okay. Let's get the jury.
Your Honor, can we approach for one small matter?
With the court reporter?
Yes, please.
All rise. You may be seated.
Your Honor, I just received an email conveyed by our officer that the court reporter or the court sketch, not court sketchers, sketch artist wanted to know if she could be blurring the face of the individuals who will testify under pseudonyms. We would support that. We would support that they be blurred just for further protection of their identities. Although I'll be candid, those.
You can't tell that from the sketches anyway.
I don't disagree with you anyhow.
Sketches look like sketches look like Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse.
You realize that sometimes these transcripts get released. I'm not going to weigh in on that. First of all, I don't think that, at least it's my hope that nobody can tell who you are from those sketches. So I think that's not that big of a deal.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you had a good lunch. We're ready to resume with the direct examination of the witness. Go ahead.
The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
When you first started living with the defendant and after you moved back to Chicago in 2015, who, if any, from the high school did you stay in touch with?
I stayed in touch with Malik and a friend of mine named Maya
How did you stay in touch with them?
via text message through Snapchat.
I want to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit.
Your
Spitfire,
Honor.
talk a little higher, please. Spitfire.
You said what?
That you're low.
I'm low again?
You was. You're okay now.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I have that answer read back to me, please?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you remember what, if any, did the defendant on October 2nd of 2015?
No.
I'm showing that the witness what's been marked as Identification Government Exhibit 205A. I'm showing the witness what is marked as Identification Government Exhibit 205A. Do you recognize what is shown in 205A?
Yes, I do.
Does this refresh your recollection as to what happened on October 2nd in 2015?
Yes.
What happened that day?
I had expressed to a friend of mine that he had nutted, ejaculated inside of me.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
You said, did you tell your friend that because this, in fact, what happened on that day?
Yes, it did.
And when do you recall where you were in early October 2015?
I do not know.
What, if any, do you recall happening on October 4th, 2 days later on the same year?
I do not recall.
I'm showing the witness only was marked in identification as Government Exhibit 205D. And actually, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right. I thought you wanted a sidebar.
Oh, no. Does looking at 205D refresh your recollection as to what, if any, happened on October 5th in 2015 or October 4th, 2015?
Yes.
What happened?
I had a conversation between a friend. It was describing how an abortion, the procedure for an abortion.
Why were you having the conversation with your friend?
Because he had ejaculated inside of me.
And what, if any, were you concerned about?
Because pregnancy, because he had not used protection ever.
Do you recall having a conversation with your defendant about what he would do if you were in fact pregnant?
I do.
How did the defendant react?
He did in fact say that he would want me to get an abortion because he wanted me to keep my body tight.
And how, if at all, did the defendant say your age was a factor in that decision?
My age was a factor.
What did he say?
He said that if I was any other age, it wouldn't make a difference.
How old were you then?
I was 17.
How did you feel when you believed that you might be pregnant and might have to get an abortion?
I was scared.
The government offered 205A, 205D.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And just to be clear, do you recall who you were talking to about this?
It was either Maya or Malik.
May I publish 205A?
Yes. Jury only.
Jury only, please. And there is a several blurb here. Who wrote that's reflected there?
I wrote those messages.
And what is the date on which of these were sent?
October 3rd, 2015.
And can you hear what's written here, where my pen is pointed?
I said, he nutted in me before his show today.
And again, you're referring to the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And what did you mean by the term nutted?
He had ejaculated inside of me.
How about what did you mean by his show?
Before his performance.
And again, for the jury only, may I publish 205D?
Yes.
Where I'm pointing my pen, well, let me start with on the first page. Who sent those text messages?
I sent those text messages.
On what date?
October 5th, 2015.
And where's my pen is, what does it say?
It says, I'm going to kill myself.
And what did you send after that?
The procedure of how an abortion is done.
Were those photos of that?
Yes, it was.
And I'm now turning to the fourth page of 205D. Can you, again, who wrote these and who sent these text messages after this page 4 of 205D?
I did.
Can you read what you wrote where my pen is pointed?
Yes, I said, I can't go through with this.
What were you referring to?
An abortion.
How were my pen pointed at? Can you read that?
He nutted in me today.
And now, just for the record, who were you referring to by he in that sentence?
The defendant.
And how about here? Can you read that where my pen is pointed?
But he said we can look into that abortion stuff because he wants to keep my body right and tight.
And now turning to the 18th page of 205D. Can you read where my pen is pointed?
Now, if I was 18,
And below that,
he wouldn't care about the baby, speaking that I'm 17.
what did you mean by that?
He had expressed to me, had it been any other age, that he would have wanted to start a family.
And again, just for the record, he wrote the text message shown on page 8.
I sent these messages.
And I'm showing you page 6 of that. There are some text messages in gray and some in blue. What does this gray indicate regarding who sent those?
Me.
And how about the blue?
That is whom I was speaking to.
And I want to direct your attention to page 5. Do you see where my pen is pointed?
Yes.
Who does that say?
It says tell Maya.
Does that refresh your recollection as to who you were talking to in the text message?
Yes.
Who is it?
Malik.
And how do you know that?
Because I told her to tell Maya.
And online up there, is it like FR?
Like for real.
Can we get a break for a second? I got to show something, please.
Okay.
And the other Asriel is back now. I mean, the other Jane Doe.
Okay, so I can go off.
Yeah.
What page y'all on?
I got to show something.
887, line 1.
I didn't hear you. 887?
Line
Line
1.
1.
You just started that.
Okay, let me play this first, y'all.
Okay.
Hold on.
I mean,
Stop.
he's innocent. I mean, FBI came with the same charges. Homeland Security came with the same fucking charges. He's innocent. I mean, FBI came with the same charges. Homeland Security came with the same fucking charges. Racketeering, child pornography, child pornography. Like, damn, I thought y'all was the smart ones, but y'all still doing the same shit, the same 2008 trial that he was acquitted on. But okay, you're the smart ones. Okay, great. Just keep doing your job. But Robert, that's my baby. And I'm always be by his side because I love him. And when you find somebody that you love, you're going to love them unconditionally and that you're going to be loyal to them. And that's not called being brainwashed, baby. That's loyalty. Okay, maybe you need to learn what loyalty is. So I'm going to be in New York. I'm going to be at court. And look, I'm going to be staring at the back of his head so hard because I'll be like, oh, boy, I can't wait for you to get home. I can't wait for you to get home. Because at the end of the day, I love him. That's who he's innocent. I mean, FBI came with the same charges. Homeland Security came with the same fucking charges. Racketeering, child pornography. Like, damn, I thought y'all was the smart ones, but y'all still doing the same shit, the same 2008 trial that he was acquitted on. But okay, you're the smart ones. Okay.
All right, I just wanted to show that.
Wow.
I just
crazy.
Since we were reading that, I was like, okay, let me just play that one so it refreshes some of you guys' memory. Because, it's been a while. Had to refreshen it.
Okay, can I take a break? Because my food is coming and I need to.
I know that's right.
Okay, Texas Grandma, can you take that spot?
Who's she taking?
This is at the beginning of the page. I figure it's a time for me to break.
Taking Spitting Fire.
She gonna take Spitting Fire.
Yeah, because I'm playing Miss Geddes right now.
Okay.
Right, because I was
I think we fell off for a second. Hold on, give her time to come back.
You want
Well, you could take it. You could take Miss Geddes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so she's the original Miss Geddes anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can have your spot back, baby.
Do you have anybody extra?
Right, you need to take a break too?
Yeah.
I'm looking for my girl from yesterday. She was so good. Where's she at? Do you know who I'm talking about? She sent it. I sent her the link. Hold on a second.
We can go on until she comes or whatever.
Okay. All right.
Stephanie Bama said it kicked her out.
Okay, I'm going back in here. Hold on. All right, yeah, you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
What did you mean by that?
Like, for real?
FR stands for real.
Yes.
What was the number? Okay, where were you at? I'm sorry.
887 line 1.
Line 5.
887 what?
Line 5.
Line
Okay,
5.
I got you.
And above there, you also referred to a Plan B pill. What did you mean by a Plan B pill?
That is a pill that you take immediately after someone has ejaculated inside of you.
Now, did you ultimately learn whether or not you were pregnant in October of 2015?
I was not.
You testified earlier about the defendant wanting you to limit communication about him and you with your friends. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Why were you able to communicate with your friends about what was going on between you and the defendant in those text messages?
Okay, guys, somebody got the noise going in the background. Could y'all mute your phone, please? I'm gonna boot. If you don't mute. Okay, I'm booting. Sorry, I had to boot because you're making noise. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
Say that line again.
Why were you able to communicate with your friend about what was going on between you and the defendant in those text messages?
I would delete the text messages out of my phone, and I had told both of them never to text me unless I was to text them first.
And why did you do that?
Because I knew that the defendant was very controlling about who I spoke to and what I spoke about.
Were there certain times when the defendant would spend more time away from you?
Yes.
Where would that occur?
It would just depend on the city that we were in and his schedule.
And were there any cities that you recall where the defendant was less likely to be around you and more likely to be somewhere else?
Not necessarily, no, if I was with him.
Okay, in those text messages, were you referred Plan B? What did you understand the purpose of a Plan B pill to be?
It would kill whatever possibility of life.
And was the purpose so you would continue to be pregnant?
Yes.
Now, in those text messages, do you recall that your testimony earlier today about those trips to California?
I do.
And while you were 17, did you take additional trips to California with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember where you traveled to?
I do not.
Do you remember what the purpose of the travel was for?
He had shows.
And while you were traveling to California to see the defendant or to accompany the defendant while he performed at his shows, do you recall whether or not any of your sexual contact with the defendant was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it recorded with
An iPad that was in his possession at all times?
and that was when you were 17?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall sending your friends on October 19, 2015?
I don't recall.
I'm showing the witness what's marked for identification as government exhibit 205F. Do you recognize what's shown in 205F?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what, if anything, you sent to your friends on October 19th, 2015?
I do, yes.
What did you send your friends?
I sent them pictures of me and the defendant.
Why did you do that?
Because I just needed someone else to have proof just in case anything happened.
And you say you were concerned in case something happened. Do you remember what type of phone you had back then?
At this time, I had an iPhone that the defendant had paid for.
Do you remember when you got that iPhone?
When I left to be homeschooled earlier that year,
And what, if anything, did the defendant say about that iPhone?
he made me put a passcode on it, but he was to know the passcode at all times.
Do you still have that iPhone?
I do not.
Why not?
The defendant broke it.
And I want to direct, well, the government offers 205F.
Any objection?
May I see it?
May I? Oh, I'm sorry.
No objection.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Whose writing is in gray?
Me.
And right here where my pen is, what did you write?
I said, keep these.
What are you referring to?
The photographs that I sent.
Now where my pen is pointing, that first photograph on 205F, what is that?
That is the defendant.
Who took the picture?
I took the picture.
Where did you take it?
He was actually shooting the cover art for his Buffet Tour album cover art.
And the buffet tour was the one that you were on when you returned to live with the defendant after you started homeschooling, is that right?
Yes.
And turning to page 2 where my pen is pointing, what is that a photograph of?
That is the photograph that the defendant took of me and him.
Do you recall where you were?
Yes, we were in a fitting room at the studio that he was shooting his cover album.
And I'm sorry, what was the room that you were in?
It was a fitting room where we would change.
And is that you on the right?
Yes, it is.
How old are you?
I was 17 years old.
And how about where my pen is pointing here and here? Who are in those photos?
That is me and the defendant.
Was that taken in the same location?
Yes, it is.
And how about this one where my pen is pointed?
Yes, that is me and the defendant.
Same place?
Yes.
And finally, I'm going to turn to the last page where my pen is pointed. Who is that in the photograph of?
Me and the defendant.
Do you remember where that was taken?
It was the same day.
It appeared to be a different clothing. It appears to be different in clothing. How's that?
Oh no, he had changed his outfit.
And was that as the shoot that you was going on?
Yeah, he had multiple looks.
Now, do you recall where you were on November 14th of 2015 and where you were going?
No, I do not.
The government, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as 205I. Can you take a look at that and let us know if that refreshes your recollection as to where you had been and where you were going?
Yes.
Where had you been?
I had been to LA and Vegas.
Do you recall why you were in Los Angeles and Las Vegas?
Yes, he had shows.
And where were you going?
Back to Chicago.
And can you take another look at that?
Yeah, we were in Chicago, sorry.
Where were you going?
To New York.
When were you scheduled to leave for New York?
The next day.
And what is the date of these?
November 14, 2015.
The government offers 205I. Mr. Canick? No objection.
No objection. I'm sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, those are in evidence.
By the way, did you wear glasses back then?
Defendant. I mean,
I did.
witness.
What type of glasses? Can you describe the glasses that you wore?
I had a few large frames and I had a few small rectangular size frames.
Was the defendant aware of your friends Malik, who you exchanged those text messages with?
Objection.
Objection.
Are you objecting?
No, no, no.
Yes.
She's supposed to answer before the court.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was.
Are you objecting?
Yes.
Oh, can you do it so I can hear you? Thanks. The objection is overruled.
Was the defendant aware of your friend Malik?
He was.
What, if anything, did you tell him about your friend Malik?
I had told him that she was my cousin.
Why did you tell the defendant that Malik was Malik your cousin?
She is not.
Why did you tell the defendant that she was your cousin?
I felt that if I told him that she was a family member, that he would allow me to stay in communication with her.
And I am showing you what's been marked for identification as 205J. Do you recognize what's shown in 205J?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a video from my best friend, Mia.
And how did you react when you received that video?
I was anxious.
How had you received that video?
Through text message.
And what about receiving the video made you anxious?
Because the defendant had the passwords to my phone and he would check my phone and he didn't really allow me to talk to them.
And what, if anything, how did you respond to your friend after you received that video?
I told her that she couldn't do it.
And why did you tell your friend that she couldn't do that?
Because he checks my phone.
The government offers 205J.
No objection.
Okay,
Can we publish this, please?
go ahead. Jury only.
Yes, jury only, please. I want to direct your attention to this, indicating where my pen is pointing. What is shown there?
It's a video of my friend Mia.
And where my pen is now pointing, what is there?
It is a text from me.
And what did you say in your text message? Can you read it?
You know, y'all can't do that because he checked my phone.
And when you saw, y'all can't do that, who were you referring to? Who was the you in that?
The defendant.
We're on 897, line 14.
Mm-hmm.
Line 14.
Oh, sorry. Malik and Mia.
And were these your friends from high school?
Yes.
And when you said he checked my phone, who was the he in the sentence?
The defendant.
And turning to the second page, can you read this blue entry indicating where my pen is pointed?
What he gonna say if he see the video?
And how did you respond right below?
He gonna be like, why is that your BF when you said you be texting your cousin?
Who did you mean, who did you mean by BF there? What did you mean by BF?
Best friend.
And what were you saying in this particular text message?
Meaning that he only allowed me to talk to Malik because I told her that she was family. However, Mia, he did not want me communicating with her.
And can you read? I turned the page to page 3. Can you read the response on page 3?
I just don't want to have to block your number because he think I'm being immature. That's why I deleted apps and everyone's number because I got to show some age now that I'm with a 48-year-old. Doing so has me grow out of a lot of young habits. Just don't want to ruin the one shot I have at being able to talk to you.
And when you're referring a 48-year-old, who were you referring to?
The defendant.
And finally, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as 205M. Do you recognize what's shown in 205M?
I do.
And I'm going to turn the page to 2. Can you take a look at that for a moment?
Yes, I do.
Generally speaking, what is shown in this particular exhibit?
Basically, me texting and saying that certain things that they can't do because it would get me caught up.
And what is that you don't want your friends to do?
They couldn't text me or reach out to me like without me doing so first.
And when you said it would get you caught up, what did you mean by that?
Meaning, like, I would get into all. It would cause an altercation between me and the defendant.
And turning to page 1, can you tell what the dates of these communications were?
January 8, 2016.
The government offers 205M.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that comes into evidence.
And I am turning to page 2.
Is this just for the jury?
Yes, just for the jury.
Make sure you let me know.
I'm sorry. Yes. Can you read what you wrote? Is the gray text messages that you sent?
Yes.
Can you read what you wrote there?
Texting you will get me caught up.
And where my text message, or I'm sorry, where my pen is pointing now, indicating, what does that say?
You got to learn how to use code, baby girl.
That's what baby G is?
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
Meaning that there was a specific way that she should be able to talk to me. And if it wasn't like everyday stuff, then she couldn't text me.
And by everyday stuff, what are you referring to?
Like if it wasn't just her saying, how are you, or how are your nails, or how's your hair, if it wasn't what we would call it innocent stuff, then I wasn't able to talk to them about anything personal.
And who are you referring to when you say he?
The defendant.
You testified earlier that you were concerned because if the defendant had learned about these text communications, there would be an altercation. What did you mean by that?
In 2015, the defendant had introduced me into what he would call chastising.
And what are chastising, or what do you mean by chastising?
Spankings.
We'll talk about that in a moment. Now, in the beginning of the time that you spent with the defendant, what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about other females in his life?
The defendant did tell me that he had multiple women and girlfriends.
How did you react to that?
I was okay with that.
What, if anything, did you eventually learn about his relationships with those other females?
I had learned that they were actually all living together.
How did you learn?
I had learned from the defendant.
In what way?
When we were in Atlanta and anywhere that we would be, I had at the studio and in Atlanta, he had a guest house in which they all lived there.
And by they, who are you generally referring to? Are you referring to the other females that you just mentioned?
Yes.
Do you recall when you learned that the defendant was living with other females?
I do, yes.
When was it?
It was in Atlanta.
And approximately how long had you been spending time with the defendant at the time that you learned that he was living with other females?
It was in 2015.
Do you remember how long it was, though, that you had been with this defendant?
Probably about 4 or 5 months.
And how old were you there?
I was 17.
And by then, were you still having sexual contact with the defendant?
I was, yes.
Without using full names, who did you learn was living with the defendant at that time?
Neek, Juice, Joy, and V.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 69B. Do you recognize 69B?
Yes, I do.
What is 69B?
This is Neek.
The government offers 69B.
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence.
May I publish?
To the jury only.
No, you can publish. And I'm showing the witness only what's now been marked for identification as 69C. And before I do you know Neek's first and last name?
I do.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 69C. On top, is that the same photograph that was just shown in 69B?
It is, yes.
And below, there is a name. Is that the name that you know to be the first and last name of Neek?
It is, yes.
The government offers 69C and would ask the court that the court publish it to the jury only.
No objection.
Okay.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 52B, as in boy. Do you recognize what's shown in 52B?
I do.
Who is that?
That's Jews.
The government offers 52B.
No objection.
In evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
And I am now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 52C. And before I do you know the first and last name of Juice?
I do.
I am showing you 52C. On top, is that the name? Is that the same photograph shown in 52B?
It is.
And below that, is that the first and last name that you know of Juice, who is shown in 52B and C?
Yeah, it is.
The government offers 52C and asks that it be published to the jury only.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 72. Do you recognize 72?
I do.
Who is 72?
V.
Government offers 72.
No objection.
That's in evidence.
May we publish?
Yes.
And I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 78. Do you recognize 78?
I do.
Who is that?
Joy.
And do you know the government offers 78?
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. It's in evidence.
May I publish?
Is that to go to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
And do you know Joy's first and last name?
I do.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 78A. And where my pen is indicating, is that the same photograph that was just shown in Government Exhibit 78?
It is.
And below that, is that the first and last name of Joy?
Yes.
The government offers 78 and asks that to be published to the jury only.
No objection.
Okay. That's in.
Now, you testified earlier that you found out that the defendant was living with multiple females about 4 or 5 months in.
Yes.
How old were you when that happened?
I was 17.
And so, when you say 4 or 5 months, do you mean 4 or 5 months from when you started, when you met the defendant?
Objection.
What did you mean by 4 or 5 months?
Well, I had initially met all of them from time to time. However, I did not know that they were his girlfriends that he was living with.
When did you learn, though, that he was living with them in relation to when you first met the defendant?
About 4 to 5 months after meeting him.
Now, did you continue to spend time with the defendant after you learned that he was living with these other females?
I did.
What, if any, rules did the defendant set with respect to how you should interact with these other females?
He told me to listen to whatever they said because it was basically coming from him.
And how much if any, information did you understand you should be sharing with these individuals, these women that he was living with?
I could not share any of my personal information with them.
And how did you know that?
The defendant had told me that.
Now, through your testimony today, you've testified about certain rules that the defendant wanted you to follow. What, if anything, would happen if you did not follow one of those rules?
I would be chastised,
And what do you mean again by chastising?
meaning that he would spank me.
Did you like it?
I'm looking like, where'd that come from?
Look, like, did she just skip a line?
I'm like, where is that? I done went back up like, wait a minute. Woo.
Oh, shit. Okay, go.
Who used the word
She
chastise?
does that sometimes too. She did me like that a few times.
Okay, what line we on? You know what I mean? What line we on?
So got us all.
Line 10. Who used the word chastising?
The defendant.
Were there others? Were there other things that might happen if you didn't follow one of the defendant's rules?
Yes.
What?
Sometimes, occasionally, I would be left in a room or my phone would be taken, or sometimes I would receive a punishment if it was a drastic rule that I had broken.
I want to start with chastisement and spankings. Do you recall the first time that the defendant spanked you?
I do.
Where do you recall that happening?
It was in Atlanta, Georgia.
How old were you?
I was 17.
And what do you remember happening?
I remember him saying that he has protocols and rules that need to be followed, and that a chastising was only to help me be better and remember the small things just in case I was not remembering the things to do.
And did you know what the defendant meant when he used the word chastising?
No, I did not.
How did you learn it?
I asked him what it was.
What did he say?
He said that it was just a spanking to help me remember.
And I think you testified that it was in Atlanta, the first time that the defendant spanked you. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were you in Atlanta? And where in Atlanta were you?
we were in a hotel, I believe the Hyatt.
And what, if anything, do you remember about that particular hotel room?
I remember that we were in a room and the number was 407. And I thought that it was so bizarre because my area code for my cell phone number was 407.
So that was the number of the hotel room?
Yes.
Now, do you recall what rule, or do you recall what prompted the defendant to tell you about these chastisements and to spank you that day in room 407 in Atlanta?
I did something that he didn't like, and he said that it was time to teach me about the protocols and chastising.
As you sit here today, do you know what it was that you did that the defendant didn't like?
I do not recall.
Can you describe specifically what the defendant did when he spanked you?
He did make me take off my underwear. I was wearing a dress, and he did spank me 3 times, open palm.
And how were you positioned when he spanked you?
I was facing the left, and I was standing up, and my butt was facing his palm.
How often did the defendant spank you during the time that you spent with him?
I would get chastised nearly every 2 to 3 days.
And when you say chastise, what are you referring to?
Spanking.
You testified that first time the defendant spanked you 3 times. Did the number of spankings change from particular incident to another incident?
Yes, they did.
How, if at all, would you know how many spankings the defendant was going to give you?
He would always tell me beforehand and to prepare. What would he do? Oh, sorry.
What would he do?
He would tell me how many spankings I would have to take, and he would just tell me to just be ready.
Other than spankings, did the defendant ever physically hurt you?
Yes, he did.
I'm sorry, but this just sounds like he.
This is coaching.
Exactly. This don't even
I
sound right.
promise I'm
Would he
reading it.
have
I'm like, oh my
sex?
goodness.
Some women
This is crazy.
spanked on their ass when they have
That's
sex.
but you can see. I don't understand how the jury can't tell
This is
that this
leading.
is damn coached.
Oh my goodness. She's leading her into all these
And the judge is
responses.
allowing
Mhm.
everything that she's
And
done.
Everything. I'm like, wow.
Object, she's overruled. Overruled. And
And
it's like this is
how is it?
leading. I wouldn't even want to object no more because every time you object, it's gonna be overruled.
That's what he said. That's what he said earlier.
Shit.
And how is it any videos of them having sex when they ain't got no videos?
Ain't no video. This is all hearsay.
None.
So are
Right.
they planning on bringing out the videos after everything is laid up?
Well,
I'm
I
I
mean,
doubt it.
confused right
I
now
don't even
because,
think they're having them.
like,
They have to submit it.
like, do y'all hear her responses? It's like so small. Like, yes, yes. And it's like the lawyer, the prosecutor asking the most questions, but it's like you're answering the questions you asking.
Shit,
right.
exactly.
the
You're
lawyers could
leading
ask
her.
her
You
if
is
she'd like
leading
to
her
You
into
lead
submit
the
me
it.
into
answer.
this stuff because there's plenty of times she's like, I do not recall. Well, let me help you out a little bit.
Right?
Right.
I'm just confused because I was wondering when Joy was coming. I'm like, where's Joy in all this? I'm like, wasn't she there first, and then now she done
Yeah.
introduced her.
And
But
it's
I'm
pretty
like, if
funny
he
that every time they ask, it's how old were you? 17. How old were
17,
you? 17. How
17,
old were you?
Mm-hmm.
17. You ain't
mm,
never changed. We just stuck in this 17 phase forever, huh?
Right. Because you only 17
exactly.
for 12 damn months, God damn it.
Can't have
But
that.
I swear to
Okay,
God,
people.
She said,
I was 17 for 5 years.
I need to take a break.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
we
feel
get back
like
to
this,
the
we got
reading.
a little on track, but this is questionable.
Can we get back to the reading, please?
Okay.
I forgot where we're at.
We had rights
You're on
and
number 11. Number 11.
Number 11 on page 912.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. The first time that happened was probably. Oh, that's you. Do you recall the first time that
That's right.
happened?
The first time that happened was probably in Atlanta, Georgia.
And let me back up a moment regarding your testimony about the spankings. You testified the first time that you had taken off your underwear. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were those spankings that happened subsequently by the defendant? Did you always have your underwear off?
yes,
Can you describe to the jury how hard the defendant would spank you?
yes. He would leave bruises and sometimes like it would make my skin tear.
So then she
Wow.
should have marks.
Mm-mm.
How did it make you feel?
She got.
Terrible.
Did it hurt?
It would, yes.
Before I interrupt you, you were about to test. You were about to testify about the first time the defendant physically hurting you, other than these spankings, and think you testified that you were in Atlanta. Do you recall what started the particular incident?
He had received a text message.
Did you see the text message?
He showed me, yes.
Who did the defendant tell you the text message was from?
He said that it was from a man by the name of Devon.
And did you see the text message itself?
I did, yes.
What was the text message?
It was my name and a rat emoji.
At the time that text message, or that you saw that text message, did you know who Devon was?
I did not.
What happened after the defendant received that text message?
He had taken my phone and asked me who had I been talking to.
And backing up one moment, you testified that this happened in Atlanta. Do you recall how old you were?
I was 17.
What, if anything, did the defendant say when he took your phone?
He said that I had 30 seconds to be honest and to puke. And if I left out any small detail, that it would go up in that room.
Now, when you said he told you that you had 30 seconds to be honest and to puke, what did you mean by that?
Meaning, like, to tell him whom I had been talking to and to be completely honest with him.
And when you said that you had 30 seconds to do that or it would go up in the room, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that there would be no chastising, meaning that it would really be a physical altercation.
How did you respond?
I was honest, and I did leave out details, and he did begin to physically hit me.
What were you honest? What did you tell the defendant?
I told him that I had been talking to Mia.
Who is Mia again?
Mia she was my best friend at the time.
You said that you left out details. What did you what did you what do you recall leaving out?
I told him I had left out that we had been intimate and that I had expressed that to Mia.
I'm sorry. So what did you not tell the defendant?
I did not tell him that we were being intimate.
That who was being intimate?
Me and the defendant.
Okay, who had you told that you and the defendant were intimate?
I had told my best friend Mia.
Okay, and did you leave out the fact that you had told Mia that you and the defendant had been intimate?
Yes, I did.
How did the defendant respond?
He began to hit me.
What happened after that?
He continuously began to hit me. And in between it, he would ask me, "Are you ready to be honest?" And I would say, "I don't know what you're talking about." And he would continue to hit me.
How was he hitting you?
He was hitting me with open palm, with a closed palm, and with a closed palm.
Where are where on your body was he hitting you?
Objection to the leading.
Court?
Court,
Well, where was he hitting you is not leading?
On your body is.
Well, it's not overruled.
he hit me all over. He would hit me in the face, in my arms, on my butt, all over my body.
What happened?
I continued to not be honest with him. And then he went in his closet and grabbed one of his Air Force One shoes.
What, if anything, did he do with one of his shoes?
He continued to hit me until I finally broke.
What did he use to hit you then?
An Air Force One, size 12.
Do you remember where on your body he hit you?
He hit me all over.
With the shoe?
Yes.
How, if at all, did you react when the defendant was hitting you with the shoe?
I was running from him in our master bedroom in Atlanta. I remember we were in a restroom and somehow we all ended up all the way in the master bedroom and I was trying to run from him and fight back, but I'm literally no match.
How tall are you?
I'm 4'11".
Do you remember how much you weighed back then in 2015?
I was about 98 pounds.
How tall is the defendant?
He is 6 foot.
How did the end? What happened?
After that, I admitted to everything and I did tell him that I told Mia that we had been intimate and he told me how we would fix it. And then he told Juice to come in my bedroom and he told her to run your sister a bath water.
Now, you said that the defendant said how you would fix it. What did the defendant say to do?
He then told me to text Mia and he told me exactly what to say to Mia in the text message.
Did you do that?
I did, yes.
You said that Juice then ran a bath for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that happen?
It happened in our master bedroom.
And when you say your master bedroom, what are you referring to? What residence was that?
At the big house.
In Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know where Juice was when the defendant was assaulting you?
I do not know.
Do you know where the defendant went when did Juice in fact run the bath?
Yes, she did.
Do you know where the defendant went when Juice came and ran you a bath?
Yes, she did.
Do you eventually meet an individual named Devin?
Years later, yes.
Do you remember approximately when you met him?
I met him, I believe, in the year 2020.
What, if anything, did Devin show you?
Devin had shown me the same text, which was the last text that he had sent the defendant.
And what was that text? And what was in the text?
It was my name with a rat emoji.
You testified that at times the defendant had you stay in a room. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you remember the first time that the defendant had you stay in a room?
it was in 2015.
What happened?
It was in the previous evidence that you had showed where he said that I could not leave the room.
Can you describe what location that was?
I do not recall, but I do know that we were on the West Coast.
Okay, do you remember what prompted him to tell you that you couldn't leave the room?
No, he had expressed that it was a rule of his.
Okay, so let me back up. I think you testified earlier that one of the ways, if you broke a rule, one thing that the defendant sometimes did was had you stay in a room. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
Come a time when the defendant, in fact, made you stay in a room because you had broken a rule?
yes,
Do you remember the first time that that happened?
yes.
Where did that happen?
That happened in Chicago
Where in Chicago?
at the studio on Ohio Street.
And do you remember what led to that?
Yes.
What happened?
I had gone shopping with Juice and she had tried to convince me to get sweats in a size large and I had got them in an extra small and he had told me that anything that came from her was coming from him and I didn't listen to her.
And when you said he told you that anything that came from her was coming from him, who is the him in that sentence?
The defendant,
And who is the her in the sentence?
Juice.
Do you recall whether or not what size sweats you bought that day?
I did buy extra small from Hollister.
What is Hollister?
Hollister is a clothing store for like a lot of teens.
What happened? Do you remember where you went after you went shopping that day?
Yes, we went back to the studio.
The studio on Ohio Street?
Yes.
What happened when you got back to the studio?
I had tried my clothes. I had tried on my clothes like I usually do after I was done shopping and I tried on my sweats and
Who, if anyone, was present for when you tried on your sweats?
him and Juice were present.
The defendant and Juice?
Yes.
What happened?
He had saw the sweats on me and he wasn't happy. And he then said, "Didn't Juice tell you to get a size large?" And I said, "Yes."
You said the defendant wasn't happy. What made you believe the defendant wasn't happy?
Because I had went against what Juice had told me to do.
What, if anything, did the defendant do or say, though, that made you think he wasn't happy?
He he did, in fact, leave me in that room.
When you say he did, in fact, leave you in that room, what are you talking about?
I was in the 5-star at the time, and he basically felt that I felt like I didn't do anything wrong. And so as a punishment, he said I could not leave out of the room until I admitted to what I had done.
You mentioned the 5-star. What do you mean by the 5-star?
The 5-star was a room inside of his Ohio Street studio, which he would have parties in on the weekend.
And when you were showing when you were showing when you were trying on the clothes that you had purchased in front of the defendant and Juice, where in the studio were you?
We were in the 5-star.
And how did the defendant express to you that he wanted you to stay in the 5-star room?
He told me that I cannot leave out of this room until I admit what I should have done.
What happened then?
I didn't leave outside the room for about 3 to 4 days.
Where was the defendant when you were in the room?
I don't know.
Did you see him?
What do you mean?
While you were in the room for 3 to 4 days, what, if any, contact did you have with the defendant?
Oh, he would come in and he would check on me and ask me, was I ready to be honest? And I would express that I didn't have anything to be honest about, and he would leave again.
What, if anything, did you understand the defendant wanted you to do while you were in that 5-star room at the Ohio Street studio?
He wanted me to admit that I should have listened to Juice and that I should have gotten the sweats in a size large.
What, if anything, did you eat while you were in the room?
Food was brought to me, and I would know because they would knock on the door.
When you say they would knock on the door, what specifically did you hear?
I would just hear a knock on the door.
And what, if anything, would you do when you heard a knock on the door?
The defendant would always tell me anytime I heard a knock to wait 30 seconds before opening the door to give whoever it was time to leave.
Can we take a bathroom break real quick? Hello?
Okay. No, I'm just joking.
You gonna take a break and somebody else pick up your line.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay,
Your
Texas
Honor,
Bama.
can I get a shot of Hennessy?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Miss Sylvia. Miss
Yes.
Sylvia.
Yes.
Is Spitting Fire back?
She's still in here. Yeah, she's still in here.
Can she be the judge while I go grab me something?
I can do the judge.
Okay. I'm gonna put my mic on
All
mute.
right, Texas Bama, you take over. For Geddes.
Okay. So as you sit here today, do you know who brought you the food while you were in the 5-star for 3 to 4 days?
I do not.
Did there come a time, well, you testified that you were there for 3 to 4 days. What, if anything, happened that allowed you finally to leave that room?
I had admitted that I was wrong and that I should have listened to Juice.
How did you admit that you were wrong?
I had physically told him when he had came into my room.
How did he respond once you told him that you were wrong?
He was happy and
objection.
Well, when you say he was happy, how did you know that?
Because afterwards, I immediately left the room and he let me go into the studio with him.
Now, to be clear, the room where you were staying for the 3 to 4 days, was there a lock on the door?
There is not.
And what, if anything, did you think would happen if you would walk out of the room?
I would get in trouble even more.
And what did you think? What do you mean by that?
I didn't know what would happen, but I just knew that I would probably get in even more trouble if I did choose to leave out of that room.
You testified earlier about a time in which the defendant used his shoe to hit you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Aside from spankings, did you ever see the defendant physically hit or assault another of those females that were living with him?
Yes, I have.
And what did you see? Personally, what did you see?
I have seen him slap his other living girlfriends open palm. I have seen him drag them by their hair. I have seen him punch them in their face and all over their bodies. And I have also seen him hit them with objects.
What objects have you seen the defendant hit them with?
I've seen the defendant also use shoes. And also once I did see him use a cord of some sort.
How did that make you feel?
I felt like I needed to listen even more because it could happen to me.
Miss Geddes, just whenever you're ready, if it's good time to break, I just want to give the jurors their afternoon break.
We can take a break right now.
Okay. So, folks, we'll take for 15 or so. Please do not talk about the case at all, but we'll see you in a few minutes. All right, everyone can have a seat. All right, anything before we break?
Your Honor, just relating to the government eliciting testimony.
I can't hear you.
As it relates to the government eliciting testimony regarding Mr. Kelly's prior criminal proceedings,
Right.
I would just we would consent to the government actually asking him about it being a prior proceeding, a prior court proceeding.
I mean, I can't remember what my I'm going to have to go back and look at what my ruling was at the time. That you didn't take advantage of it, but I think it should be the same ruling. I mean, the reasoning is the same.
Well, I think your ruling was with another witness, and at that time, you indicated that the door was open. There's going to be a door opening with respect to this witness, and if it wasn't elicited at that time, and that the government did not go back and on redirect and ask the witness anything about it.
Well, I think she tried, and I sustained the objection because it was beyond the scope. That's my recollection.
I know.
Well, if you can, a prior proceeding, I mean, the point is, in addition to, it's not just because I made that ruling with respect to the other witnesses. It's because it's relative. To establish why she didn't, what time she did. So I'll permit it for that purpose, but you can refer it to as a prior proceeding.
But I think, Your Honor, you previously had advised that there's already been testimony in the record about prior court proceedings. Here, the witness, I think, needs to explain the reason why she was not truthful about her age, and was because the defendant was on trial for a crime involving a minor.
Well, you can call it. You can say, I don't think I will have a problem. That there was testimonies that were was a trial, and you can say that the subject was his. Well, what did we agree on before? You don't have a say it's criminal trial. I mean, it's just not necessary.
A trial?
It's a trial involving conduct with minor.
I would object to that, Your Honor. I think that if there's a question asked where in order for the witness to, I guess, give what she thinks is the rationale for her saying that she was 18. Well, that was a prior court proceeding.
That's what I just said.
Right, but not regarding the minor.
No. No. I mean, the whole reason why, just the fact that it's a prior proceeding doesn't mean say a whole lot. But that's what her concern was. That's what it was, because she was also a minor. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense.
Now, Judge.
I mean, do you plan to cross-examine her about it like you did the last witness? But why she lied to him about how old she was?
I didn't even focus on that with this.
Oh,
I'm back.
I understand.
As I recall from the what was it? The from the 302s, she's saying that it was her parents who told her to tell him that he was that she was 18. Nothing to do with her. It wasn't her thought. It was her parents' thought. Her mother's thought.
Well, let's do this. You know, you can do the examination with her, and just in the excess of caution, I'll do what I did the last time. If you question her about that, the door is open. I'll permit the government to bring out more information about that, and it will be really just the same thing. So you can continue the examination. When you do your cross, if you challenge her on that, as you did the last witness, then I'll let the government ask what they're going to ask.
Very well.
So, Your Honor, I may go back and let the witness know what I previously told them.
All right.
But with respect to when I asked her about what, if anything, the defendant said about the reason for the letters, she will answer that the defendant told her that it was because his attorney told him to do it. I assume she had the statement.
She already said that.
No, I hadn't asked the witness. This
But
was
she said something about talking to lawyers, didn't she?
she did.
I think it's fine that he's talking to lawyers. I don't understand the counsel to objecting to that. The objection is referring to the prior criminal procedures, which I did preclude inquiries on, and I permitted it the last time because the defense quite clearly opened the door to it. It's a fair point that he hadn't really opened the door on this. One, because he hadn't had a chance to ask her any questions. So let's do it the same way we did the last time. And if you need to confer, then with the witnesses, just straighten that out. Go ahead and do it. All right. See you in a few minutes. All right. We have everyone we need to have? Okay, let's get the jurors. All right, we are ready to resume direct examination. Go ahead.
Thank you.
The witness is reminded she is under oath.
Yes, thank you.
You testified before we broke about a time when the defendant told you to stay in a room in the Ohio Street studio. Other than the Ohio Street studio, were there other occasions where the defendant made you stay for periods of time?
Yes.
What other locations do you recall the defendant made you stay for periods of time as a result to violating one of the defendant's rules in his eyes?
Aside from that studio, the studio that he later had, and the Atlanta house and the tour bus.
You mentioned a studio that the defendant later had. Do you remember where the studio was?
It was on Justine Street.
The studio was located on Justine Street?
Yes.
In what city?
Chicago.
You also mentioned a tour bus. Do you remember a time when the defendant told you to stay on the tour bus?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were located, where the tour bus was at the time?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And do you recall what led the defendant to tell you that you needed to stay on the tour bus?
I had broken one of his rules, and I did not admit to breaking one of the rules.
Do you remember the particular rule that you broke that day?
I do not.
Do you remember approximately when it was that the defendant had you stay on the tour bus in Atlanta?
It was for about 3 days.
And do you remember approximately when, either in terms of age or in terms of time frame, this happened?
I believe that this happened in 2016 or 17. I don't recall.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were on the tour bus?
There wasn't nothing much that I could do, but just wait for him to come on.
And what, if anything, did you understand the defendant wanted you to do while you were on the tour bus?
Objection.
Well, did he tell you what you were supposed to do while you were on the tour bus?
It was just a punishment to not be around him.
Okay, next question.
Do you recall whether you had food that time in Atlanta When you were on the tour bus for how long did you say it was?
About 3 days.
Do do you recall whether or not you had food while you were on the tour bus for about 3 days?
I did, yes.
And how did you receive the food?
There was a fridge and a microwave, and occasionally, if he ate, they would bring it and leave it underneath the curtain.
And when you say curtain, what are you referring to?
The tour bus, there was a curtain in the front where no one could see inside of the back of the bus.
And you said that they would bring it to you. Did you see who was bringing the food?
Never.
How would you know that the food was ready or that there was food for you?
Because I would hear them put it underneath the curtain, and then I would hear the tour bus door shut and lock.
And just to be clear again, was the tour bus locked from the inside?
I don't know. I've never tried to open it. It's always been unlocked, getting on or off for me.
Okay, but when you were on the tour bus that day for a period of time, you didn't try to open it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I did not.
Now, to your knowledge, were any of the other females who were living with the defendant at the time ever subject to the same punishment where they had to stay in a room or a location for a period of days on account of the defendant believing they had violated a rule?
Yeah,
How did you know that?
because they would not be around for a few days, and we would just know not to ask
Not to ask whom?
him. Like, where were they?
And again, him, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
Do you recall what happened in December 28th of 2015?
I do not.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked as identification as 935B. Do you recognize what's shown in 935B?
I do, yes.
Does this refresh your recollection of as to what if anything happened on December 28th of 2015?
It does, yes.
And that day, December 28th, how old were you?
What year is this? 2015?
Yes.
I was 17.
And when were you turning 18?
December 30th.
What, if anything, do you recall happening on December 28th of 2015?
Me and the defendant had gotten into an argument.
And do you recall the nature of the argument?
Yes, I do.
What was it about?
He had expressed to me that he didn't celebrate holidays because he no longer had his family. And I felt if he did not want to celebrate the holidays, I could have been home with my family celebrating.
Did you tell the defendant that?
I did, yes.
How did the defendant respond?
He was upset with me.
What, if anything, did the defendant do or say towards you?
He didn't make me leave. He did make me leave, stay in the room.
Do you recall what room you were in?
This was at the studio
Where was the studio?
on Justine.
And was that in downtown Chicago?
Yes.
The government exhibit 935B, speaking, what are those? What is that?
It is a text message of what I sent my best friend at the time.
On what date?
December 29th.
The government offers 935B.
Any objection?
No, no.
All right, that's in evidence.
May I publish, please?
Yes. Is this jury only or?
No, I can't go beyond. No, it can't go beyond the jury. Can you, starting from the bottom, can you read the text message starting from the bottom and moving up? And just to be clear, who wrote these text messages?
I sent these text messages.
Okay, can you read what's shown in 935B, beginning where my pen is pointing?
Yes. I just felt so rebel, so I did. And then I was like, I can't take a shower. Can I take a shower? And he was like, no, you're going to stay in the room until you tell me why you.
And there are 3 dots after that. What does that represent?
There was more to text.
just not shown on this particular.
Yes.
And reading above that, what did you write?
First of all, I never had an attitude. You always think someone mad.
And above that,
And then I kept calling and texting him over and over.
and above that,
And he was like, no, you text me why you had an attitude first.
in those text messages, when you referred to he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
And in the first text message that you read, the one on the bottom where my pen is pointing, where it says, and he was like, no, you're going to stay in the room until you tell me why. And then it continues, what did you mean by that?
I had expressed to him that I had an attitude because if he didn't want to celebrate Christmas, I could have been home.
What did you mean by saying that? He was like, no, you're going to stay in the room.
Meaning that I could not leave the room until I apologized for having the attitude.
Do you remember what room within the Justine Street studio you were in?
The control room.
What, if anything, did you understand that? What, if anything, did you do while you were in the room?
There was nothing in that room for me to do. There was only a TV in that room.
What, if any, communication you have with the defendant?
I did have my phone. However, he was ignoring all the calls and texts that I had until I had admitted why I had an attitude.
How did you eventually admit that you had an attitude?
I did, yes.
Did you believe you, in fact, had an attitude?
I did not, no.
How did you admit to the defendant that you had an attitude? How would you convey that to the defendant?
I would have to have been really remorseful, and I would have fed his ego.
Specifically, what would you have done to convey that to the defendant?
I would have to have said exactly what he wanted to hear.
Who did you say that to?
To the defendant?
To his face?
Yes.
Did you ever write letters?
Yes, I did.
What letters would you write?
I would write many letters.
When you were in a room as a result of a violation of rules, violating a rule, would you ever write letters to the defendant?
Yes, I would. If I did not have my phone, yes.
Were there times when you were in a room without your phone?
Yes.
Why would you be in a room without your phone?
Because he would take it as punishment.
What would you write in the letters?
It would have to be an apology for a rule that I had broken.
What, if anything, would you do with the letters that you wrote?
I would have to give it to him and he would basically read it.
How would you give it to the defendant?
I would just give him the sheet of paper and sometimes he would make me read it in front of him or he would leave with it and then come back at another time.
Do you recall an occasion where your first letter was not sufficient?
Yes, I do.
What happened?
If it was an attitude in the letter, then I would still be stuck in the room and I would have to rewrite the letter.
Who determined if there was attitude in the letter?
The defendant.
I'm showing, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 926. Do you recognize what's shown in Government Exhibit 926?
Yes, I do.
Generally speaking, what are they?
That is picture of the studio on 209 North Justine Street.
Now, do you recognize the time frame from which these photos were taken?
Yes, I do.
When were they approximately taken? When do they appear to show what time period?
We had already left the studio.
And what year was that?
2019.
And just to be clear, where was the Justine Street studio?
209 North Justine Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And are the photographs contained in Government's Exhibit 926 fair and accurate photos of how the studio appeared at the time when you were there?
No, some are, not all.
Have you seen through the studio look, though the studio looked the way that it looks in these pictures,
Yes, I have.
photos. The government offers 926.
Objection.
Well, I think you've got to specify which ones are fair and accurate recommendations and which ones aren't. At least that's the way I understand the witness testimony.
Let me.
Is that your objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, I didn't hear your objection.
It's not just me. Why don't you take the exhibit to her and have her show you which ones are not fair and accurate representations? That might be the fastest way.
I can do that. Let me just ask one primary question.
Okay.
You said that there were certain things that were different in these photos than some of the time you were in the Justine street studio.
Yes.
What was different generally?
The bedrooms. They actually all had beds in them, which he had his workers remove them.
Okay, aside from the type of furniture in there, are these photos,
Everything else is accurate.
so the structure is the same
Yes.
as it was when you were there?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that there are just some photos where the furniture is a little bit different?
Yes.
All right. May I approach?
Well, with that proviso, if that's the only difference, do you object to the photos going in?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, I guess you can now go through them all.
All right. There are different page numbers, so I'll be referring to the page numbers.
Why don't you give them to the witness? Just go through and tell us which one is different.
Okay. So this is the master bedroom that was renovated, and it did not look like this initially.
Didn't look like this? What?
Meaning that this was a bedroom that we had gotten renovated.
Right.
So this is what it looked like.
So that's correct, right?
Yes.
Just go through the ones that are not.
Are they numbered? Oh.
Are they numbered?
Yes, they are numbered. So when you get to the one that doesn't fairly and accurately represent the way it looked, tell us what number it is and why it's not a fair and accurate representation.
Okay. 016 is not accurate. There was a bedroom in this room.
So there is missing furniture?
Yes.
All right, so that's 16.
018 is also missing furniture.
Okay.
019 is the same picture of 018, just a different angle.
And when you say it's missing furniture, what kind of furniture is it missing?
It was bunk beds in that room.
All right.
And 020 is missing furniture. Yeti.
And what furniture is missing from that one?
A bedroom.
Meaning bedroom furniture?
Yes, a master bed was in there, and also 025 is missing furniture. There was a bed in there as well.
Aside from that, are those fair and accurate photos of how the studio on Justine Street appeared?
Yes.
And the photographs shown on pages 16, 18, 19, 20, and 25, are those fair and accurate photographs of the room themselves with the fact just that the furniture is different?
Yes.
The government offers government exhibit 926.
Any objection?
I just want to see them.
Well, you have copies of them, don't you?
No.
Here.
Thanks.
Just one
question.
Oh.
Vor Dyer.
Sure.
When were these pictures taken?
These pictures were taken after we had already left the studio.
When you said we, who are you talking about?
Me, the defendant, and Joy.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the prosecution.
Do you have approximately if?
It's very hard to hear you.
Do you have an approximation as?
No, that's Canic still, ain't it?
Yes.
Because then you look down there saying the court and talking about Canic asking the questions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just go where you do line 3.
Do you have an approximately if?
It's very hard to hear you.
Do you have an approximation as to what year that was?
2019, meaning even though he had the studio, he was behind in bills. So we had.
That's not what I'm asking you. I asked you specifically, was this in 2019?
She answered it. She said it was in 2019. All right. Any more questions?
No, I'm good.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. They're in evidence.
I'm showing the witness. I'm showing everyone what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 926. I'm going to show you page 29. Do you recognize what's shown in Government Exhibit on 29?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the control room.
And at the time, on December 28, 2015, where the defendant told you to stay in a room for a period of days, where were you told to stay?
In the control room.
And what, if anything, was the control room when you were there in 2015?
It looked very similar to this, and it had 2 different chairs, which were more like day chairs, and a black couch in there.
And if I turn the page to page 31 of the same exhibit, can you see what's shown there?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the black couch that was put in the studio in 2015.
Okay, and is that just another angle from within the control room?
Yes, it is.
Before lunch, I believe you testified that the defendant told you to delete your social media accounts. Do you recall that
Yes,
testimony?
yes, I do.
Did you follow that rule?
I did not.
At any point, did the defendant learn that you had not deleted your social media account?
Yes.
How did the defendant learn?
There was once I was actually on Snapchat and he had walked into the room.
Where were you when this happened?
In the control room.
The same control room that I just showed you?
Yes.
In the studio on Justine Street?
Yes.
What, if anything, were you doing when the defendant entered the room?
I believe that I was making a video. I was in the middle of working out.
Do you remember how old you were when this happened?
I was 17.
And you were making a video?
Uh-huh.
Can you explain what you were making a video of?
It was just a selfie video of myself in which I had planned to send to my immediate friends.
And what application were you using?
Snapchat.
How did the defendant respond when he came into the room?
He was very angry and he ended up taking my phone and breaking it.
What, if anything, did the defendant say?
He asked me who was I talking to and had been talking to God. And had I been talking to God?
How did you respond?
I told him I had not been talking to anyone.
What did the defendant do?
He then took the phone and broke it.
Did you see him break it?
Yes, I did.
How did the defendant break your phone?
He slammed it.
On what?
On the ground.
Do you remember what type of phone you had?
It was an iPhone.
And after the defendant slammed the phone on the ground, what did you or what happened?
After that, he had left me in the room.
And when you say he left you in the room, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that I had to stay in the room until he came back whenever he cooled down.
How did you know? Why did you believe you had to stay in the room?
Because it was a rule of his.
But what, if anything, did he do to convey to you that you needed to stay in the room?
He told me that I could not leave the room.
What, if any, where did the defendant then go?
I don't know.
Did he stay in the room?
No, he left.
What did you do while you were inside the room?
I wrote a letter apologizing.
Do you remember what you wrote in the letter, generally speaking?
I was very remorseful because he eventually forgave me.
How, if at all, were you able to give the defendant the letter that you wrote?
When he would come into the room, I would give him the sheet of paper.
And what, if any, do you remember how the defendant responded?
He would take it, and if it was to his liking, he would come back. And he would then chastise me, and I would be forgiven.
And when you say chastising, that he chastised you, what again do you mean by that?
Meaning that I was spanked.
By whom?
The defendant,
And what did he use to spank you?
his open palm
On what part of your body?
on my legs and butt.
And were you clothed when he spanked you?
I was not.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the defendant told you that. The defendant didn't want you to talk about your him or him and you with others. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Did you always follow the rules?
I did not.
Was there ever a time when the defendant learned that you had not followed that rule?
Yeah.
What happened?
It would usually result in me getting chastised.
Do you remember a particular incident where the defendant learned that you had been talking about personal business?
In Atlanta, yes.
What happened?
That is the incident that I already expressed.
Oh, the one you testified earlier about involving Maya?
Yes.
You testified earlier about an individual named Juice. Do you recall that this morning?
Mm-mm. Yes, I do.
At the time when you met Juice, who did you understand Juice to be?
He had expressed to me that Juice was a homegirl of his that was in town from Chicago.
And did you later learn that Juice had a different relationship with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you learn?
That she was actually a living girlfriend of the defendant.
And what, if any, instruction did Juice give to you?
Juice would basically she would try to tell me what to wear or how to dress or not to talk to men or just to like ignore specific situations.
And what, if anything, did you think about the instructions that you were receiving from Juice?
Initially, I didn't know that they were coming from him, so I didn't care.
Do you recall having any conversation with other people about that?
Yes, I do.
Who do you remember telling?
I had expressed to my family
What did you express to your family?
that I did not like Juice. And because she was like trying to tell me everything to do.
And at any point, did the defendant learn about that?
Yes, he did.
How did the defendant learn?
He happened to check my phone and he saw it.
What did he see?
He saw that I had texted my parents and I expressed that Juice was basically acting like a PO and that I didn't like her. And
What do you mean by PO?
meaning that every little detail she would try to like tell me, no, you can't do this. You can't do this. Or you can't do that. Or you can't just leave out. And I thought that it was very bizarre for her, another woman, to be telling me what I could and could not be doing.
And when you say PO, what does PO stand for?
Like a police officer.
What did the defendant do, if anything, when he saw that you had been communicating about Juice with your family?
He immediately made me text them and apologize and say that everything was on good terms between me and Juice.
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
What, if anything, else happened?
After that, I never mentioned Juice to them again.
You testified earlier about a sexual contact. You testified earlier about a sexual contact that you had with the defendant, including while you were 17. Did you also have sexual contact with other women in the defendant's presence?
Yes, I did.
Whose idea was it for you to have sexual contact with others in the presence of the defendant?
It was the defendant's choice.
At the defendant's direction, did you have sexual contact?
Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet.
May I continue?
Well, don't leave if that's what you're starting to do.
All right. How many people did you have sexual contact with at the same time?
Every setting was different. It was whatever the defendant wanted. However, there were times where it was everybody and girlfriend, meaning there were times where could possibly just be a woman that he knew in Chicago for a weekend.
But fair to say it was more than one?
Yes,
Now, who would choose which female you would have the sexual encounter with on a particular occasion?
the defendant.
I'm showing what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 52B. Who is this again? Who is that again?
That's Juice.
Did you ever have any sexual encounters with Juice?
I did, yes.
Whose idea was that?
The defendant.
Do you recall how old you were when you first had a sexual encounter with Juice?
I was 17.
I'm showing the witness what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 69B. Who is that?
Meek.
Did you ever have sexual encounters with the defendant with Meek?
I did, yes.
Whose idea was that?
The defendant.
I'm showing what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 72. Who is that?
V.
Did you ever have sexual encounters with V?
I did, yes.
Whose idea was that?
The defendant.
And I'm showing what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 78. Who is that?
Joy.
Did you ever have sexual encounters with her?
I did, yes.
Whose idea was that?
The defendant.
I'm showing the witness only what's been marked as identification as Government Exhibit 76. Without saying the individual's name, do you recognize who that is?
I do, yes.
And how did you meet that individual?
Through the defendant.
What, if any, sexual contact did you have with that individual?
We were intimate, yes.
Whose idea was that?
It was the defendant's.
The government offers Exhibit 76.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that's in evidence. Is that for the jury or for?
Yes, you can publish it. And I'm showing the witness only what's been marked as for identification as Government Exhibit 77. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 77?
I do, yes.
Without saying her name, how did you meet her?
Through the defendant.
And what, if any, sexual contact did you have with that individual?
We were intimate.
Whose idea was that?
The defendant's.
The government offers Exhibit 77.
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence.
May we publish? Now, you just testified above about sexual contact that you had with a number of females. Was the defendant present when you had sexual contact with those individuals?
Every time.
Was there ever a time when he wasn't present?
Never.
Who, if any, of the defendant's employees did he ask you to have sexual contact with?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
A few, actually.
Do you remember their names?
Lily and Cassandra, I believe.
I'm sorry.
I object to the last response.
Overruled.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 41. The witness only. Do you recognize Exhibit 41?
I do.
Who is that?
That is Cassandra.
Is that the Cassandra that you just mentioned the defendant had you have sexual contact with?
Yes, it is.
Government offers Exhibit 41.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, that's in evidence.
And now I'm showing what's been marked for identification to just the witness, only Government Exhibit 42. What's shown in Government Exhibit 42 do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That is Lily.
And is the individual you identify as Lily the same Lily that you just testified the defendant had you have sexual encounters with?
Yes, she is.
Government offers Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
None.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Aside from the women who you just identified, were there other women or other females with whom the defendant directed you to have sexual encounters with?
Yes.
Do you know the names of those individuals without saying them? Do you know their names?
Yes.
Hold on just one second. All right. Does anybody on the jury need a break?
No, no. Can I talk to you at the side?
Oh, well, I don't need you to address it here. No. Can you wait a few minutes or do you have to talk to her now? We're going to take a 5-minute break. Please don't talk about the case and you can address whatever issue you have with Miss Green, all right?
All
All
right.
right.
All right, the witness can step down. Let's bring them back if we're all done. One of the jurors says he can't see the picture, so
I'll keep them on for a longer period of time. I can show them again.
all right. And I'll give them instruction that they'll be able to see them when they're deliberating as well. I know you don't want me to ask this question, but do you have any idea how long your direct will be?
It's going to be the rest of the day, but I'm hoping that I will be finished or very near finished.
Okay, all right. Everybody can sit down. Sorry. Should we get the witness? Let's get the witness back. Yes. All right, let's get the jury, please.
All right.
All right.
You may be seated.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead. Before you do proceed, I just want to remind you, there are lots of pieces of evidence coming in, and I've asked the assistant United States attorneys to make sure that it's up for a long enough time for you to take a look at it. But also, you don't have to commit any of these things to memory. In your final deliberations, you'll have access to all of the evidence during your deliberations. So with that, you can go ahead.
Your Honor, may I briefly just show the photos that I previously put on the Elmo?
Let's continue. And then, well, you know what? Go ahead and show them. That's fine.
Okay, I'll file be brief. This is Government Exhibit 78, 52B, 69B, 72, 76, 77, 41, 42. All right, you testified that in addition to the females that I just placed on the screen for the jury, that there were, in addition, that other females that defendant asked you to have sexual contact or told you to have sexual contact with. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall some of the names of those additional individuals?
Not all of them, but yes, a few.
Who do you remember?
There was a girl by the name of Chrissy. There was another woman by the name of Auntie April. And those are the only two names that I know.
And were there additional individuals, additional females who the defendant directed you to have sex with, you whose names you do not currently remember?
Yes.
Did you always know the names of the individuals you had sexual contact with at the defendant's direction?
No.
Objection.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry, Mr. Koenig.
Objection to the characterizations of that question. Direction.
Overruled.
How,
Oh,
how with females? How frequently did you have sexual encounters with females?
Whenever the defendant wanted it. So it could be every day back to back, or it could be every 2 days, or
During those sexual encounters, who, if anyone, was in charge?
the defendant was always in charge
And why do you say that?
because he told everyone exactly what to do.
Who would he tell what to do?
Me and the other women.
What types of things would he say, or what types of things would he tell you or other females to do?
He would orchestrate everything. So again, if he wanted one person to walk while someone was giving him oral head, then that's what it would be. If he wanted to have vaginal penetration while making the other person would walk or crawl, then that's what it would be.
Where
Vaginal.
these sexual encounters?
Yes, they were.
Who recorded them?
The defendant.
With what were these encounters recorded?
With an iPad.
And again, how old were you when these sexual encounters with other females began?
I was 17.
Did you want any of these sexual encounters with other females?
Never.
Why did you do it?
Because he would force me to do so.
How so?
Sometimes it will be a punishment. Other times he would tell me to come to the room and he would already be in the middle of an act.
Were there times when you resisted having sexual encounters with a female?
Yes, there were.
What, if anything, happened when you resisted?
He would usually tell me to wait in another room until he was done, and as usual, I as usually chastised.
And where would the defendant tell you to wait?
If we were in a hotel, then I would have to wait in the restroom, or if we were, regardless of where we were, I would usually have to wait in a restroom or another room that was near where he was having intercourse.
And you said that after that you would see the defendant?
Yeah, I would have to wait until he was done.
And what do you mean again by the defendant would chastise you?
Meaning that he would spank me.
And why did you understand the defendant was spanking you?
Because he wanted me to perform this specific way, and I did not do so.
And what specifically did he want you to perform?
He wanted me to be intimate with other women.
You testified that there were recordings made. Were these video recordings?
Yes, they were.
Did you ever see any of these video recordings?
Yes, I did.
In what context would you see the video recordings of sexual encounters between you and other females?
If you wanted to play it back and show you, he would. But it would usually be us in the middle of having intercourse or oral sex.
And what would happen in the middle of that?
He would just be playing back what we had just done.
For what reason or why did you understand he was doing that?
To have you brag and boast about it.
Who chose the women who you had those sexual encounters with?
The defendant.
You testified earlier that you were homeschooled or you for your senior year of high school. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you graduate?
I did, yes.
And after you graduated school, did you consider attending college?
At that time, no, I did not.
Why not?
Because I had already forfeited all my scholarships.
What do you mean by that?
I was no longer taking vocal classes or Patriot singers, so there was really no other scholarships that I had been pursuing.
You testified that earlier that you were with the defendant for part of the Black Panties tour as well as the buffet tour. Did you accompany the defendant on any other tours?
Yes, he had an after party tour.
Do you remember what it was?
I do not remember the year that it started, no.
When the defendant was on tour, where would you usually spend your time in the city or cities?
Atlanta in Georgia.
When and where in Chicago? Where would you spend your nights?
In the studio.
Which studio?
In the beginning of 2015, the Ohio, and later the Justine Street studio.
And is the Justine Street studio the studio where the photos of government exhibit 926 were of?
Yes.
Over the time that you were with the defendant, who, if anyone else, stayed at the Justine Street studio?
All of his other living girlfriends.
And where in the studio would they stay?
Everyone had their own place.
And by place, where was it? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, usually Juice and V had a room. Meek was usually in the master bedroom or the bunk bedroom. Joy was usually in the living room, and me and the defendant were usually in the downstairs living room on the couch.
Now, you testified earlier that some of the photos in 926 were different than how you remembered them back. There was furniture missing. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
And what type of furniture was missing?
The majority of bedrooms were taken out of the studio.
And were those the bedrooms where Juice and Joy, Meek and V, and you and the defendant slept?
Yes, it was.
What, if any, rules did the defendant have for the manner in which you interacted with men other than the defendant?
We cannot talk to any men at all.
When you were in the elevator, what would you do?
We would have to turn around.
And when you say we, who are you referring to?
All of his living girlfriends.
Including Juice and Joy and Meek and V?
Yes.
And why did you understand that you should turn around when you entered an elevator?
Because we were not allowed to look at men.
Who told you that?
The defendant.
And when you say turned around in the elevator, what were you facing?
I would have to face the corner.
How about when you went to a nail salon? What, if any, restrictions were there? Did the defendant have for you when you went to a nail salon?
If there was a man working, then I would not be able to go into an establishment.
What would you do?
I would have to leave out and call him immediately and let him know that there was a man working.
What, if anything, did the defendant typically carry with him?
He carried a backpack.
Objection.
Overruled.
Oh my gosh.
Did he carry it himself, or did someone carry it on his behalf?
It was both.
Who would carry when someone else was carrying it? Who would carry it?
Sometimes he would give it to me and any of his other living girlfriends, and sometimes he would give it to his assistants.
Which of his assistants might he give it to?
His Uncle Bug.
Did you ever have an opportunity to look inside the backpack?
Yes.
What did you see in it?
Usually it was only iPads, a white tee, maybe like basketball shorts, and usually a dildo.
How many iPads?
Wow. What to carry in a backpack?
Yeah. How many iPads did you see in the defendant's backpack at once?
It depends on how many could fit in the backpack, but usually anywhere from 4 to 6.
Did you ever attend basketball games with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you do during those basketball games?
I would sit with the other living girlfriends on the side.
Who, if anyone, would you sit with other than live-in girlfriends?
An assistant.
And what would you do during the basketball game?
We would just have to watch the defendant play and only him.
And what do you mean by watch only him?
Like if we ended up looking at another man, we would get chastising for it.
And what do you mean by chastising?
A spanking.
How often did you watch the defendant play basketball?
Nearly every night.
Where did you watch him play basketball?
Usually his old school or churches would open up their basketballs at nighttime for him.
How would you travel around Chicago when you were in Chicago?
He had two Sprinter vans, and anytime I needed to take a taxi.
Who would travel on the Sprinter vans?
Me, the defendant, the driver, whichever assistant was there for the time being, and if it was everyone, then it would be me, him, and also his living girlfriend.
Where would you go on the Sprinter van?
We would usually just only go to the parks or park outside of the cigar bar or just to get food.
When he went to the cigar bar, what would you do?
We would have to stay on the Sprinter until he got back on.
What would the defendant do?
He would get off and go smoke cigars.
And who was we in the sentence that when you said we would have to stay in the Sprinter van?
Me and his other living girlfriend?
Was there a bathroom on the Sprinter van?
No, there was not.
What would you do if you needed to use the bathroom while you were in the Sprinter van?
All of us would have to turn around and let the other person go behind the seat.
Why not walk inside and find a bathroom?
Because we weren't allowed to get off the Sprinter.
Who told you that you weren't allowed to get off the Sprinter?
The defendant.
And again, when you say us, who are you referring to?
Me and his other living girlfriend.
You testified that there were also some of the defendant's assistants who were sometimes on the Sprinter van. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when an assistant needed to use a bathroom?
Yes.
What would the assistant do?
An assistant could get off.
And use the bathroom outside the Sprinter van?
Yes.
You said that you would go to the bathroom in the Sprinter van. How would you do that?
They usually had gas station, like extra large cups, and they need to keep towels and tissue paper on the Sprinter.
When the defendant returned to the Sprinter van after some time away, how, if at all, would you act when he returned?
Everyone would have to get up and greet him and kiss him immediately.
Were there times when you saw other of his live-in girlfriends break one of the defendant's rules?
Yes.
What, if anything, would you do?
I would have to report it.
Report it to whom?
The defendant.
Why did you do that?
Because that was a rule. If you didn't, you would also get chastised for not letting him know.
And how did you know about that rule?
Because I had witnessed it.
What do you mean?
I had seen it happen to a few of the other girls.
What have you seen happen?
Meaning, when one of them did not let him know, he had began to chastise
them. Meaning, okay. And again, what do you mean by chastising?
Spanking.
While you were living with the defendant, did the defendant employ other people to fulfill certain roles for him?
Yes, he did.
What roles did the employee people do? Did he employ?
He had personal doctors. He had accountants, attorney assistants, for his living girlfriends and for himself personally, and he had security. Of course, he had the tour driver.
You testified earlier about Top Gun. Who was Top Gun again?
That was his tour bus driver.
And were there other individuals who drove the defendant sprinters on tour buses or tour buses?
Yes, for the most part. Tour bus, no. Sprinter, yes. Usually it was his security or his entourage or sometimes family members.
Were you ever, you also mentioned that the defendant had his assistants that helped him. In particularly, who were they?
His assistants were usually male assistants, and for the girls, it was female assistants.
And the male assistants that the defendant had, did you learn any of their names?
Yes, I did.
Who were some of the male assistants?
His Uncle Bug and a person, Junebug.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Identification Government Exhibit 3. I think this one is actually in evidence. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is Junebug.
And was that one of the defendant's assistants?
Yes.
Can you put Government 3 on there, please? And I am now showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 4. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 4?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Uncle Bug.
And what role did Uncle Bug serve for the defendant?
He was his personal assistant.
Can you put Government 4? Thank you. Oh, yeah, that was me. You also mentioned that the defendant had assistants for his female guests. Were you one of those female guests?
Yes,
Do you know the names of his assistants for his female guests?
yes.
Who were they?
Cheryl, Diana, the twins, Lily, Asante, and Cassandra.
Do you know Cheryl's last name?
Cheryl Mack.
Can you put Government Exhibit 38, which is in evidence? Hold on, I got it. Again, putting Government Exhibit 38 on the screen. Who is that?
That is Cheryl.
And you also mentioned the twins. Do you know the twins' name?
Suzette and Alicia, I believe.
And what did they do for the defendant?
They were assistants for the girls, his girlfriends.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as identification. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 39. Who is that?
That's Suzette.
The government offers 39. Any
objection?
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence.
Well, actually, I think that is the other twin. I'm sorry, they're twins.
So you're not sure which one it is?
They're identical twins.
All right, so that's one of the twins, is that right?
Yes.
All right.
And I am showing you Government Exhibit. I am showing the witness only what's marked for identification as Government Exhibit 40. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 40?
Yes, that is Suzette.
And who is she?
An assistant?
Was she one of the twins?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that there were assistants for his female guests. Who employed these assistants?
The defendant.
And who did these assistants work for?
His female guest.
Who did they take direction from?
The defendant and from his girlfriend.
The government offers Government Exhibit 40.
Any objection?
No, just a picture. No.
All right, that's in evidence.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 36. Who is shown in Government Exhibit 36?
That's Diana.
And what did Diana do?
She was an assistant for his girlfriend.
The government offers Exhibit 36.
No objection.
Okay, that's in evidence.
And I am showing you showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 74. Do you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 74?
Yes.
What is that?
That is Asante.
What did Asante do?
She was training to be an assistant for his living girlfriend.
And who did she work for?
The defendant.
The government offers Exhibit 74.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that's in evidence.
And I am showing the witness, I am showing everyone what's in evidence as Government 41. Who is that again?
That is Cassandra.
What did she do for the defendant?
She was an assistant to him and his living girlfriend.
And Government Exhibit 42, which is in evidence already. Who is that?
That is Lily.
What did she do?
She was an assistant for the defendant and his living girlfriend.
You testified that the defendant also employed people as security. Do you know some of the individuals who served as security for the defendant?
His security was always men, but I do know of one who was a female.
Now, do you know the names of any of the men who served as security for the defendant?
No, I do not.
You testified there was also a female. Is that right?
Yes, there was.
Do you know the name of that individual?
Her name was Candy.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked as identification as Government Exhibit 22. One moment. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 22?
Yes,
Who is that?
that is Candy.
What did Candy do for the defendant?
She was security.
The government offers Exhibit 22.
No objection.
That's in evidence. You can publish.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 5. Do you recognize Government Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
No, my screen is black.
Oh, my screen is black. My bad.
I'm sorry, kid. I show the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 5.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
I believe that is a family member of the defendant.
What, if anything, did he do for the defendant?
He played basketball with the defendant, and he did act as like an assistant.
Do you know his name?
I believe it was Van.
The government offers Exhibit 5.
Your Honor, my only objection is, does she know or not? She's saying, I believe.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
My only objection is either she knows this person or she doesn't. She keeps saying that she believes.
Oh, okay. When you say you believe you know him, do you know the person?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do.
Anything else?
What's his name?
I don't know if he went by Van or Van.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor. Continue.
That's in evidence.
Thank you. Was there a time when you did, in fact, become pregnant while you were with the defendant?
There was.
Do you remember when that was?
It was in 2017.
Did you have the baby?
I did not.
What happened?
The defendant made me get an abortion.
What, if anything, did he tell you?
He had expressed that he still wanted me to keep my body tight and that he wanted to start a family when he got rid of the rest of the girls.
Did you ultimately get an abortion?
I did.
Who arranged that appointment?
The defendant and his assistant, Diana.
And who took you to that appointment?
Diana.
Did you want to have an abortion?
I did not.
I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 481.
Why did you answer how old she was, D?
Yes.
Your
I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Yes.
Did you recognize what was shown in Government Exhibit 481?
Yes.
Our screen is black.
That's because she was only showing her.
Exhibit 481. What is that?
It is a conversation between me and the defendant.
And do you know approximately when that took place?
I didn't look at the date, I'm sorry.
Do you remember what was going on when that took place?
Yes, I was pregnant.
And was that before you had the abortion?
That was immediately after I had let him know that I was pregnant.
And did the certain statements from the defendant?
Yes, it does.
The government offers 481.
Any objection?
Can I see it?
You should have 481.
That is a question I have. Do you guys have a binder of the government's exhibits?
Yes.
Okay.
No objection.
All right. That's in evidence.
Do you want? Oh no.
Do you want this jury only?
No, you can publish this.
Okay.
I want to direct, and if you want me to bring it to you, because the type is small, this one right here indicating where my pen is pointing. Can you tell who wrote that particular text message? Hello?
The defendant.
Can you read that?
He said, I'm not going to lie. I was happy to know that as well. I really was there, but I also was kind of thrown back the way you reacted to my reaction. I don't care what's going on in our life. I need to be trusted by you 1,000,000%. That way, when I say something, you don't have to hesitate. You do it and you go with it. And when you do that, I don't know. I just know who you are to me. I know you were young, and this is no excuse to disobey me or not do what I tell you to do. You have some issues in that area of not doing what I tell you, all when you get in trouble. You shut down and be hard headed. You cut me off while I'm talking. Now, you didn't used to do, now you used to didn't do any of that. Believe me, God knows I want the same things you want, but God also knows my heart. And it's never going to happen until you grow up and start to show me you are going to do what you are supposed to do, because I go through too much to have to deal with, because I go through too much to have to deal with you not giving the information that I told you over and over to give me. When you know you're young and there's a lot of things you don't know. So when you argue back at me, it shows me that you will rebel on me, and it shows me that you're not humble as you used to be. You are young. Therefore, you have no say so yet. Accept that, own it, and be glad that you have someone to make the decision to be thankful that all he wants, all these things with you. So make sure your motive is right before doing something like that. Make sure you want to do it because you're old enough, wise enough, and strong enough. Not just because you want to be bonded with me, because I want to groom you and be bonded with you 1,000,000% before that. And it's absolutely nothing wrong with it if you know you're going to do what you're supposed to do and get it together, or you should have no problem being patient and waiting. That's all I'm going to say. Wait. Now, other than that, I love you. I'm in love with you, and I will never change my mind about me and you and us. Now get some sleep.
And who wrote that?
Stevie Wonder.
During the time with the defendant, did you ever mention his marriage to Aaliyah to you? Did he ever mention his marriage to Aaliyah to you?
He did, yes.
On one occasion or more than one occasion?
On more than one occasion.
I want to direct your attention to a conversation you had in front of others about Aaliyah. Do you recall where that took place?
Yes, I do.
Where was that?
It was at a park.
Who else was present for that conversation?
The rest of his girlfriends.
And how did the defendant's marriage to Aaliyah come up?
The defendant said that we could ask him anything.
What, if anything, was asked with respect to Aaliyah and his marriage to her?
Objection.
Overruled.
We asked many questions. All of us took turns, and basically we asked them about their situation and why they basically got married.
What, if anything, did the defendant say?
Objection.
Overruled. It's a statement of the defendant. Go ahead.
The defendant had expressed to all of us that Aaliyah was pregnant and that they needed a certificate for her to be married in order for her to possibly get an abortion.
What, if anything else, did the defendant say about Aaliyah?
He had expressed that because she was a minor, that in order for her to get an abortion outside of her parents, the only people that could go with her was a spouse, and that was their reasoning for her getting married.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about a phone that Aaliyah had?
He said that he had given her money and a bat phone.
What did you understand the defendant to mean by a bat phone?
A burner phone.
Why did you understand that to be the case?
He said that he had given her a bat phone just in case it was basically 911, an emergency, and she had no way of getting in touch with him, and that was the only time he would use that phone.
Did you have any other conversations with the defendant about the use of a burner phone?
Yes.
What were those?
When I went back to Florida to get homeschooled, he also had gave me money just in case I needed to get a bat phone.
And when you said he, who are you referring to?
The defendant.
During the time that you spent with the defendant, what, if anything, did he ask you to write for him?
He would make us write letters.
And when you say us, who are you referring to?
Me and the rest of his girlfriends.
How did you learn that the defendant wanted you to write letters?
He had come in and he had told us it was time for us to write letters, and the other girls automatically knew what that meant. And he had basically told them to help me.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted you to write letters?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said because of his past, his previous attorney had made
Objection.
Overruled. Do you want to lead through this, please? Let me just see the parties over at the side. Is this what we just talked about?
I did. I provided your honor's ruling, but she's not going to say anything other than
What?
His
Because of his past?
His attorneys told him to do it because of his past. She's not mentioning what his past is.
Okay, all right.
All right.
You testified the defendant told you that he wanted you to write these letters because of something his attorneys had said. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he wanted to be included in this letter?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said that these were basically letters that would never see the day of light and that they were basically to exploit us to protect him.
And what, if anything, did the defendant want you to include in the letters themselves?
He wanted us to include letters saying that we had stolen money from him, that we had stolen watches from him, that we had been molested by family members, that we had been abused and neglected by family members, and so forth.
Had you, in fact, stolen any money from the defendant?
I had not.
And had you been molested by any family members?
I had not.
Whose idea was the particular content of the letter?
It was the defendant.
From what perspective would you write the letter?
We would write the letters in past tense in the sense that since we had already left and we're trying to get back to him.
Can you give an example of the type of letter that you might write? And actually, let me back up 1 minute. Did you write one letter or more than one letter?
We wrote multiple letters, about 4 to 5 each.
Can you give an example of the type of letter you had written at the request of the defendant?
It would say, I'm sorry that I stole $30,000 from you. I hope that you can forgive me. Please let me back into your life. Things pertaining to that.
Who, if anyone, was present when you would write these letters?
The defendant and his living girlfriend.
And how often would you write these letters?
We would write these letters every year.
And did you say you would write 4 to 5 each year?
Yes.
What would you do once you wrote one of these letters?
He would have Juice go over them to make sure that they weren't too similar.
And what happened after that?
Juice will also make sure that our signatures match, and if it didn't, we would have to rewrite it.
What did you understand Juice to be confirming matched?
She would make us get our IDs, and she would look at our signatures on our ID, and at the end of the letter, if it didn't match, we would have to rewrite the letter by hand.
What would you do once the letter had been approved?
The defendant would take them, and he said that he would give them to his attorney.
Did you ever see them letters again?
I would never see those again.
You testified earlier about a video recording that the defendant made of sexual encounters with you and others. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there other video recordings that the defendant had you make?
Yes, there were.
What?
He would sometimes make me make videos as punishment.
Can you describe some of the videos that you made as punishment? And actually, before you do, what do you mean by punishment?
Meaning that even after I was chastised, if I broke a rule and it was very severe, then on top of me being chastised, I would have a punishment.
And by chastising, what do you
Oh, spanking.
Oh, Lord.
what are
Ah,
what are some of the recordings? Did that happen on one occasion or more than one occasion?
more than one occasion.
Can you describe the recordings that the defendant made you make as punishment?
Yes, there was an incident where after he had chastised me over 15 times, he had pulled out an iPad and he had told me to make a video saying that my father had molested me while I was still crying for him chastising me.
And again, just to be clear, whose idea was the contents on the video?
The defendant,
Was any of what you said true?
no, it wasn't,
Why did you make the video?
because the defendant made me.
Were there other videos that the defendant had you make?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe those?
There was another incident in where the defendant had told Juice to get a new iPad and for me to record myself eating feces.
How did that come about?
It was a punishment. And the defendant had came to me and he said, I don't know what punishment I'm going to give you just yet. And then a few hours later, he came back and he told me what it would be.
And what did he tell you to do?
He told me exactly what to do with the video. He told me to smear it in my face and what to exactly say and to like put it in my mouth and act like I liked it and enjoyed it.
And what was it that he wanted you to smear on your face?
Feces.
Did you do it?
I did, yes.
Why did you do it?
Because it was a punishment.
Did you want to be doing that?
I did not.
Why did you leave?
I did that at the Justine Street Studio in Chicago.
Oh, Lord, it's too much. Okay.
I made the video. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you do with the video after you made it?
I made the video on the iPad.
What did you do with the video after you made it?
The defendant took the iPad and watched the video.
How did he respond?
He said that I wasn't into it enough and that I would have to redo it.
Did you redo it?
I did not.
I'm showing the witness. Sorry. I'm showing everyone what's in the evidence as Government Exhibit 926. And this is page 26. What is shown in 26?
This is the first small studio room in which me and the defendant would sleep in here at times.
And is there anything through this door area?
Yes, it's a hallway.
One moment. Court?
If you can find a convenient, we have a few more minutes, but if you can find a convenient time to break.
I'm showing page 4 of Government Exhibit 926. What is shown in 926?
This studio on 219 North Justine Street.
And where my pen is pointing, what is located in that area?
To the left is the restroom and where the defendant made me make the video.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say about other similar videos?
He has said that the other girls had did the same thing.
And who did you understand the defendant to mean when he referred to other girls?
Me.
Did you ever see any of those videos?
Never.
Were there other videos that the defendant asked you to make?
Not that I can recall.
Your Honor, this is an okay stopping point.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you for the night. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, 9:30. Please don't read anything about the case. Don't speak to anybody about the case, but have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. All right? And the witness can step out. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bailey, what are you doing?
Okay.
All right. Do you have a sense, I don't know why I asked, to try to put hope over experience, but do you know how much longer about?
I would.
I'm not rushing you. I'm trying to get an idea of our schedule.
About an hour.
Anything else before we break for the day?
Not from the government.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing. I'll just handle her tomorrow.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm sorry. There's one other thing. I just want to make sure if the defense has a binder of the evidence, do they know what you're planning to introduce each day?
Not each day, but we have provided copies of each of the marked exhibits.
I just think so we can avoid having, people asking to look at things. If you can just let them know what additional things you are going to introduce, just so that they can have it at the ready, just so it doesn't waste time. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Matter adjourned to August 24th. Oh my Lord. I have a question.
I got an answer.
How did we go from Nick to Meek? When she was listening to other girlfriends, first they said Nick, and they gave then later on it was Meek, M-E-E-K. I'm like, where did Meek come from?
I guess the writer was thinking that she was saying Meek, but she was
okay. Because I'm like, wait, we don't went from Nick to Meek.
I have a question. Did they show the video of her eating shit?
Do they have any of these videos?
None.
I didn't see any video.
No video.
Well, I have a question. She endured all this abuse, all this manipulation, okay? And then the way she's trying to make a testify to is that she's so young, so naive, so inexperienced, so all this, but then she's defiant and big mouth and everything else, okay? Mm-hmm. Then one of the times when she testified, she said when we remodeled our room, that was our master bedroom.
Yeah, she kept saying our.
You get what I'm saying?
And separating them from the other girlfriend, me and his other living girlfriends. It's always me and him, and I picked up on that.
You get what I'm saying? So for you to be your stance in his life is just one of his girlfriends, his living girlfriend. Who were you? You keep saying his living girlfriend. Who were you? What was your position there then? You were one of the girlfriends. You were the one who was interviewed on Gayle King. But she said when they was talking about the rooms, is this the same room? When they was going through the room, she said, "Oh no, it was more furniture in that room because we remodeled. We remodeled
our master bedroom.
Our master bedroom. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, so she was trying to, because she always made her stance like she number one. You know what I'm saying? But she forgot.
But even with Geronda's testimony and her testimony, they're saying, well, he had sex with us. No, if you're saying he raped you, why y'all ain't using that word? I mean,
Yeah. But the thing of it is, you know what? We were young. We all were young on this panel. We were not this damn stupid.
Exactly.
This is just the stupidest stuff. Like, you just dumb as hell. Like, just super dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just couldn't go home. Like, he made you eat poop. He did all this stuff, spanking you and all this and that, but you didn't like it. But you didn't leave either.
Right.
Now we know R. Kelly did not write that long text.
He came back. She came back. Remember, he slapped her. He sent her home. Well, what are you coming back for?
Exactly. And then when they were in, I can't remember where they were. If they were when the mama supposed to be with her. Was that in California where the sheriff said, "Well, I'm gonna get a room for you. I'm gonna
that was in Florida."
Okay, then you're gonna go. Your mama gonna let you go sleep with a grown man, and you 17, and she's with you. Come on now, come on.
It didn't make any sense at all. It didn't make nothing. Then she said not too long ago, about 30, 45 minutes ago, she said, when I went back home to what she said, I went back home to homeschool. Y'all didn't catch that part. She said that she went home and wrote, and she homeschooled, and she was homeschooling while she was with Rob. But then she went home to Florida and said she homeschooled. If you go back up 4 or 5 pages, that's what she said that. So I'm thinking to myself, I don't call her in lies, and I ain't even a damn
Listen to this. Listen to this. When they went to cross-examine her, he started asking her about, weren't you supposed to be in school during that time when you were traveling with him in April and in May? Because, school didn't get out until June 3rd for them in Florida, according to her. So you've been truant all this time not going to school?
Exactly. And then you don't know when school starts. If you're a junior in high school, school starts around the same month every year.
Yeah.
But see, what I don't understand.
I don't know when school starts.
But see, what I don't understand, okay, so the mother got on Gail King and said she signed this letter 3 months before she turned 18. And she said that the reason why she did it is because Azriel had threatened to commit suicide and she had just done it recently before. So she didn't want to call her bluff on it. Now, now they're testifying saying that all her junior year and her senior year, she already was knowing R. Kelly, was engaging in R. Kelly. So why didn't you say anything then? Like, why you get what I'm saying? Why would you wait 3 months before she 18 to write a letter and make her do anything when you had already been letting her go?
And in there it said something about 4 or 5 months.
You get what I'm saying? So you knew she was gone a year or two, and now you wait till she 21 to say was something was done when she was 17, allegedly.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the good question is, why are they not letting the transcript come out so we could finish?
Because they don't want. Well, for one, they don't want her testimony coming out. They don't want her testimony coming out. I think if you get her testimony, it's gonna be a lot of shit missing. If you get the transcript, it's gonna be a lot of shit missing.
Oh, I'm gonna know what's missing because I'm gonna fill
But
it in.
Geronda's was just as contradicting as hers.
Yeah, but hers was worse, and she's supposed to have been the main girlfriend in the most recent one. That was the bad part about it. You would have thought Deronda's was bad. Yes, she got trapped on the stand, but for her to be the recent girlfriend and supposed to know so much, and she been there for 5 years, wouldn't have thought she would have got caught up in all the lies she got caught up in on the stand. She got tripped the hell up. Now, when somebody on the outside looking at all this and they naive to the situation, they probably would believe her in some instance.
You know what? Someone was just asking the question about the eating doo-doo. He was not there when she supposedly ate that.
Yeah, but I'm saying they said they had all these videos. Where's the video of it?
That's what, if I was a juror, that's what I want. That's what I'd be asking. Okay.
Oh, they do have a video of her with the crap, eating the crap.
Yeah, but was it when they was together?
No, she did it and showed him the video. He was not there when she did it. I don't understand. She said he was not there.
What year was the video taken in?
What, the eating the crap?
Yeah.
When she was 17?
Everything happened when she was 17. Shit happened at 18 or 19 or 20 or when she turned 21. Everything happened at 17.
Look, that's 17.
So they actually got a video of her with
they ain't have no text
5
messages
years.
that she ain't had no text
You ain't
messages
lying.
from Rob.
Hold on, I ain't here. One at a time, guys.
I'm just thinking that could be some, because everybody knows what's his name over there. He can doctor stuff up. How does someone know he didn't doctor that up?
Lolo?
Did y'all notice she had text messages? They had evidence of text messages from her talking to everybody except Rob.
Yes. Yes. But she ain't allowed to talk to nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's when people hear the cross-examination, looking at this side, you be like, oh wow. Some stuff don't mean, some you be like, oh wow, or whatever. But it's just because we know better, we can pinpoint it. But people on the outside can't pinpoint that shit. People on the outside will really believe what this girl is saying.
Okay.
Samantha, they had not shown the eating poop video. They didn't show.
No, they just showed a picture of the room that it was supposed to be in where he made her make the video. But that's all they can show is the picture of the studio and where it's supposed to have taken place. But I want to see that. If I was a juror, I need to see all these videos you're talking about, where the iPad's at, so we can get the pictures out so we can see. Because other than that, it's just you just talking just to be talking.
It's hearsay. It's his word against. It's her word against his.
And the government said in Gaddis's opening, we're going to show you videos and recordings. And okay, where is it at? That's why I was like, are they saving it for last or something?
I thought it had to be submitted right when they're producing, talking about it.
Well, I mean, you would think, but I'm like, well, they ain't showing it yet. But that's what she said in her opening, that they're going to show you recordings and videos. And I'm like, okay, so when they going to bring it?
Have they showed any videos besides that one?
Nope.
The only thing they showed was precedents. And the prosecutors tried to stop them from showing that one.
All they've been showing is photographs. And all they've been showing is photographs. Photographs of people, photographs of studios, photographs of this.
This case, the whole thing is just stupid.
It is. It's just crazy. It's not a federal case. I'm sorry. It's just not. I don't see anything federal. The only thing would be the only thing that they as far as the enterprise is that assistant that he had booking her the trips when I guess the assistant couldn't have thought she was 18 because let her tell it. She told the assistant her birthday, which would have been 17 at the time. But it's just not making sense to me.
But then wouldn't it have been the assistant's job to notify Mr.
That's what I'm saying. When she first tried to book that first flight and had to get her date of birth, when she told you 12/30/97, okay, well, you 17. You should have said something to somebody, but I don't know. That's just crazy to me.
Right. But 17, I mean, here where I'm legal.
I'm thinking if the parents sent that letter 3 months before she turned 18, I bet you they sent another letter. They just ain't providing it or something. Something had to give because this just ain't making sense.
No, and then not only that, but the mother goes to the hotel and lets her daughter stay with him. What the hell?
Exactly.
They're doing playing hopscotch.
Exactly. All night long till the next morning.
Come on now.
This just ain't making sense.
No, it makes no sense. That's crazy. To me, if a mother brought her daughter to see my son and she was 17 and he was his age, I wouldn't think nothing of it. If the mother wanted to stay in her own room and my son and the daughter wanted to stay in another room, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I'd be like, the mom's okay with it, so I guess I'm okay with it.
I thought when they went to the storage, that's the.
Oh yeah.
I thought they got all this stuff, all these electronics and all that stuff. Okay, where is that at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is just crazy. To put him through this for 2 years is so crazy.
I know one thing. She got caught with inconsistency in her stories while on the stand. The judge mentioned that, and there was so many inconsistencies.
Chi-Town said if the feds don't have videos in Cook County, don't either. No, because Cook County is waiting on feds to give them the evidence. It's just
I think somebody jumped the gun and now they don't know what the heck to do. And
they gotta finish it.
Because the way they looking right now, there's no way, unless they paid off the jury, that this could be charged as a RICO. There's no possible way with all this crap that they've been. It's about somebody's sexual life being put on a camera. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Because I don't see nothing else. No, okay. I mean,
he's the only freaky person. It's a whole lot of freaky people.
You literally lied and showed identification of the lie with both of them.
Yep.
They
And
lied.
all he needs is one juror.
To me, that would be entrapment.
And then
Yep.
and then you telling that your mom was acting like she was you, saying that she was 18. Now your mom should be part of this too.
Right.
You know, let's look at this in a legal sense.
Mm-hmm.
When she was in the motel auditioning, now those police officers that went there and looked at her ID and saw that she was underage, even though the parents said she was 18. Now let's just say if the man she was in the hotel with had killed her, you mean to tell me y'all just gonna leave after y'all see that she's underage? Y'all department could have been sued if anything
She
had
wasn't
happened to them.
underage. The ID she showed wasn't underage ID.
It said 17.
Her ID, she's told the officer she was 18. He looked at her ID and it verified it was 18.
I thought she said she said because somebody asked her, said, well, you mean the police officers left? And she was like, yeah, they just told Rob, if you need security the next time you up this way,
he checked and saw she was 18.
Yeah, but
I mean, she must have had a fake ID. That's all I got to say.
I thought that someone said the parents told the police when they
called. Yeah, the parents said she was 18, but when they looked at the ID said 17.
No, she didn't say the ID said 17. They did not say the ID said 17. They said that they checked the ID. Parents said she was 18. Now, for them, that means there must have been another ID that was shown. If they
Round even said, if you go back up in the thing, and when she's testifying, she said her parents said she was 18, but the ID says she was 17.
No, she said no, but the officer looked at the ID and verified it was 18. Go back and see. She said she was 17. But when
everybody in the comments are saying no, it said 17.
Well, the thing I'm not getting.
No. The officer looked at her ID and they said it was 18. She said she was 18. She asked when the officer knocked on the door, Rob asked her, how old are you? She says 18. She said, are you sure you're 18? She says, yes, I'm 18. And so she showed the ID to the officer and it said that she was 18. Then her parent verified it was 18. So that means she might have gave something that was not. I mean, she may not show you exactly what she gave because all the other ones given fake IDs. I believe she gave a fake ID.
But can I ask a question? How? Because I thought that the parents.
Sylvia, you saying it wrong. The evidence that they have of her ID says 17. She said when the police came in that they did not even look at it because her parents had said she was 18. She said she was 18, so they didn't even really bother to look at the date on her ID. But what's in evidence is a 17-year-old ID.
But didn't they say, now she was with, because I'm confused about this. They said that she went with R. Kelly, 4 or 5 months before she turned 18?
3 months.
Okay, well, how the hell was she 17 for all that time when she said in one of her statements 4 or 5 months? Do you remember that?
Okay, here you go. I'm on page 794.
Go ahead, read it.
794. It says, it says, I'll start with what I had to call. And I then had to call my parents in front of them and let them know that I was okay. And I also had to show them my ID. And what if anything, did you say about your age? I did say that I was 18. What, if anything else, did the officer say during that encounter? Basically, after they did check my ID, they left and they had given the defendant a card and said, anytime he was in Orlando, needed security to let them know. Now, you said that you showed the officers your identification, your ID. Did you show them your true identification? Yes, it was my driver's license. And based on your identification, how old were you? How old did it show that you were? 17 years old.
Yes, her ID that is put into
Right.
evidence says
Right.
17.
17 years old. And it said,
But
did the
y'all,
officers
I don't
then
think.
leave?
Listen, y'all, I don't think
They
she.
put the ID in evidence.
I don't think
Yeah,
she
that was
gave
the evidence.
Yo, I don't think she gave that ID. She just told them. These people been lying.
They said exhibit and they put it in evidence.
Uh-huh.
But
That's why I was like, true officers, if they had known that a 17-year-old was in a hotel room with a man, regardless of what the parents said, they would have taken her out of there.
So that means I'm sorry, y'all. The police would have took her out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they would have.
I'm sorry.
And would have taken him downtown.
Something else. And
if they looked at the ID, they did not even bother to look because her parents had already verified she was.
Read it again.
Oh, Lord,
it says,
I'm telling you,
read it again.
It says,
read it
I
again.
did say that I was 18. Then question, what if anything else did the officer say during that encounter? Answer. Basically, after they did check my ID,
they check her ID.
They left, and they had given the defendant a card and said anytime he was in Orlando and needed security to let them know. And then that's when Geddes was asking. Now, you said that you showed the officers your identification, your ID. Did you show them your true identification? Yes, it was my driver's license. And based upon your identification, how old were you? How old did it show that you were? 17 years old. Did the officers then leave? They did, yes. What happened after the officers left? The defendant wanted to proceed because he still needed to come. That's why I was like, ain't no officers would have left a 17-year-old in that in the hotel room.
Look at
with
her.
the man.
They should have.
That's why I said something don't sound right.
I'm telling you, to me, I believe she gave a fake ID. That's why
she did it. It's the same ID that they put in.
We don't know for that. They've been lying throughout this whole time. I don't believe them. That's just me. I don't believe them. I believe that she's telling at the court one thing, and what she actually did was something different. Because there's no way the police should leave her there.
I think they only looked at the year. They didn't look at the month, and they said, "Oh well, she 18."
Oh, somebody said they don't think there was real cops?
No, they said they didn't look at the month. They just looked at the
somebody said
there might have just been some security guards that the parents said, because didn't the parents set all that up?
All right, I said what I said. All right. Yeah.
So didn't the parents set all this up in the first place for them to go to the hotel and knock on the door? Wasn't that part of the parents' plan that she said? So maybe they were just some regular security people. Maybe they were, I don't know. But that's just weird. If you saw that she was 17 in a hotel room with a man.
And your parents was calling saying your child's underage.
Right.
That's why they were there.
They wouldn't let her say that.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-mm.
He
would have been in handcuffs that day. Exactly, Ivan.
Nothing.
Yep. Either I don't know.
That girl lies so much. I mean, she lied right there on the stand. So how are you gonna believe her? She lied right there.
If it was an actual police call, they should have records of what officers went and responded.
Yep.
And ask them, why did y'all take a 17-year-old out of a hotel room if she was underage and she's in there with a grown man? They would have took him down in handcuffs. Somebody said the Dolphin Hotel have their police force. Oh, okay.
Yep, she was 17 a long time.
Honey, I got so tired that attorney talking about, and how old were you then? 17.
Because they even caught her in a lie because she said she went to California for his concert, and then they went and checked. He didn't even have a concert during that time.
I remember that the concert got canceled.
That's what came out. When you guys see the cross-examine, y'all see there's a big difference. There's a big difference. Since they're not letting us see that part at all.
Like Dom said, at the end of the day, they didn't do their job. Deja Vu said she think the police knew it was Rob, but it don't matter. Because if anything had happened to her in that room.
Yeah.
They could have been, her family could have sued the police department, the state, or whoever that was, for them not taking her out of there. So it's just crazy.
Mm.
You heard any updates? What happened today?
Yeah, I was waiting for
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for my little one over here to come in. She's in the bushes. Come out. Click that
Oh,
link.
okay.
And question, why they're not bringing in the police officer? Those police officers.
Exactly.
That would be a good thing. Bring the police officers in.
Well, why ain't they trying to get
What if
Nick
they
or
are gonna
whoever it
bring
is,
in a police
Nick and B?
officer, but the police officer gonna come through for the defense?
Huh?
What if they are gonna bring in a police officer, but the police officer gonna come in for the defense?
Oh, so if they come in for the defense, they're done.
Yeah.
Because then they'll have it in the record of what they looked at. If there's a police, there got to be a police report, right?
And why ain't they trying to get the other girlfriends that she said all of them got chastised, spanked, and beat? I was like, now she's doing to the extreme. He beat me and kept beating me. Girl,
But
stop
if you
trying to
get
understand
beat,
your
and then
story.
your skin is coming off. Why
Yeah,
you not going to the hospital?
exactly.
Because you're lying.
She kept doing too much. Doing too much. The story it just seemed outrageous. It just
Your skin is broken. You're not going to go to the hospital?
Exactly.
Not only that, she'd have burns.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Not one single police report.
You can look on Instagram and see her buttocks.
And then if there was like the other women that were there, you see this being happened to a young person that's under. Come on now. Eventually something will snap in you. Something.
Mm-hmm.
This is just crazy. I was like, who is Juice? I was beginning to think Juicy was Joy because I was like, well, wasn't Joy there during this time?
She was.
Until she finally said Joy. I was like, okay, because I was like, they said Joy was already there. So I was like, where's Joy? It's just too far.
She ain't even mentioned Holly.
She did. Yes, she did. She mentioned her. She mentioned her in the second half. She mentioned her. There's missing stuff. This is just the first part. The second part is she mentioned Holly. She mentioned quite other few more
I'm talking
people.
about like when she was naming all the girlfriends.
She did. She mentioned her.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the first half. The second half, she mentioned her. They even showed her picture on the podium.
Okay, I want to clarify something right quick. Okay. So when you guys went to the courthouse last week when Azrael was testifying, and upon reading this transcript right here today, now the judge indicated that her testimony was inconsistent. Am I correct? Okay, and upon the fact that her testimony was inconsistent, wasn't there an argument between the prosecutor and the defense whether to let presidents in to play with the jury?
Yes. This is not. You're not showing that yet.
Okay.
It's not. There's like she was there 3 days. She was there Monday, Tuesday, and part of Wednesday.
Okay.
You only have Monday on here.
Right.
You do not have the other days.
Right. Okay. So, but you guys were there. So when you were there, they allowed the jury to see presidents, right? Based on the inconsistencies of her statements, right?
Yeah. They showed
First candidate read the words from president. And when he was asking questions from the words he was saying, then that's when the judge allowed the actual video to be played on Wednesday morning.
Right, on Wednesday morning. And based on the fact that she was inconsistent though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now that the president was played before the jury or whatever, the judge now, the defense argued because of the fact is, she was probably impeached or perjured herself or something like that, right?
The judge mentioned that.
The judge mentioned that.
Yeah.
So this is why they had them look at jury. So the judge is now reviewing the fact of her testimony. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
To
Yeah.
see whether it's going to be allowed, or some of it's going to be allowed, or partial of it's going to be allowed, or whatever, or that the other ones can, disregard her testimony. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, because I was just in the chat and there was something totally different that was said, and I was like, okay, I know that I heard you guys say that.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why we're not allowed to get the transcript, because the decision hasn't been made and it's sealed right now.
Well, see, what he was saying is, he said that Judge Andali won't give no what he say? He said that I think he missed a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because he said the non-lawyer. I think he missed a lot of what happened last week, because we're not saying nothing about what is skilled and who is skilled. All of them are skilled attorneys. Okay, you got to understand that Nicole is a prosecutor as well. So all of them are skilled attorneys. Don't get that misunderstood. But that's not the point about their skills, because I'm quite sure they're good on both sides. But what it is that they did argue the fact. The defense argued the fact on allowing presidents to be played, because when they read it, she attested to it. Am I right or wrong?
Say that again.
The defense argued that presidents should be played or whatever, because they read parts of what she said in Presidents, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
and then the judge allowed it, because the prosecutor was trying to get her not to allow it, and she was throwing out all different laws on why she shouldn't bring it up.
And she
then
was looking in the press. Did you not say she was looking up in the law books?
Yeah, she was looking at me. She was fuming, and she was looking all in the law book, trying to bring different things to the judge why she should not allow precedents to be seen.
And this is when the defense was still fighting for the client for allowing it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to tell the non-lawyer in the chat, because I think he missed that crucial point in the things that he was saying. That's why I just wanted to make sure he knew that. You know what I'm saying? Because I want everybody to be on point, so when they have platforms, they can actually spew out here on what is actually and what was actually said.
But even when she was being cross-examined, when he kept saying, "Did you not say this to the government?" She basically was saying the government lying.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I remember you. Yes.
Yeah. And so he was like saying, "Oh, so you're saying the government lied then?" And she says that's not what she said. There's certain things she did not say that, but it's in writing. It was right there on the black and white.
Okay. So I just wanted people to understand that this is not about the credentials of either side. All these attorneys, prosecutors, and defense, all of them have impeccable credentials, okay? Trying this case. So this is not a case upon underestimating these people or that people. They all have high credentials here. So I just want that.
Okay, and the government, they've been preparing us for 2 years.
Hold on, it says here, the government is establishing the violation of Mann Act from 2015 to December 2015. That is the reason why they're retaliating the fact that she was 17, reiterating that she's 17. Okay. But here's the deal with her. Basically, I don't know the law, so I don't know. But I know one thing. One thing I did hear the judge say, her testimony was inconsistent, meaning you're lying. That's what it says to me.
And that's why we were talking about non-lawyer. This is why we're trying to explain to you. So I need you to calm down, because we know that the judge is out to consider whether to impeach or not. This is what we're telling you. So we're not telling you I think what I'm saying is we're not combating what it is about who know what about the law. What we're telling you is what actually has taken place during the proceedings in which happened last week, because infamous Sylvia and Dottie were there actually taking actual notes. And considering that what they were saying in their notes is kind of lining up what the transcript has been saying.
Mm-hmm. And then if we got a chance to see the other part of this transcript, it would be exactly what we say.
Right. So I just wanted him to understand that, because I think he's trying to, we're not trying to figure out who knows the law and all this. Now, I think we all have gotten some knowledge about the law, learning this case and being around this for so long and learning as we go too. But what I'm saying is we already understand that part, but we were just telling you exactly what was happening during the time where
Dom, we didn't get a chance to see the ID. They didn't show us the ID. They didn't show. The only person got a chance to see the ID was the jury. They didn't show it to us.
So if the judge decides to impeach her, so none of her testimony would be on the transcript. Is that correct? Or will they blot it out like they've been blotting out stuff that they didn't want us to see? Do you think?
Well, they're gonna have to make that decision. Judge is gonna have to make that decision.
Right. And nobody is saying that, making any assumptions. We're speaking on what was currently happening and talking in commentary, not making any assumptions up to the law, because none of us are lawyers.
But here's the deal: if they impeach her, everything's gonna be taken away, most likely. That's why I think, yeah,
that's what I was
no
thinking.
matter what she said, because then remember, her testimony, it hinges on a lot of things of the other people who don't want to come. There's a lot of them that do not want to come to testify.
Did they ever get the person that they was taking a warrant out on?
Huh?
Did they ever serve the warrant on the person that they wanted to come?
They did. She's still not coming.
Oh Lord.
She's still not coming.
Yeah, Randa, they allowed the ID to put into evidence, because now when they allowed it to be put into evidence, that gives them ground to cross-examine her and strike that evidence.
Diane Thomas said, Florida, you can't have driver's license until you're 18 unless that's done changed. And we're talking about back in 2015.
So in Florida, you can't get a driver's license. I know New York's the same way. New York's the same way too. You cannot get a driver's license until you're 18. New York, you can get a permit. You can ride on a permit for a while, but actual driver's license, you have to be 18.
Well, we can get one here in Tennessee.
Yeah, you have to be at 18, but you can get a learner's permit at 16 and keep it until you get 18. But once you get 18, then they change it to actual driver's license.
Well, that's what Diane said in Florida. So if she said she had a driver's license, that's what the paper said. The document says she said it was her driver's license.
Yeah.
So that meant she was 18, but yep, she said, yes, it was my driver's license.
Well, I know New York. I don't know about anybody else. I know New York. You have to be 18. Also, you'll stick with that permit until you're 18.
18. Wow. This case is just strange, I tell you. Strange.
Mo said they look at the year, not the month.
And then, it could be.
Your driver's license also says that under 18 until this date.
Yeah.
Randa said you get immediate license in Florida. She said you get immediate license in Florida.
Oh.
90% of the chat, including said we wouldn't want to comment. They said, I want to slap Kelly in. 90% of chat, including Sylvia, wouldn't want a comment that says, I'm confused. I am so confused. I'm lost.
What they say?
I don't know. I don't know what Dom talking about. I'm lost. Because you're reading wrong. What am I reading wrong? Someone wanna slap R. Kelly and it was deleted. Okay.
In the comments?
One of the ops come over here and act a fool. That's all.
Exactly.
That's all that is.
No, Deirdre, no, it has not been released. And I was trying to look for the other ones. They haven't released the other ones either. I just don't understand why they stayed. Because they wanted a bag, pretty, want brown eyes. That's what my opinion is. They wanted the bag.
They like them shopping sprees. And
Oh
things
yeah, you
like
hear they
that.
kept talking about shopping,
And
shopping.
they got new
shopping.
titties. There ain't nobody asking about the titties. Can somebody ask about them titties?
They were shopping, shopping, shopping.
That's why they was getting money.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you get money or whatever else, and you talking about hitting and all, I don't remember being 17 and that stupid. I just don't. They just downplaying it. They just really downplaying it. They really are. They doing. Oh my God.
Well, they just submitted to another sealed document, and this one's for number 6. So I don't know what they sealing on her.
Well, who was number 6?
That's Faith. Faith.
Mm. I want to know who is it don't want to come to court. Who is it that don't want to come? They don't got a warrant and still
They
won't
don't
come.
want to come though.
Oh, she didn't testify yet, did she?
No.
So Nikki, they changed that in New York. Cause I know when I was getting my license, I had to be 18. I don't know about y'all. You know, I'm 54. So Nikki, how old are you?
Here in Chicago, you had to be 16 when I got mine.
Well, I know I kept my learner's permit forever till I turned 18. Then I got licensed. But I had learned how to drive when I was about 14.
Randa said he need not to be around none of these type of people ever again.
But listen, when I was younger, drinking age was 18. And there was no age for smoking.
Yeah, there was no age for smoking.
There was no age for smoking, and it
just became an age within the last 6-7 years.
Yeah.
There wasn't no age of smoking for a long time. And then when I was younger, the age 18 was 18. Then they changed it back to 21, didn't they?
21, yeah.
Because there was a lot of drinking and driving activities and deaths.
There's a lot of things changed between the laws changed. I know it did when I changed age.
Yeah,
so there was no smoking age.
The smoking to 18.
But I know for a fact I kept my driver's permit for a long time because they would not allow me to get a license and I was 18.
Yeah, because you kept crashing into a tree.
No. Absolutely not.
All them snakes you kept running over out there.
No, there was no snakes in New York. I'm from New York.
Oh yeah, I forgot you from New York. Forgot. I keep thinking you from Atlanta.
Yeah, because
I went to New York. Why everybody got a fender bender, Sylvia?
Everybody had a down here with the fender bender. Down here, Georgia got the most cars with dents. Now you got a lot of pothole. You got a lot of broken axle in New York, and a lot of rust from the salt. All right. She say, okay. Where'd she go? She was good. Panic. You leaving me? Don't go.
I'm
Go.
here.
Oh, they said
Who's
don't go.
on?
Now I feel so bad that we don't have anything else to read.
Did what's
Uh,
called ever come in?
Tomorrow, Dottie gonna be on your live discussing the court
Yeah,
case.
she's gonna discuss it tomorrow. Daddy's gonna be.
Oh, okay.
Y'all don't forget to keep sewing to her, y'all, please. She's over there.
Hopefully, they'll release the rest of the transcripts
I
sometime
want
this
the
week.
rest. I already know we're not getting the Azriel. I mean the AZ, whatever her Jane one, but we can get the. I hope they release the other ones, because the other one is nothing.
I really just want the public to see what he said to the defense that they couldn't see.
It was so good. I was like, man, yes, yes, yes. And now all of a sudden they can't even show it. Dang. Dang. It was like, dang. But it was, thank you guys. It's a whole bunch of you guys in here. Welcome. Welcome to my 439 folks up in the chat. Welcome. Hey, Chi-Town. Travel the World said they're going to stop. We're giving transcript. No, they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. Because if it was, it would have been an order placed in. It's not going to stop. I haven't, Ivan, I haven't heard from Peter. I haven't heard from Peter. Let's see, Jane Doe. Let's see. Brother, you still in here?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know who's still in here. Oh, there go Dom. Dom's trying to get in. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Yes, sir.
Yo.
Yo, Dom, what's on your mind? What's on your
What's
mind?
going on, sir?
Man, that's crazy. That's some BS, to be honest with you. I just barely caught the tail end of it, but yeah, I think they should subpoena the alleged police officers and the parents. You know,
I agree with
I
you
think
on that one.
I think that's only fair. You know,
Yeah.
you can't make these accusations and not bring these people up. You know what I mean? That's like if you
Right.
get in a car accident and say there's a witness, you want those witnesses there.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
so I think they should. I mean, and they probably, if they don't subpoena them, you know what that tells me? That it never happened. That never
Mm.
happened. You know what I
And
Mm.
they
mean?
always
Because
putting up,
why else wouldn't you subpoena them? You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah.
Or not, you know what I mean? But yeah,
and of
it's only
course, one of the blogs done put out a little negative story. I'm like, they kill me.
right.
You
R.
know
Kelly
what?
accused.
I thought the government operates with integrity, but it seems like in this case here, there's no integrity.
hell no, they don't. They're basically they're gonna add anything they can. You know what I mean? And well, not you know what I mean. I keep saying that, I don't know why, but they're gonna keep adding any and everything that they can just to make it seem like that this case is real.
Yeah, because it's got R. Kelly accused of assaulting a 17-year-old girl 2 days after marrying 15-year-old Leah. Y'all, go
Okay,
on
Ted.
somewhere.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to understand this message this person put. Is this directed to me? I'm trying to figure out.
Wow.
Who was it?
Read this.
Big bandwidth. Big bandwidth. Yes, I think so.
So, Sylvia, it's at least one snake in New York that ate her own shit.
I don't believe that though. I really don't even believe she ate her own
It's at
feces.
least
I
one
don't believe
snake in New York that ate her own shit. Well, I mean, he's saying it as a joke, but who's the snake? Who is he calling the snake?
that. I think they're talking about Zell. But
my thing,
honestly,
if
I
you
don't
ate
feel.
feces, wouldn't you be sick?
Yep. Because that's bacteria. That's waste.
Right. Right.
You know,
And you
another
would
thing
need
I
to.
noticed when she said somebody was sent her a message talking about put her name along with the rat emoji. I'm thinking like Azrat wasn't even created until 2020, and that was on YouTube.
And that's what she said. She mentioned 2020. So I'm like, but he was locked up too. So I'm like, why did she put? Yeah, that came out too. She said the rat, and then she said 2020.
No, I'm saying she said it. They had brought it up to her attention in 2015 about the
Oh, okay.
Azrat. I'm like, that ain't happened until 2020, and that came from YouTube. Azrat.
Right. But my thing is, if you ever ate your own poop, I mean, any poop. You know what I mean? It could be a dog, it could be yours, a
Yeah,
cat,
that's
whatever. I
waste.
feel like you would. Right. I feel like you would have to go to the hospital. Like you literally, you're in like you wouldn't even be able to digest that. And then not only that, she said that she ate snacks to make her use the restroom. And now if she would have said, I drank milk or some dairy product, cheat, whatever, whatever that can make you, but like snacks like chips and stuff, that's not gonna just make you use the restroom. At least from what I mean, I've never had that happen. Dairy products.
It says diseases caused by fecal oil transmission include diarrhea, typhoid, cholera, polio, and hepatitis. They would have had something if they was eating their own feces.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna share our girl's thing here. She's in the bushes. She won't come out, so I'm gonna share her video. Nobody's anything. I'm gonna share her video for today's guys. If you know anything about her channel, it's Nobody's Anything. She was there today. She's the artist of the on the ground. You know the chalking that's been
Mural,
done
chalk
all over the
mural.
place. The murals chalking, yeah. So she's the one. I'm gonna start off with the first one here.
Yeah, Dano 6 is not Tiffany Hawkins.
What happened with?
I have a lot of notes that I was able to take, and I know that y'all can't wait for this type of stuff. So I'll give it to y'all. But hi everybody. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm ugly today. Don't mind me. Just know that I'm
Can
here
y'all
to
hear
give
it?
y'all some information.
Yeah.
So basically, it was only 4 of us that came to the courthouse today. I'm not saying I'm disappointed in that, but I am a little sad to see that the support that we did have in the first place is starting to die down a little bit. I don't really like that. I can't do 3 things at one time. So, I do like to chalk to spread awareness. I like to play his music to spread awareness. And I also, I like to go inside sometimes to take notes because not all the time are there bloggers or anybody that's in there from YouTube to tell you guys what's going on. So in this case, we have a little bit of luck, but not much. I don't want them to think that I'm over here talking about this shit. So I'm just gonna sit on my book real quick and then let them walk past me, and then we could continue back to what we was doing. But what I was saying was the shit that's going on today, for the most part, is very let's just say people are fucking butthurt. I'm gonna say butthurt. I'm gonna say butthurt in their feelings, possibly a little broke. Maybe I'll be there tomorrow getting your child ready for school. There's nothing wrong with that. School's rolling back around. Then make sure that everybody's prepared for school and got their supplies and all of that good stuff. And let's let these motherfuckers walk past me, because I don't need Kinnick getting on my motherfucking case. I don't need Kinnick cross-examining me. I'm not gonna lie though, I made Kinnick a shirt. So if you guys go to my merch store, there's a Kinnick shirt. It says Kinnick never panic. And then there's a shirt for Nicole, and it says Nicole with it. Okay? And then in the back it says no slipping, no sliding. So I'll put the link for my merch store later on. Like, I guess at the end of this video, I'll make sure that that's there. But let's get to these motherfucking notes. All right, so boom, I'm sitting on my notepad. So boom, right? Let me tell you the tea. The tea. Hi, everybody. Okay. So basically, right? So the first witness, I'm gonna just run y'all down. If I'm talking fast, let me know. The first witness is a woman named Addie. I don't think that was her real name. She gave a nickname for them to call her by. So there's that. Now, for evidence, they used a picture of her smiling like this at age 17 or 18. She doesn't recall exactly how old she was in the picture. She said about 17 or 18. She grew up in the Bronx and she was raised in Florida. Her hobbies was dancing, singing, acting, and writing music. She graduated high school with an associate's degree for arts. She went to a conservatory school which is a performing arts school for dance and theater or whatever.
I wanted to say, all those who thought that is Prada is from Minnesota. The person she's talking about right now is from the Bronx. So that is not Prada. Please, it's not Prada. I know folks are saying that it is her, but it's not Prada.
Who's Prada?
Prada is the one out of Minnesota. That's the case that Robert has in Minnesota.
Wow. And I don't know
Adelina Prada. Adelina Prada is the one out of Minnesota. Okay. But they said because this person's nickname was Addie, they saying that's Prada. But no, that's not Prada. It's two different people.
Okay.
She grew up loving dancing, so until she was considered a professional dancer. So she attended shows, auditions, and as I stated, she writes music. So she has a business degree. She's self-employed. She has 2 businesses. She has a multimedia production business and a car business. So basically, they showed her a picture of R. Kelly's mugshot, and they said, "Have you ever had anything? Have you ever met him or anything like that?" She said, "Yeah, she only met him one time." They said, "Do you recognize the defendant in the courtroom?" She said that she couldn't recognize him without his mask. Like, at first she couldn't recognize him. So without the mask, she was able to say that that's him and whatever not.
What?
So she claims that she met, hello, sweetheart and family, watch God work on behalf. Hi, Nisimo. So basically she said that she met him at a concert in Florida, right? Yo, check this shit out. She met him at a concert in Florida, right? And she met him at the American Miami Arena, which was a Budweiser Superfest, right? So boom, she met him there, and she had a ticket. Basically, she had the ticket, like, she had the little pamphlet from the concert, and they used that as evidence. So she met him at the concert in September 1994. She was 17 years old and in high school. She got the tickets from her mother. Her mother worked at Power 96 radio station, so they have VIP backstage passes. Her and her best friend went. She was 17 at the time. Her best friend was 19. So the concert slip is from 1994. If you guys got to rewind this video back to get everything, then feel free to do so. But she said that this concert was in 1994, and then the access pass was a sticker that was in the center of the brochure or whatever, right? So you could just scan it and get in. So the concert was September 21st of 1994 was the exact date of the concert. She didn't remember that. When she was getting cross-examined, she didn't remember the exact date of the concert. She even gave the wrong year. She said 1992. When she spoke to the government, she said 1992. When Kenneth cross-examined her, he mentioned that when she spoke to the government, she mentioned 1992, and the flyer actually says 1994. So that was something that was looked at kind of crazy, right? So boom, like I said, the access pass was in the middle of the brochure, and she attended the concert with her 19-year-old best friend. Her mom gave her the car so that she could drive there herself. So nobody dropped her off at this one, she drove there herself. She had her mother's car. So she said there was other artists that performed there. Aaliyah performed, Salt and Pepper, Heavy D, Coolio, etc. And the other artists she didn't recall. She said that she didn't perform. Aaliyah didn't perform, but R. Kelly did. She wore a white shirt with white shorts and sneakers that day at the concert. So she was saying that she wasn't looking promiscuous. So basically, they paid for front row. So they was in the third row in the VIP section by the stage, right? So after the concert, she said that a man approached her and her best friend and asked if they wanted an autograph. All right. So she said when they asked her who approached her, she said 2 African American men. So Kenneth asked her, like, do you know these 2 African American men? Why are you saying that they're African American? Like that raises suspicion within itself. That's the best way you can describe people is by doing race shit. That doesn't look good in court. But all right, they African American, cool, whatever. So then he was like, what made you think that those 2 men worked for Robert Sylvester Kelly? Because if these men are the security at the venue, they don't work for him. They work at the venue. They work at the venue. They don't work for him. You see the difference? So that's what they was going by. So boom, she said that she never intended to go backstage, but she got the autographs from Luke, which is Uncle Luke. Let me see you pop that thing, shake the doodle brown. She got his autograph and from another artist, but she didn't remember the name of the other artist. So the pamphlet, on the pamphlet they asked her who was Luke. Oh shit, let go Farinelli. Let me shut the fuck up with my big ass mouth. That nigga smokes cigarettes. Farinelli smokes cigarettes. Who is this? This is the lady's name was Addie. He fell. The lady's name was Addie. Okay. So boom, government exam 201. It was a pamphlet to ask who's Luke. They said only 18 and up could come backstage. So she said that basically R. Kelly gave a speech saying that only 18 and up can come backstage. And the bitch was 17, excuse my French. The bitch was 17 and she still went backstage. This is the shit that's getting me upset with this case. If he like young girls, why y'all gotta keep lying y'all fucking age? That don't make no sense. Shouldn't you tell him you fucking 13? If you want to get backstage passes or some shit, if he like, bro, this shit is retarded. Like, I don't even want to give my opinion. I just want to give y'all what the notes that I have, but I'll get to my opinion later. So boom, R. Kelly himself announced that you have to be 18 and up to get in, and this bitch still went in the back.
I just thought about something else.
He announced that you have to be 18 in order to get backstage. So he said that coming in, that's the rules of the venue. And he said that at the end of his show, and bitches is still creeping backstage. What the fuck? But all right. So she said that 2 men approached her and never asked her age. So no one ever asked her age, asked her to see her ID or anything like that pertaining to the people that was at the venue. Meanwhile, these are people that do not work for Robert Sylvester Kelly. They work at the motherfucking venue. Okay? Not playing with this shit. No one checked the ID. And at the dressing room, the defendant was being interviewed by the media. So basically, see, my phone is doing that dumb shit. Basically, at the time of the show, he was in the back being interviewed. Yeah, Lord have mercy. But I don't even want to read y'all comments because I already know y'all about to make me mad over here. So yeah, mostly the media was in the room, and her BFF followed the bouncer. So basically, R. Kelly was in there doing an interview with the media in the dressing room, and the security brought her and her friend to the back. So they followed the security to the back. And after that, R. Kelly asked everybody to leave. So the media left, but the security told them to stay behind. This is what they're saying. This ain't coming from me. This is just what they're saying, right? Boom. So after the interview, they had a conversation. She wanted an autograph. So after the interview, she did want an autograph. Boom, right? He asked her name. Government exempt 201 is the other side of the pamphlet. R. Kelly's he autographed the pamphlet. So his autograph is on the pamphlet. They discussed her name, and that she was an aspiring artist. He suggested coming to the hotel for an audition, right? And then she said that she thought she wasn't allowed in the dressing room because she was 17. So since she had in her mind that she was 17, she wasn't of age. She felt kind of, like she was sneaking around going into the fucking dressing room. So my thing is this: if you feel like you sneaking around Justin. Hold on, y'all. This is my friend from like when I was a little kid. Yo, I can't go nowhere. I know everybody. Hold on, wait a minute. Hi. Where?
So
Was the only people in the dressing room. So she was then asked to describe the dressing room. She did that. And then when alone, they started talking. She claimed that her and R. Kelly finally was alone. Her and him and her friend was alone. And he wanted to play the Who Can Kiss Better game. So I'm sorry if my camera's crooked, but my phone is on the charger. But she said that R. Kelly wanted to play the Who Can Kiss Better game. So basically, he started kissing her friend. And then after he started, meanwhile, her friend is 19. After he started kissing her friend, he started kissing her. And then he was jumping back and forth into kissing them and trying to see who could kiss better. So after he figured out who could kiss better, she, all right, I don't want to skip nothing. She was kissed and didn't stop him. So boom, she didn't stop him after he just got through sucking your friend's face. You gonna let him suck on your face and you didn't stop him, you bird ass bitch. But we gonna keep this shit moving, right? Why is that important? Because I'm tired of bitches saying that they was raped when they not even trying to slap a nigga to stop him. Stop doing that shit. If you're not gonna fight for your pussy, don't say that you're fighting for nothing, bro. Because I would not sit there and let no nigga do nothing to me without kicking that nigga in his face first. I don't care what you say. You're gonna know that it's a fight before you got this pussy because I didn't give it to you. All right. So boom. So she said that after he started kissing her, he started getting aggressive with her. He held her wrist and then he pulled down her pants and he bent her over on the counter and he stuck his dick in. Right? Now she was facing the counter and he was behind her. She said that he had unprotected sex with her. He just stuck it in raw, right? She was in shock after that, and after that she said that she went blank. So did your friend participate? Did your friend participate? She said, no, my friend refused to have sex with him. So therefore you let him kiss your friend, you let him kiss you, and then he fucked you and not your friend? Okay. When finished, she walked out the door and ran out the dressing room. So you wasn't running out of the dressing room when that dick was running up in them guts. But you ain't hear it from me. I didn't share a word. So went to the parking lot and her friend was commended. Her friend recommended that she call the police and press charges. Did she do that? No. She said that she didn't report anything because she thought the police wouldn't believe her. That was her reason. Then in cross-examination, boom. She attended the concert in 1994 at first, and she gave a different date. She said the concert was in 1992. Then Kanik showed her the document of her speaking to the government, which it says 1994. I'm not fucking playing with y'all. I'm going to tell y'all the jewels. Okay. Where was it kept? Where did she keep that brochure for almost 25 fucking years, right? Boom, she said she kept that shit in a box. So she kept it in a box as memorabilia because and then Kanik said someone raped you and you kept the fucking brochure? Let me just lay on this bench like a damn bum. Oh, fuck, they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. Yeah? Yo, talk that shit, TV. See, real shit though. Hit the factalities. We're not playing. So boom, right? So Kanik was like, yeah, so you was raped and you ain't go to the police, but you kept this as a memorabilia? You got your fucking twisted, bitch. You got your rabbit ass mind. So where was it, Cat? Boom, boom, boom. She said that no one would believe her. She had a lawyer. She didn't remember the lawyer's name. Didn't sue Robert Sylvester Kelly for none of the trauma or anything that she's trying to jack. Don't want to sue him. They said, do you want to sue him now? She said, no, she don't even want to sue him. No. They said, he said, why did you have a lawyer then? She said, I had a lawyer just so I could have a legal representative to speak for me. Then he said, you don't recall having a lawyer? At first, she was trying to act like she didn't even, when y'all get this transcript, go back, when y'all get this transcript, right? Go listen to what the fuck I'm saying right here, right now, and then go listen to those transcripts, and you gonna see what I'm saying. Because I can only explain for so much, okay? I'm not even done. Fuck lunch today, okay? Fuck lunch today. I'm eating these bitches today. That's it. She has a lawyer but couldn't remember the lawyer's name. Boom, right? Let's go. Let's put that on the screen. She couldn't remember his name. All right. So boom, they said, did you hire this lawyer during after surviving R. Kelly? She said, no, I hired him prior to that. Now, this gonna really fuck y'all up. This gonna be the boo, the knockout. What? She said after speaking, okay, wait. Next page, my bad. Boom. So January 2019, right? She went to the authorities. Meanwhile, she said this shit happened in 1994. This bitch is just now going to the authorities in January 2019. So if y'all use your common sense, when was that? When was that? That was just about when Gayle King, not Gayle King, Kim Fox was coming out this motherfucker like, hey guys, if you know anybody that's a motherfucking victim. I wish I had my microphone. So I could be like, if you know anybody that's a victim, please call 1-800, you got my bun fucked up today. Nobody's going for this shit. All right, I'm sorry. Excuse my French for the people that don't like me swearing and cursing and all that stuff. I love y'all. Y'all know I love y'all. I mean no harm. It just these bitches get me mad. Okay. She didn't. So she said that she waited 25 years to go to law enforcement. Even though she was traumatized and humiliated, she waited 25 years. She didn't want to be victim shamed. So she is an adult now who is not scared. So she got smart with Kenneth. And she said, I'm an adult now and I'm not scared to be I'm not scared. So Kenneth said, you've been an adult this whole time, bitch. You've been an adult for over 25 years. You just now becoming an adult that's not scared to speak up for yourself. What's really going on? They got my bun fucked up. They got my bun fucked up. You see that? All right, so boom. So she's an adult now who's not scared, but she's been an adult this whole time. That's the point that Kenneth had made. Watch when y'all get this transcript. You're going to see how Kenneth was smoking that ass. Like, asked about Kim Fox, right? Boom. She went on the news and asked for victims to come and step forward. I know y'all remember that. She said she's not sure if she hired the lawyer before or after the Kim Fox situation and the Gayle King situation. Bitch, you hired them after, just like everybody the fuck else. And if you did before, you knew some shit before. You knew this shit was coming, like everybody the fuck else. You is not the only one, sis. So, you was an adult when you went backstage, Joycelyn. Thank you. Come on, I thought the concert was in 92. The prosecution needs to throw the towel. They can't remember dates, lawyers, or names. They can't remember dates, lawyers, names, nothing. Those bitches can't even remember what they about to have on their lunch break. Look, at Farinelli's right there, so I don't want to talk too loud, y'all. So boom. She went on the news, and I was not sure if she hired a lawyer before or after Gayle King. She doesn't recall how long it took her to look for a lawyer. So she don't even know how long it fucking took her to look for the lawyer. They said, do you remember when you started looking for the motherfucker? She said, no, I don't remember when I started looking for the motherfucker. Doesn't recall when and how she found her lawyer. She checked other victims online to see the lawyers that they had. Listen to me. Escúchame. She said that she looked up other victims to check what lawyer they had so that she can get the same lawyer as them. When the bitch waited 25 years to come out and show anything about this shit. This shit need to be in small claims court. No funny shit. You trying to sue this man for every last strand of hair that's on his balls. And she that was like, huh?
Can we bring this mobile? Can we do this mobily?
Yeah, we can do this mobily.
We're gonna walk like down there.
Oh, to smoke?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily the smoke. I need to get some cigarettes on.
So go do what y'all doing, because I'm gonna be right here. Yeah, I have to give them this and then I'm here. All right, can you bring me an apple juice? Thank you. I love him with dreads. He got some nice dreads now. She checked his story so she could see. I'm gonna show you my friend. He's a model. I'm gonna tell him to show you when he come back. She just jumped on the bandwagon. Only in the United States of America, another country would tell these hoes to get the fuck out of here. Yo, another country would have decapitated these bitches. They would have stoned these hoes. Cause y'all out here being Jezebel. But anyway, we're gonna keep talking like this because the bitches gonna get on everybody motherfucking nerves. Yeah. All right, so boom. Doesn't recall the time she left. Wait, I'm skipping something. So yeah, like I said, she checked other victims online. Thank you, Miss AP. These which they bugging out. They bugging out. She checked other victims online to see who their lawyers were, so that she could find a lawyer. And then she don't even remember the name of her lawyer, the day, the time, how long it took her to find a lawyer, the process that she went to find a lawyer. Kanik was asking her all of this shit. I'm just giving y'all summed up information, but I want y'all to understand the answers that I have is the shit that Kanik was just running down on her, like ran down on that bitch twice, like Kanik ran down on that bitch twice, like he's not joking. But all right. So remember, she drove herself to this concert because her mother gave her the car, right? So and R. Kelly did announce that bitches should be 18, right? Because this is what Kanik is saying to her. Did you ask the adults you were with if you could go backstage? She said, I wasn't with no adults. I didn't go with no adults. I ain't with no adults. Ain't no adults. 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 It's motherfucking drizzling. It ain't no motherfucking adults. Okay? Okay? Ain't no adults. Nah. She got smart with Kanik when he said, did you ask the other adults that you was with? The bitch said it wasn't no fucking adults. He said, you do remember that when you spoke to the government, you told them that your friend's mother was sitting in the VIP room, right? Yo, Kanik ain't nothing to fuck with. Kanik, ooh, ain't nothing to fuck with. Okay? Kanik ain't nothing to fuck with. He said, oh, she didn't tell her guardian that she was going backstage, by the way. So she was at the concert with an adult. But they did have their little freedom probably to run around, but she was there with an adult nonetheless. Those tickets wasn't only for her and her friend. Those tickets was for moms too, okay? So mom was in the VIP section and you didn't even ask your mother or your friend's mother, who is your guardian or your the person who's responsible for your little minor ass. You didn't ask them, could you go backstage? You just took it upon yourself to take your 17-year-old ass backstage after this man just sung his last damn song and then said, y'all bitches gotta be 18 and walked off the stage. I want them to be serious. Because I think they coming in here thinking this shit is a joke. Like, I think they think this shit is a joke. Is my phone charging? Okay, so yeah. Let me make sure this is charging. Oh, yeah, it's charging. Ooh, take that battery saver off. Didn't Kanik train under Johnny Cochran? Yo, I don't know where he came from, but I'm gonna tell you right now, that nigga like to argue. Like whoever his wife is, she probably just be like, all right. Like she's not arguing. Nobody's arguing with Kanik, bro. That's not happening. You're not gonna win that. That's just a dub. Like if I ever have to argue with some, you know what? I got a few motherfuckers that need, you know, let me just get back to this. We're gonna get to that later. That's a whole nother ball game. All right, so her and her friend attended alone. This is the cross-examination I'm reading to y'all. Her and her friend attended alone, right? With no other adults, right? R. Kelly signed the brochure when the room was full of people from the media. Why did she think that those men were his bouncers? Those two black men that stopped her. Why did you think those was his bouncers when there's security already working at the fucking venue? How did you get in? Oh, okay. She doesn't know if they worked for him or for the venue. Because this is the part that's important. Her testimony is based off of her assumption. She said that my testimony is based off of my experience. Kanik said, have you ever been to any other concert? She said, no, I've never been to any concerts in my life. So, bitch, well, he asked her, what experience do you have at concerts? What is this experience you're talking about? This one experience that you had here? Because you're not a fucking expert or anything at venues to know what should be going on when this is your first time coming, right? Somebody's telling you what should be happening, right? That's what the fuck it sounds like to me. Boom. So she said that she never been to any other concerts, no concert experience. Assuming that these bouncers work for him and they work for the venue, she said that the government, she said to the government that they were with her friend's mother in VIP, but she in the courtroom saying, no, it was no adults there, only my 19-year-old friend. She was asked about speaking to someone named Mayweather. She said no, she don't recall. Trying to make sure the coast is clear. I ain't doing nothing wrong. I'm doing it strong. Okay. Before today, you spoke to and reviewed testimony since yesterday. So basically, they was asking her how long you been speaking to your lawyers, because bitch, you in here not knowing shit that you did. You know what's going on. So she was like, oh, she spoke to her lawyers only 3 times for an hour each time that they spoke. So she spoke to the lawyers yesterday. She spoke to them last week and possibly a little bit before this month or so. And she still does not remember her own shit that she did, said, signed, and everything else. You know, you traveled, you went there, you signed, you dated, you did all of that shit. You fucked, you did all of that. You don't remember what day none of this shit happened. You don't remember nothing, bitch. Listen, okay? So she didn't recall meeting with the fucking government. So how's she supposed to recall anything that happened back 25 years ago? Come on with this bullshit. Yo, y'all should see his face. He in there like this. When we went on our break, he picked up his book and said like this. I said, he is getting tired. He ready to bust out in there, y'all. He about to be like, y'all killing me with this shit. He about to do it. He about to tell y'all that he don't know how to hug to people. And y'all fucking up y'all playing. He fighting for him. He don't know how to do none of that shit. And I just, as cool as he's playing this shit, I gotta believe him. Like, if I was innocent, I wouldn't be jumping up and doing all of that either. Because I know that these bitches are sitting there making themselves look stupid. Y'all showing me everything that I need. I don't got it. That nigga hasn't said a word. Every now and then he lean over to Nicole real quick, like, there's some bullshit. And she like, I already know. Don't even worry about that. And they keep it fucking pushing. Now, if he was worried, he would have lines in his forehead. Do you see how worried I am? Look at the lines in my head. I'm worried. I'm about to break a sweat. My back is sweating. The only reason why I got this umbrella over me because it was doing some raining. And you know what? Somebody once told me that when it's sunny outside and it's raining, that means the devil is beating his wife. I said, the devil got a wife? Ooh, yeah. What time is it? Cause it ain't over. I hope y'all don't think I'm anywhere near done, because I'm not. I hope y'all enjoying this. Hit that like button. Hit that like button and let me know if my little commentary is good. Because I know y'all gonna curse me out when y'all get those transcripts. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm trying to do this as accurate as I can, okay? I'm trying my best. I did not want to have such serious commentary in my hands. I was really nervous about my notes the last time. But then when I looked at other people's commentary, I see that my notes are really good. So I can handle this shit. So I jumped on this and we gonna ride, baby. All right? I just got in the chat. Hi, Simply Erica. Make sure you hit that like button, baby. Because we got this juice over here. All right, so boom. So y'all want to skip to the next person, or y'all want me to finish with what he did to her? Because we could go to the next person. Ooh wee. So no, she didn't remember none of this. All right, be on the next page. Hold up, y'all. I got a lot of notes. I'm doing good. Y'all, I'm so nervous. Yo, I know this sun is not about to start that shit. Like, look at that shit. Look, I'm getting glossy. I'm gonna move because I realize how this sun is trying to attack me, and I cannot afford. I'm wearing all black today. I can't afford that. So, no, we're gonna move this right on over here. If I'm doing good. All right. So y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Y'all not confused or anything? Like, any questions? Because I don't want y'all to be confused and shit. I'm trying to really tell y'all what's going on, and we're gonna get this right. All right, so let's do this right here. All right, so we right here now. Can y'all hear me good? I got my little bag. It's 1:40. We go back in at 2:15. So I got a little bit more time to tell y'all what's going on. No confusion here. No confusion here. Oh, I'm clear. Should have never told me that, because tonight, oh shit. All right, let's get back. So boom, she said that she met with the government at least 3 times. I told y'all that. They said, did you discuss prior statements? Yes. So she did discuss everything that's going on. Nancy, yo, I see you. I can see you anywhere, my nigga. Hi. Look, I'm trying to do some serious commentary. All of my friends, get out of here right now. Get out of here. Y'all popping up on me outside. Y'all popping up in the chat. Yay. Look, why y'all doing this when I'm doing serious commentary? When I be on here fucking around, my friends don't love me. I gotta send y'all links and shit. But I'm out here giving that serious juice today. Now y'all want to come in. So basically, she said that nobody told her what the other lawyers was gonna ask her, which she's fucking dumb. Nobody would ever tell you what the lawyers are gonna ask you, bitch. All they could do is give you a pregame you on the shit that you went in there saying with your dumb ass. But after that, they're not gonna tell you what these lawyers are gonna ask you to prove their case. No, they're not. No, they're not. No. Okay. So boom. So she said that she never spoke publicly about the rape, right? And then, hold up. I don't want to lose where I'm at. Did you discuss prior statements having problems answering what she spoke about yesterday about the questions that she would be asked for cross-examination? Then she said no one told her that the other lawyers were going, what they were going to ask her. Then she got rude and said no, and then changed and said yes. And they did a review. Because she was saying that at first they didn't. She was getting an attitude with Kanik because he kept asking her, like, didn't your attorneys go over this with you? She was like, no. So Donnelly was like, bitch, let him finish. Let him finish asking you the fucking question, and then you can come out with your nah. So after she was listening to the question, she came out and said, yeah. Okay. Hi, y'all. I'm over here being retarded, okay? So she never spoke publicly about the rape, right? Is what she said. And then she answered questions from the defense counsel about the 2 male bouncers. So remember I was telling y'all what he was asking about them being African American and all of that stuff. Like, why the fuck is you saying that like that? So she said, Kanik said, what made you think that those 2 bouncers was working for Robert Sylvester Kelly? She said, I'd never seen them before, and when I did see them, they were escorting people. So you do know, bitch, that security at the venue escorts people too, right? It's not just personal security, like it's all of that. Shakira, I said it because I have people stalking the judge. Is so good. Talking about the judge is so good. We all see the corruption. How can you be last? Blah, blah, blah. Yo, they really letting them kill themselves though. Like those bitches is like, I'll take the stand next. Me next. Then they go up there and do this. Like they killing themselves. They are not hurting. Like I'm not even trying to have a one-sided free R. Kelly, type of look at this. I'm looking at this shit as if I was a juror, as if I didn't know who he was, as if I didn't know everything I know, and just listening off of what they're saying. These bitches are high, dry, and confused, like stupid, lost, and just lost in the world. Like they have nobody to guide them the right way, not even with this shit when this is kind of fucking serious. But I don't want to waste my time bumping my gums about bullshit. I want to tell y'all what's really going on. So, okay. So basically, yeah, she said that she believed that those securities worked for yada yada. Go back, right? We get into the next person. So next, now we got the next witness is Derek Stevens. Derek Stevens, I don't know who the fuck you are, but let me tell you something. You keep your funky ass away from this man, please. You fucking disgruntled employee. You mad as fuck. He don't owe you shit, and he ain't gonna give you shit. You ain't gonna get shit unless you work for your own shit, because you don't get shit around here. Ain't nobody owe your ass shit, all right? I just have to get that off my breast before I get to the rest of it. Let these journalists go by. So yeah, Derek Stevens. And then yeah, he changed Divine Stevens. So boom, he was subpoenaed. They said, "Do you want to be in court today?" He said, "Hell fucking no." He's 51 years old. He does music management. He's a music management artist. He's worked at a music development for 30 years. So he said that he knows Robert Sylvester Kelly personally. They first met in 2013 from a lady named Cheryl Mack. Cheryl Mack. Cheryl Mack. Cheryl Mack. All right. Government exam 38 is a photo of Cheryl Mack. They said, "Do you know who this is?" He said, "Yes." This was his assistant in 2013. His responsibilities was to handle the day-to-day affairs, meetings, whatever else. Exactly. Elbow golf. So it says, "How did you meet Robert Sylvester Kelly?" Through Cheryl Mack. And he said that he met him at Little Ronnie's house. Cheryl Mack knows Robert Sylvester Kelly. Ronnie's house is in Atlanta. They had business talk as far as they discussed excelling his music career even more. So basically, he agreed to bring features and collaborations. So he worked with doing that. Yes, connecting the dots, the setups is real, and we all need each other. I swear to God, I don't give a fuck who fucking hates my life. Like, y'all gonna have to get over that shit, because we really need each other right now. It's almost the end of this shit, and this week is gonna be thick. But all right, he agreed to arranging features and collaborations with other artists. When first met, he was based in Chicago but moved to Atlanta at a hotel. So basically, he was saying when he first met R. Kelly, he was living in Chicago, but he had moved to Atlanta. And when he first moved to Atlanta, he was staying in a hotel. So while working with Robert, he used his Steven residence for recording and fitness training. So basically, this guy's house, he has a big ass house that has a basketball court, a recording studio, and a bunch of other shit. Pretty much like how R. Kelly had his house in Olympia Fields, pretty much with the studio and all of that shit in it. So it says, "What type of work did you do?" He said, "Business deals for collabs and touring, and helped." He said, "and helped I don't know if I'm saying this right. I write in script, but he said negotiate. Am I saying that right? Oh my God. So there's a RCA, it's a record label, right? And he helped with that. So he did Live Nation tours. And then he says, "Was any money paid for the first tour?" So he said that no, he wasn't paid for the first tour. The first half of the money went to Robert Sylvester Kelly. He helped set up the Black Panties tour. He negotiated with a man named Blackie. So Blackie is a partner that was active in the CPA, which was another like studio or whatever. And then it says here that that man was all up in my face just now. It says here that Blackie worked for Mr. Kelly. It says, and then he worked with Linda Mitch. I don't know who Linda Mitch is, but Linda Mitch also worked for Mr. Kelly. Red Light was a management company. So a government exempt 44, it was a picture of Linda Mitch. And Linda Mitch is the woman that just died 2 days ago in that freak car accident that used to represent him or work for him or whatever the case might be. I've seen it on a few people's blog, community chats and blogs, channels and things like that. This lady, Linda Mitch, just literally passed away like 2 days ago, and she was his attorney. Yeah, thank you, Khadijah. She was his attorney. It's so many fucking people involved in this shit. It's so hard. So it says, "What ways did RSK use your residence?" So meanwhile, he said his house was big. I told you guys he used his house for basketball and recording. And then he said, "Did you ever play basketball with Robert Sylvester Kelly?" He said, "Yes." He explained the setup of the basketball game. So he explained how it's bleachers on one side and there's regular chairs on the other side. So there was people around watching the games. So the people that came around to watch the games, he said, "Have you ever noticed anything unusual at the gym?" He said there was always women that came to watch him play basketball. So since there was always women that watched him play basketball, there was bleachers And then, like I said, there was chairs on the other side, like regular chairs. So the women that was with R. Kelly wasn't on those bleachers. They used to sit on the chairs, and they was only cheering for R. Kelly, like how we do now. Fuck is they talking about? And then basically he was saying that every time like the ball, went somewhere else in the gym, the women would sit up and cross their legs and turn to the wall. All of them would cross their legs and turn to the wall. So thank you. So basically, yeah, you gotta come prepared.
all day, right?
Yes. So who hit and killed this attorney? I don't know, Joycelyn Williams. I don't got nothing to do with this part that I'm reading right here. But basically, they were saying all those women would cross their legs and turn to look at the wall. So Kanik had came out and said, so was there any women playing basketball? He said no. Was there ever any women playing basketball? No. So if there's no women playing basketball, why do y'all expect these women to touch a fucking ball? If the ball is over there on their side of the gym, aren't they trying to move the fuck out the way? The chairs was right underneath the hoop. It's not like the chairs was where the bleachers were for them to be clear of balls in the damn face. Okay? So how is they facing a wall when they're facing the fucking hoop? All right, y'all. So boom. So a government example 4 is it was a picture of Junebug. So he said Junebug was R. Kelly's security or personnel. Hey Pap, good afternoon. And then it says government exempt 18 is a man named Hammer. Hammer is a security guard for R. Kelly. They showed a picture of him. It says, have your business relationship ended? He said yes. Negotiations with RCA. See, that butterfly better get the fuck away from me before I kill his ass. I don't like butterflies, y'all. I'm scared of them. I will kill a fucking butterfly. Ugh. All right. So basically, the negotiations with RCA, they sent in the invoice, and the invoice was rejected. Therefore, he was never paid. So since this guy right here was never paid, right? He's sitting here in court today testifying against Robert Sylvester Kelly because he was never paid. Now, if you was a smart man, you would have signed a contract that said, I'm going to get paid no matter what. Did you do that? No. Did you sue anybody prior to this for your money that you felt like you was entitled to? No, didn't sue. So this is your first time coming to court and this money was owed to you back when? I love me some Kanik. I need a nigga like that in my life. R. Kelly says he doesn't owe anything. Nigga, nobody knows your ass. Nothing. You ain't getting shit. I said that in the beginning. Ooh, I said that in the beginning. Butterflies is harmful to me. Butterflies eat dead bodies. I do not think them shits is cute, okay? Okay. A bunch of wannabe wifeys and disgruntled employees. Say it again. Joycelyn, today you on point day. Oh, nah. Nah, we not doing that. We getting killed coming on here. We getting... I'm going to hit their ass with this hard-ass notepad. I ain't doing that. Okay. So, boom. R. Kelly says he doesn't owe anything. Sent text messages to squash the situation. So this guy sent text messages to try to squash the situation, and it was a screenshot from his cell phone to R. Kelly's phone number. They asked him the phone number, and R. Kelly's phone number is used as evidence. So when y'all get this transcript, oh, good luck with this one. This one is going to be fun to read for y'all. Government exempt 255B is a screenshot of messages about from December 25th of 2014. Let me 14, big 14. Oh, I don't know where my friends went, but it don't take that long to bring me back no apple juice. Moths eat dead bodies. Yo, they both do the same thing to me. Mick Kennick, as his attorney, he know what he do. Yo, Kennick, I'm about to bust a move for Kennick. Kennick need that. All right, got to bust a move for Kennick. All right. Yo, I'm going to give Kanik a shirt. On my merch store, I have Kanik shirts. It says Kanik never panic. And then in the back, it says fearless. Go find my merch store. Look, I'm going to put the link in the description for my merch store. And Nicole, it says Nicole with it. Okay? In the back, it says no slipping, no sliding. Y'all got to check out my merch store. Y'all sleeping on my fucking merch store. Shout out to Kanik, because Kanik never panic. I'm going to give him that shirt for free 99. Watch. Y'all know I like doing shit for free 99. Ooh, it's 1:55. I only got 20 minutes. Let's go. All right, so R. Kelly's phone number is evidence. Boom. The screenshot of the messages. Also about the team working together to put out more music. So basically, that text message from December 25th of 2014 was messages on them agreeing to the RCA agreement and for the team to work and put together more music. So when they asked who was he referring to as her is Linda Mitch. So there was messages that she wasn't answering. But scaring the hell out of me. So hold on, next page. Hey, no slipping, no sliding. Listen, hi y'all. Look, check out my merch store. I'm gonna put the link in the description box. If you go to any of my chalk videos, the link to my merch store is in the description box. I don't know about lately, because I honestly have not been keeping up with that description box as much as I should be. But in the description box and most of my previous videos, it's the link to my merch store. I have a lingerie store. I have my social media, all of my social media, my Facebook, Twitter, everything you need to get in contact with me. Phone number, Cash App if you want to donate. Buy a shirt, buy a face mask, buy a book bag, buy a fucking cup, a mug. I got pillows, blankets. I got pillows and blankets for the chalk art that I did. So if there's anything that y'all want custom, that you want for you wanted to say your shit, let me know and I'll make that shirt for you. I'll make the face mask to match the shit. I'll do whatever y'all want. I'll make the fanny pack. I'll make the socks. Okay. But back to this. So basically, R. Kelly was ignoring his ass for a little period of time, and he said it was 6 months or so that he hasn't received a text message back from him, right? So he never filed a lawsuit against R. Kelly for this money that he claimed he wasn't paid as an employee. So government exempt 75 and 75A, he met Jane in 2020. So basically, there was a screenshot of a text message. Pigeon, what the fuck you looking at, Pigeon? What you want? So basically, it was a screenshot of somebody sending somebody a message saying that this person is a rat. She is a rat with a rat emoji. Okay, now I'm gonna let y'all figure that one out. It says Jane with my long ass neck. Yo, I got people looking at me. Look, Jane contacted him. Jane, look, let me find, what's this guy's name? Because yo, I can't wait to get home so I could spin around in my evil chair and just laugh like insanely. Yo, y'all. I'm over here bending up my fucking book, y'all. Yeah, wait, I don't want to lose that page, but on some real shit. Oh, wait, okay. Where is that? What's his name? Who was his name? What's his name? Who was I just talking about? Let's see if y'all paying attention, because I lost my page. Come on, class. Come on, class. Yo, look. Oh, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here cursing around these little kids. I think I should move my ass back to where I was at. Y'all, it's 1:59. We go back in at 2:15. I'm trying to find this page because I wasn't at cross-examination yet, no. Ooh, this shit here. All right, so this man, I said his name was Derek Stevens. I said his name was motherfucking Derek Stevens out this motherfucker. Derek Stevens out this motherfucker. So he said a female rat. Let me just regurgitate this information. So a female rat hit up Derek Stevens. Let me go to this page so I don't miss nothing. Okay. Wait a minute. Wait, because I want y'all. Okay. You know this notepad is all over the place. I can't even remember which way is back and which way is forward. Okay. I don't know which way is back and which way is forward. This would be back. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Derek Stevens, y'all. Remember this name. Hit that like button while y'all waiting for me to find my page. Okay. I think it's on this page right here. Okay. Oh, where the fuck? Okay, so he said he helped with all of the Black Panties tour and everything. Yeah, when I find this motherfucking page, screenshots of messages. Boom. Okay, and then this was the cross-examination. Oh, right here. So boom. He said that he met. Come on, sis, don't crack now. Look. Crack his leg. Yeah. All right. So in government exam 75 and 75A, this is the evidence that they gave. Okay. Oh my God, we got a couple minutes. He met Jane. I'm gonna say this shit in slow motion. He met Jane in 2020. Jane contacted him on social media, okay? And he met with Jane to help with her music career. Donnelly said, "Why do you refer to Jane as the rat emoji?" Did y'all hear me say 2020? Y'all killing me with this shit. Did y'all hear me say that she contacted him in 2000? Look. Ooh! Cross-examination. Describe the gym. He said it's one way in the gym. It's bleachers, it's chairs on one side. Boom. Mr. Kelly was on the chairs. He never sat on the bleachers. Kanik said, was there anybody ever smoking weed in the gym? The nigga was like, Kanik like, well, he said, no. Oh, you don't want to tell about how niggas is smoking weed in the gym when they playing ball, but you want to tell how somebody ain't fucking pay your ass when he don't owe you shit. Coño, mother. Muévate. Mátalo. Kill him, Kenneth. Let's go. All right. So, boom. No weed smoking, no drinking at the game. He lied. Because if I was at the game, guess what I would be doing? Smoking a blunt with the hot grabber in it. Hot grabber. Kenneth coming back, y'all. I think I need to shut my ass up. Act like I'm listening to a song with y'all. Let's do the Kenneth dance. Let's do the dance for me. Let's do the dance. Let's do the dance. Let's do the dance. Get your ass back to work. Get your ass back to work. Kenny about to hit him with the old 1-2. Yo, this is how Kenny is throwing his hands up with them, like old school. Like he got the old 1-2 knockout for these bitches. All right. Everybody going back inside and they all looking at me like I'm crazy. What the fuck? That little bitch is the devil. Okay, back in the bushes. Run. Back in the bushes. Jump in the damn bush. All right, so boom. So basically, he just explained the women again. Wait, before you go, why the rat contacted Devin for a music deal in 2020, which is after R. Kelly got locked up, when the bitch was talking about, why? Bitch, you are the side bitch. You ain't nobody's wife, okay? You are the tissue he used to wipe his ass, okay? Oh, shit. All right, so boom, that was cross-examination for that. And then I'm crazy. Yo, I swear to God, I'm a baseball bat this butterfly. If he fly past my face one more damn time, I'm not playing with that butterfly. I'm gonna squish his ass. All right. So, because I'm trying to figure out, is it me? I got the news taking pictures of me while I'm sitting here trying to tell y'all something. All right. I'm on the wrong page again, y'all. Oh, shit. 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 I'm on the wrong motherfucking page. Okay. So, boom. Then somebody came, Lewis came out. Now, let me tell y'all about this. Lewis is one of the John Does. But for real, all these ladies need to be lying. Let's stop fucking about the ladies and let's get to the gents. Oh, let's get to the gents. I got a little bean ass. Let me change this angle because I feel like y'all looking at all the bean on my head. Boom, right? That's better. I think. Wifey. Yeah, I'm gonna put numbers on these pages. Little Mo, that's a great idea. You know, I'm definitely gonna do that. It's 2:07, so I'm gonna run back in there like around 2:15ish. So I don't want to be interrupted. I just want to tell y'all what I can about the John Doe. So boom, the John Doe. He is now 32 years old. He's a warehouse manager. He's married and he's a father. His date of birth is February 11th. He was born in '89. He said that he met R. Kelly because he used to work at the drive-thru in the McDonald's in Chicago. He was doing a night shift and he said a Maybach pulled up and the driver, didn't say anything, but it drove past a little bit and R. Kelly was speaking to him out the window. R. Kelly asked him for the manager. He pointed that the manager was a Spanish lady. The Spanish lady didn't know who he was, but he knew who he was. So he wrote down on 2 pieces of paper, he wrote down his phone number to give to the lady and he wrote down his phone number to give to him. And he said that John Doe said that he threw the paper in the garbage for the other lady and he kept the one for himself. Then he said he told his mother, I'm going to just go off top because I remember this shit. I just heard it. He said that he was going to call his mother. I mean, he got his mother to call her. Well, I'll let Just Jazz know you in court today. Please do. Good lunch. Good lunch. So, yeah, everybody see me over here. Look at Bora's over there. She running back in. I got to run back in soon. But let me tell y'all. So, boom. He had his mother call R. Kelly and tell him that she wanted to send her son over there to do his music and stuff like that. And R. Kelly agreed that he come to do an audition. So when he came to do an audition, they was Nina. Okay. So when he came to do the audition, let me just skip through this. Whoever George Daniels is, go get that nigga. But this one right here, he was saying like basically it was one time like he went to chill at R. Kelly's house a few times, right? But it was one specific time that R. Kelly they was by themselves or whatever. Oh my God, it took you 3 years.
No, we got pizza for you. We got all types of shit.
Thank you.
We trying to feed you. We trying to do it like that. We're doing it.
Y'all love me because I did gotta go in there in the next couple minutes.
Mom smoke fast. No, you gotta smoke over here. So we out. Let's smoke, but then walk back in.
I gotta go back in at 2:15. Thank you.
It's a big fact, and I hope that's good.
I'm about to fold this shit like this and just eat the whole thing.
It sounds like I split it. I threw 9 napkins together and was just like, yo, she might need it. Yo, use them wisely because I'm wiping and I'm wiping. You know what I'm saying? I'm wiping and I'm wiping. Gangster.
That's so nice of him, right? He's so sexy. This is my live. Look, you want to see him?
Don't see him.
He's so sexy.
Yo, you already know what it is, man.
They're so sexy. But anyway, so yeah.
Back to the topic.
Right. He said that when they was alone, R. Kelly was basically. Damn, this pizza got me fucked up right now.
That shit good, right? I threw the garlic on that bitch, the peppers on that bitch. I threw like damn near everything on that bitch. The motherfucking oil vinegar. I threw the motherfucking
everything on this pizza. All right.
The pepino. You feel
Why
me?
I can't find the part that I'm trying to tell y'all? So he attended a party. He was alone with him for 1 minute, right? And then basically, R. Kelly was asking him questions like, "Yo, you got any fantasies?" He was like, "Oh, to have like a threesome, 2 girls or some shit." So he was like, "What would you do for like a music career?" So he was like, "Oh, I'll hold your backs for you. I'll run your errands for you. My nigga, I got you." He was like, "Nah, that's not good enough." That's people banging. He was like, "Nah, that's not good enough." So he was like, "You got any fantasies?" Like, he like, "Yeah, I'll have a threesome with 2 bitches or whatever." So he was like, nah, that ain't happening either. Nigga said R. Kelly pulled his dick out and started sucking it. He skipped over the cow jumped over the moon. That nigga skipped over the whole part of how your dick even got out your pants.
Right. That should take time.
I know niggas that drink a whole bottle of Henny, pop pills, smoke bud, and drink a beer and fight niggas if they step on their sneakers.
Niggas' dicks don't
And
fall
you
out.
telling me your dick fell out your pants and you didn't notice that? And not he wasn't drunk. Meanwhile, he was sitting there. And he said R. Kelly just pulled his dick out and started sucking it. So you're telling me you let a man suck your dick. That's what you're saying. That's what you said to the whole courtroom just now. That's what you said. You said that bullshit. That's what you said. Mm-hmm. That's what you said. Yo, y'all.
Nope.
I gotta run back in. It's 2:12.
Go ahead, do you?
I don't want to miss nothing, but I don't see everybody else running.
Yeah, I see your point. Yeah, access to it. But I don't.
There's only one there. Oh, I don't want to miss the rest of this motherfucker's testimony, y'all. Better get into that court 212. Yeah, I'm about to just go the fuck up in there. But yeah, he said R. Kelly sucked the Django, Wango, the Dango, Blango, the hawking thing, the guaking thing, all that shit. Y'all know how I like to say the spit shine, suckle yang for the game. So what else can I tell you before I go back in? So after he sucked his dick, he brought his friend over to his house. Meanwhile, he said, oh, he was trying to talk to his friend. And his friend, he gave his friend a number 2. Then he said that he told his friend, like, yo, you could just come by yourself too or whatever. But I think we about to get into what happened to his friend right now. Because we have to go on break. But I do want y'all to know that after he sucked his dick like that, he kept going to his house. Now, if a man raped you, why are you going back to that house? If a nigga sucked your dick and you ain't want that, you gonna go back to his house? I know niggas that wouldn't come back to my house if I do a bad job. You gonna go back to his house where it happened? Oh no, because you want a music.
Fuck that thing.
They not ready for this. They not. If y'all was sitting in there, y'all wouldn't be able to be quiet. Y'all would be like, hell fucking no, bro.
Ref.
Me and Hollywood sitting next to each other like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is
DJ Holiday.
Who the fuck is that? But who the fuck is that?
Gangster.
Showing pictures of people. Who the fuck is that, bitch? Who is that? Get your ass in the courtroom. It's 2:14. All right, I'm running. I can't drink my damn juice in it. They're gonna throw it away. What else can I tell y'all while I'm drinking my juice? So R. Kelly had some female security guards. One of their name was Candy. Candy's a big quarterback looking bitch too. Big mattress back. Bitch shaped like a gallon of milk that been pushed in the back of the press. Oh, y'all gonna stop fucking with me. I'm sorry. Don't laugh at me, y'all. I'm not I'm doing my show.
I know. I'm the audience.
He said, I'm hollering. So he took his number and started giving it. Look, my thing is this. A man sucked your dick. Why are you bringing your friend to his house? Why are you returning back to his house? What are y'all doing? Look, when we get another break, I'm not going to be able to do this. It's 2:15. I got to run back in.
What time they be closing the cases? What time they be ending it?
Huh?
Hey, what time they be ending the cases?
This one, I think, ends today at 5 or 5:30-ish. You going to be around still, right?
Yeah, more than likely, but I don't know though, like how long you gonna be in there.
Still 5:30, pretty much.
You gonna be in there till 5:30?
Till the end of this shit is over.
All right, yeah, I'm not gonna be there.
Y'all gonna leave me?
Yeah, I'm
5:30.
I'm gonna attend. You gonna be here for a while? We gonna chill for one of these days. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be here every day, and like Friday's an early day.
Whenever you call, you listen.
Friday's an early day. Thursday, I'm gonna be here till 5:30.
Friday. We'll get up whenever, like even after. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know how we rock.
Yeah.
You know how we.
Y'all come to my house. Y'all don't have to wait for me here. Like y'all can come to my house. Y'all not strangers to me. Y'all family. Then he went over there and his dick fell out his pants like blow, like right in his mouth. Like nah, I'm not even funny, but that bitch Azriel said you probably on the iPad sucking dick. Now let me get the fuck off this live. Bye y'all. Go listen to this again and again and again until we get these transcripts. I'm out here, y'all. I love y'all. Thank you guys so much. Please hit the like button. It's the least y'all could do. Check my merch store too, please. So yeah, y'all could get that Canic shirt. Canic never panic, yo. Support Canic with that Canic shirt because I'm gonna give him one of those. I'm waiting for it in the mail. I'm be like, yo, catch this. All right, so I see people standing outside on their phone, people not rushing in, rushing out, but that's time for me to rush in. So I see y'all and all
right, we'd like to thank Nobody's Anything for that. So that was her commentary on what happened today.
Is it just me and you, or who else is here?
And Canic is still here.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, that was basically it. So tomorrow Dottie will be on and she will give us a breakdown of what happened in the court. So guys, you guys have a good night and I will
you too
tomorrow, and I will push and try to get this next transcript. Hopefully we'll get it. So I'm gonna keep pushing, trying to get the next one. Because I know the one with Jane is not going to come out, but the other days should be out. So I'm going to push to try to get those, okay? You guys have a good night. Good night, everybody.
You too. All right, we'll chat tomorrow. All right.
And thank you again, guys, for reading for me. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. All right. Bye-bye.